All right, I'm back. So I switched to different bandwidth, and seem to be getting much better numbers in regards to speed. But the some of the actually, I don't even know what this is called. I think it's, yeah, the upload latency. The upload latency is like really super high for some reason. I'm not sure why my upload latency is so high, but I'm getting like, and I don't even know what these numbers reference, but 1076, whatever the hell that is, seems like a really high number. Especially when my download latency is only 59, but my upload latency is 1076, which is super high. But anyways, we're back in business, and these speeds are way better than the one on the other bandwidth that I had. Um, just really high latency on both. Both of them had super high latency. In fact, the numbers on the other bandwidth or the other band that I was on uh, were adequate. It was just super high latency on the upload, and it was causing me problems apparently. So, good morning, Professor Shifu. But we're back live here, and unfortunately, it's only like 15 minutes away from my break. But let me just check and see. I don't really have anything to specifically to talk about. I'm just going to go over and check and see if Adam Aaron has any new. Okay, no new tweets from Adam Aaron. I'm going to check Ortex. Ortex did respond back to me yesterday. Um, I had sent them a message in regards to the very high levels of security lending volume that occurred on the 28th, the day after they had some very unusual numbers that they were reporting on the 27th for borrowed amounts for both AMC and GME and several others as well. And they said thanks for the information, and then said that they're still investigating and that they would get back. So, and I haven't seen anything. I'm looking right now to see if they've got anything in here. Okay, I don't see anything. Doesn't look like they've posted anything specifically in here. Apex, good morning. I guess Balarki, I should say congrats because I did restart over and you were first. Uh, was Aaron your buddy yesterday? I'm just kind of curious if Aaron was your friend. The only reason I ask is because um, I just thought it was ironic, Blake and Aaron and Balarge and Aaron. It seemed like you guys were kind of talking a little bit, so I just kind of assumed that maybe you guys were knew each other or something. I don't know. Dylan Miller, good morning to you. My wife is, I think she's gonna help out here. I don't know for sure. I don't know for sure, but I think she may be going to get coffee this morning so I don't turn into a raging maniac when I see a shill and tell him to shut the hell up. Splinter says YouTube rolling out new feature called Primetime Channels allows users to sign up, browse, and watch movies from more than 30 different streaming services, including Showtime, Paramount Plus, AMC Plus. That's awesome. Uh, we'll see how that works out for him. Didn't I know there's other streaming services out there that haven't done so well. The problem is, and I actually kind of mentioned this. Let's see, when was that? Like just before 2010. Um, I know I had had some issues, I guess, a little bit Splinter when we had just started getting into this whole like a lot of streaming services started to happen around that era. And the streaming services that were getting paid for monthly subscriptions that were happening at that time were XM Radio and was it Sirius Radio? So Sirius and XM were fighting um, or trying to compete for I guess what was considered XM radio or digital radio at the time. And I kind of made this point to one of my coworkers, and I said, I bet you $100 that XM or Sirius will be out of business within a couple of years' time. And he's like, no way. There's not a chance. There's too many people out there that love sports and too many people that love because I think one of them had sports radio. That might have been XM. I don't remember exactly off the top of my head. But one of them had sports radio, and the other one had signed on like a lot of different people, like Howard Stern or something like that. And so his case was is that people are going to want both, and so some people will go one direction, some people will go the other direction, and he's like, no, there's plenty of room for people to be doing paid services, subscriptions. I said, man, I don't know. I said I pay this much a month for this, and this, and I said I don't see I really don't see that people are going to want to take on multiple subscriptions from many different parties just in order to get what it is that they're going to want to watch. They're going to have a favorite, and more than likely they're going to lean towards that one favorite. And when those markets can no longer suck in any more individuals because people have made their choices, you're going to see consolidation down to one single service, whatever that best service is. People are going to just migrate to whatever the best service is, and they're not going to go out and spend for two different services. So that's the problem, Splinter, that you're seeing right now is that there's so many different services out there. There's Disney Plus, there's HBO Plus, there's everything. This is why cable television probably had it right in the first place, where you paid one single subscription for your cable service and then you paid for the add-ons and that's it. It was all lumped into one single payment, and you got to decide what your add-ons were. People are more likely to do that than they are to go and pay for multiple different services. They're just not going to do it. So, in regards to what it is that you're saying there, if it includes Showtime, Paramount Plus, AMC Plus, and all that other kind of stuff, that might be the way to go because then you're wrapping everything into a single deal. But ultimately you will see those kind of things consolidate at some point, right? Because not you can't unless you have the best content, you're not going to get everybody to pay multiple, $20 here, $20 there kind of payments all the time, especially in a down economy, which we're starting to see here. So it's just not going to work out. At Nail, good morning to you. Hey, BioLife Hemp, the groove is in the heart, man. But Larke says, unless you have a jailbroken fire stick like me. I don't even want to talk about it. Let's not talk about it, Belarke. Attendees Plus Plus says lunar eclipse on election day morning to start the shenanigans off. I heard that there's a blood moon that day. I don't know if that's true or not, but Buck, good morning. Yeah, I know, right? Just kidding, didn't say that. Yeah, I didn't hear it. I don't know what you're talking about. As he deletes his message. But yeah, I think those paid subscriptions they get overwhelming. They get overwhelming, and then people start, trying to figure out how they can budget better. And so what they do is they just start cutting out whatever it is that they don't want, and that's when you start seeing a lot of those different paid subscriptions start disappearing. Disney Plus already knows. They know what it's all about. They've already gone down that road. Sandy Smith, good morning. Stepping away is okay. There is nothing wrong with that. Don't be ashamed. It's good to have you back. Let me check the news real quick here. I only have like 6 more minutes and I'm gonna take a break. Let's see here. Let's see if we got any new AMC news here. You know, something I haven't done in a while is looked at um, what movies are currently coming out. In fact, there was that movie that released not too long ago that Adam Aaron advertised, and I was like, I've never heard of it. So I should probably do a little bit better job of covering what movies we currently have coming out, and it's just not something I've done, and I need to. I need to do a better job at that. So let me just see here what we got going on with the news, and then we'll look at that. We'll see what movies are coming up here. 22 hours ago, there was a Yahoo Finance uh, hit article where they're trying to. Oh, excuse me a second. Man, yawn hit me. No coffee yet. Where they tried to kind of throw in a divide between retail investors by basically um, throwing in the whole like GameStop versus AMC versus Bed Bath and Beyond. This also says here 17 hours ago, there's a news article from the Des Moines Register saying that AMC Classic Cobblestone 9 movie theater in Urbandale closes. I don't have a problem with that. You know, if Adam Aaron decides that there's movie theaters out there that are not cutting the slack, pulling their fair share of what the company needs to make in earnings, cut them out. Cut them out like cancer, because you don't just sit there and let them bleed you dry. You have to let them go. Pick up good movie theaters that from struggling movie theater chains that perform well, and get rid of your ones that are not doing so hot. I don't see any other news articles here. Let's go ahead and take a look at AMC real quick here. Um, just gonna check and see what we got going on here. Oh, oh my, my dog's angry. Some of the current movies that are out right now. Hold on a second. Oh my, he's upset. All right, so current movies that we got going on right now, we got Black Adam, Ticket to Paradise, Pray for the Devil, Smile, Halloween Ends, let's see, Till, Tar, Lyle Lyle, Crocodile, Terrifier 2, The Woman King, Called Jane, Triangle of Sadness, It's Happening Right Here, Mother Teresa, No Greater Love, Ram C2, Ram C2, hopefully I'm saying that right, probably not. Don't Worry, Darling, Amsterdam, Barbarian, uh, I don't know if you guys know this or not, and they threw in a little bit of an advertisement here. Um, I don't know what the going rate is currently, but did you guys know that you can do a private movie theater rental, and then you can choose what what movie you want to see? I don't know what it is currently, but last year I did it for my wife's birthday. We rented out the movie theater, and I got them to play her favorite movie, Forrest Gump, and it was really cool. And I think it cost me like, if I remember correctly, I think it might have been around $120 to rent out the entire movie theater and have them play Forrest Gump, and all of our family got together and went and watched it. It was really super cool. That was last year for her birthday in March, and really super cool. I don't know what the going rate is now. I would imagine it's probably gone up from $120 because last year that was um, let's see here, sold out. I'm looking to see if I'm looking to see if they've got anything here. I'm gonna try and book one just to see. Okay, I don't see. I'm looking to see how much it's gonna cost now. I'm kind of curious how much it went up because I'm pretty sure it was like 120 bucks, but I think the price has gone up a little bit. But still, I mean, especially if you were to take like a first date out, 120 bucks, renting out an entire movie theater, and it's just you and your date, and that's it. Back then, geez, man, that'd make you seem like a big time baller. Let's see here. You know what? It's not. I wonder if it's because the movie theater that I picked. Book now. They may not be doing it anymore. I've got three different movie theaters that I have to pick from in my area, and I'm pulling them up and I'm not seeing any kind of show times available. So they actually may not be doing it right now. It may depend on their lineup on whether or not it's slow or not, and if they can afford a free movie theater and screen to be able to rent them out. Right now, in my three movie theaters, there's nothing available. So I don't know. You'd have to check it for your own area, but yeah, you can book out an entire movie theater, and you can choose from like just tons of old movies. You can actually even do current movies. The price is a little more expensive when you do current movies, but if you do an older movie, going and renting it out, it was, yeah, I know. Harry Parrot's like 120 bucks for a theater rental. It was insane, Harry Parrot. I could not believe it. 120 bucks is all it cost me. Buck says 99 bucks for up to 20 people. It's insane, dude. It is absolutely insane. Like legit. Like if you wanna just straight up like look like you're a massive baller, you can go out and rent for you and your date. You can go out and rent a full movie theater for like 100 bucks, 120. I don't know what the going rate is. It's gonna be different everywhere you go, but you can go look it up and you can just absolutely like just or if you want to take your wife out for like a night and you just really want to just wine and dine her, um, that would be the way to do it, man. Like just rent a full movie theater and have it to yourself and go watch a movie. It's insane. They make it so like they make it too easy. They make it way too easy. If only I had games still. They're making it way too easy. So can you rent a theater and then rent out the seats? I have no idea myself. I would assume that you could probably get everybody to pitch in money. Yeah, right? Like if you told everybody, hey, we're going to be meeting at this movie theater, if everybody pitches in, $5, and then you get. I think there is limitations on how many people can sit in there because somebody said 20 people. I do believe that they have a limitation on how many people can show up. Probably because they don't want you to be able to get too much out of it. Because if I guess if you charge $5 a person, I guess you could make your money back, but not all of it. Maybe that's why they have a limitation on how many people. Yeah, it's not the whole movie theater. It's just one movie screen and one not the whole building, just one movie screen. Wouldn't it be a bit creepy to rent out an entire theater to a first date? Um, I don't know. That's a good question for the girls. I have no. I mean, I think it would be kind of cool, but uh, you know, ask the women in here, see what they think. Captain Nolanky says, I think you can bring a Blu-ray of whatever you want. Doesn't have to be a current release. I know for the movie theaters that I've got around me here, when I did it, Captain, they actually had a list that I could pull from. I don't know anything. They didn't tell me anything about a Blu-ray, but I just simply picked from the list. They told me that it was going to play at 6 o'clock p.m. at night, and we just showed up and it just started on time. Buck Thanar says, type in hot cotch at shopping cart for 20% discount. I know, right? No, I'm not advertising here for them, but I mean, it's a sweet deal. I mean, how can you go wrong with that? I can't, unfortunately, for some reason or not another here, the private movie rentals aren't showing up for me, and I don't know why that is, but um, let me try something else here. I'm curious if it has, what I'm wondering is if this has to do with the fact that they've got like a fourth quarter lineup that's like too heavy and that there's no way that they can have any movie theater screens available. I'm trying to go through some. Here we go. Okay, yeah. See, I just went to November 5th and it says private theater rentals at the AMC's rent. It's sold out. So they do have dates here. It looks like that was a Saturday. I don't know if it's only Saturdays that they're doing. 9, 10, 11, 12. I don't know. Maybe I gotta call them and find out. But you can look up private theater rental on AMC's website, and you should be able to find it. Pretty sweet deal though. A lot of people don't know about it. Buck says just did it for my granddaughters and saw Frozen. I bet that was really cool, man. Harry Parrott says I'm on that. What friggin' fun. It is. It was a lot of fun, man. The whole family getting together and going seeing Forrest Gump was awesome. It was really cool. I think everybody had a good time. Monty, 7:51 to 10:51. I got you down, buddy. Thank you. Yeah, Brandon, there is a well, when I signed up for it for my wife, there was a list you could pick from of movies. So when you're going through the list, you could choose whatever you wanted. And like I said, if Forrest Gump was in there, that's a pretty old movie, and it was on the list. So, but yeah, Barry Electronics. Oh boy, a frat party at a theater now playing. Oh man, jeez. Don't think they'd let you get away with that one. Sandy says yes, it would be creepy. Okay. I mean, you didn't. What if they didn't say anything in it, and you just showed up and nobody else was in the movie theater? What if they didn't tell you that they were buying out the movie theater? Harry Parrott says you can do it in Houston. Just looked it up. For some reason here in the theaters, I just looked it up too, and I can't find anything. But yeah, yeah, I know AMC Panda. My dog's going nuts this morning. I guess somebody showed up next door to do some roof repairs, and he's just going. He thinks that's unacceptable that people are walking on roofs. Deborah Hartley says, I just watched Blonde on Netflix about Marilyn Monroe's life. A lot of sex and nudity, but good. Is that the one AMC at the theater recently? I don't know. That's a good question. It's, I actually closed out the page. I didn't go any further beyond that the advertisement. Taylor Moore, happy birthday. I always write down people's birthdays in here so that I can say happy birthday when we toast at the end of the day. So I will write your name down, Taylor Moore, and be sure to toast to you at the end of the day for your birthday. Happy birthday. Dylan says for the theater near me, it's pretty expensive. It does vary, Dylan. It was $120 for me last year, but that was right after COVID, and I think they were really just trying to get people back into the movie theaters. And last time I checked, I think they had raised the rate to like 160 or something like that. But it, when you consider that you can put stuff like 20 people in there or something like that, it really kind of becomes kind of it's cheap, like if you want to just get people together and go see something, everybody pitches in and it actually makes it well worth it. Nate Ross, I have not seen any information on that, so I don't know. Savvy says it would be creepy. Okay. All the girls are saying it would be creepy. Oh, wait, let me ask my wife. She's here. Hey, hun, if you went on a first date with a guy and he took you to a movie theater where he ran out of the movie theater like we did for your birthday, did you think that was creepy? Would you think that was creepy? Yeah. Yeah, first date. Yeah, she said it's creepy. Oh, it's like you're expecting something. It's too baller, I guess. it's too much of a ball. Okay, it's going too far, apparently. Okay, what about for like a fifth date? No answer. She's done answering questions. Scott says, okay, for first anniversary, maybe. Yeah, that might be good. There you go. Well, at least we know now, guys. Savvy says still creepy. No, actually, I think every woman in here said it's been creepy so far. So apparently I've got no game. You don't have to worry about me, hon. No game. My wife said I overdo it the first time, anyways. I overdo with a lot of things, apparently. Ooh, I'm in trouble. Let's see here. Buck says each general manager has control over whether they want to do the rentals based on movies currently out, so each theater is different. Myself says it's like renting a hotel room for the first date to go hang out at. I feel like I don't know, man. I don't feel like it's like I don't know. I've never been that kind of a person. I would never like try to do like anything weird. I would simply just do it just to have, the movie theater to myself with the person. More because I'm kind of like, I don't know. I'm just strange like that, I guess. It's like, hey, it's only 120 bucks, so why not? It sounds like a good time. Who Hung Tu says Mario Party on big screen would be fun. Probably, it would be. I think they really do need to kind of move towards that gaming on the movie screens in the off time. I'm not trying to talk my way out of it. My wife just said it wouldn't be weird if you were the president or a rich celebrity. Okay, so it's okay to be a show off if you're rich, but not if you're poor. Okay, it's creepy if you're poor. Okay, got it. So guys, mental note, it's creepy if you're poor and you're doing it, but if you're rich and somebody, then it's okay. It's perfectly acceptable because it's like, oh yeah, yeah, he just oh okay, it doesn't make it okay. Hold on. It doesn't make it okay. It just makes it like it's not it's not creepy. It's just you showing off apparently. Oh, thanks, son. I appreciate it. I'm all about hot coffee. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Guys, I have coffee. I'm not going to be telling anybody to shut the hell up today. Barry, I am a hopeless romantic. I am very much a hopeless romantic. Deborah, I never did the yawn and then the arm around the back of the date's chair. I didn't do the yawn part of it. I just would put my arm around, but I would never like I wouldn't think just because I'm renting out the movie theater that was trying to expect something or anything like that. This is kind of weird. I think it's just kind of, I like to think it's more like Barry Electronics says that I'm a hopeless romantic, like taking a date to maybe if you found out what her favorite movie is, and then taking her to see her favorite movie. I think that's just like really cool. I don't know. Forrest Bradley says, "Dude, the market's gonna flip." Hold on a second here. Let me see what it is you're saying. I see the VIX up 1.54, so it does look like uh it looks undecided right now for the futures. What are you seeing, Forrest? All right, all right. I'll take my break. Hold on a second. Tom says I'd love to see Tyson biting Holyfield's ear off on the big screen. Myself says, okay, so rent out a theater. How do you top that on a second date? I don't know, man. I don't know. You figure it out. Oh, okay. You're just bracing yourself. All right. Well, I'm gonna go to take a break, guys. And American Trader says I bought my wife a rose every time I saw her. After a year, I took a rose to a jeweler and had the rose dipped in gold. Dang, that's cool. That's really cool. What did Nana say? Oh, it's creepy unless it's Danny. Barry Electronics says it would be an epic marriage proposal to have "Will you marry me" on bold letters on the big screen. I don't know about epic, but it'd be cool. It would be cool. I can think of I don't know, man. I can think of way more epic things than that, but it'd be cool. Let's see here. I'm not gonna tell you guys how I propose to my wife. I'm not gonna do it. Yeah, I thought it was sweet too, Danny. It was sweet, and you turned it into something negative. All right, guys, I'm out. I'm gonna take off here. I'll see you guys 15 minutes before market opens.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey Pluto here. Shout out to all you wonderful creators for coming to Upbeat for your music. Keep doing what you do and help support us artists by upgrading to Upbeat Premium now.
Alrighty, I'm back. Let's see here what we got for price prediction for the day today. Let me just check and see what the markets are looking like for opening. Let's see here. VIX is showing up 1.35%. Most of the markets are looking like down, but not all of them. And mostly somewhere between breaking even and down a quarter. So let me pull back out here on AMC real quick and just kind of get like a general idea as to where we might be heading for. Hmm. I mean, I feel like, based off of what I'm seeing right here, that um, the break that we had just recently here kind of broke this trend line, this ascending trend line. And one of the things I remember writing this out here now that I've got it here that I was hoping that we would not see is a head and shoulders, because head and shoulders right here would have meant probably some further push down to like 547 range again. And we didn't get that. We didn't get a head and shoulders like I was hoping for, but we did get a break past this level of support heading up here. I know they tried to drop us 10% yesterday just so they could trip SSR to, create short exempt volume legally. Whether they're going to do that again or not today, if they dropped it another 10%, that would trigger a synthetic price failure, and SSR would get tripped all in the same time. So I think I'm going to factor that into my calculation for potential price for the day today, and that's going to be at $5.54. I know that seems like a long ways down there, and it's going to be a retest of that bottom that we found before, but we may see a double bottom on this. And so I'm going to go ahead and factor that in for my price prediction for the day today. We'll be looking at, I'm just going to call it a flat 550 on AMC for prediction as a possibility for a low. And on Ape, I think we should at least support this level of downwards momentum. So the lowest I could see Ape closing at is 180. So I'm going to go for 730 to 1030 for my price prediction. Let's see if I got Keto's numbers in here. Give me a second while I scroll up here. While I was on break, I saw that it looks like that the meeting for the Fed rate hike is going to be at 2:30 and not 2. I think I put 2 p.m. On my uh, title for this morning. So let me check that out real quick here and just verify that. Point Break Thor, I did say 550 as a potential drop point. If it makes it down there Point Break, I would imagine that it's going to rebound off of that pretty quickly. So look for like a quick swing that direction. Not something that's going to happen. I wouldn't expect it. Yeah, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Brian. But let me just check the Fed calendar. I'm just not expecting a drop down that low and staying there. I do expect it to bounce off of it, but I want to kind of calculate it into my price spread. Let me check out the Fed meeting schedule. Dang it. It was already in my search history. I've got it down for 2 o'clock. It says today press conference 2 o'clock p.m. I'll watch their website. Usually on YouTube, they've got. Actually, let me pull it up. That's not a bad idea here. On YouTube, they've got their own channel. If you just search like Federal Reserve Live, I think you can find it. Their web page is I'm not subscribed to it. I probably should just subscribe to it. It's just called Federal Reserve, and I don't see anything set up as of right now for it. But likely later on in the day they'll put up a live stream on there. So it's gonna be somewhere around 2 or 2:30. The calendar Their calendar says 2 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Tom Carroll saying Ape is strange pre-market, nearly as much volume as AMC, but seems to be moving freely, or seems to move freely, and then just barcode. Yeah, I mean even AMC's barcoding quite a bit as well. Pam, good morning to you. Yeah, Jathan and I will play it on the channel. I mean, it'll be lip service, but we like that. We're used to it by now, anyways. Nothing like a little bit of Powell's bowels to kind of end the day on. Happy hump day, guys. Today is the middle of the week. Jack's got some laughter going on here. MFI, money flow index, is going to be the indicator that we take a look at today. It's very much like RSI and the stochastic oscillator that I showed you yesterday. So it'll be a good one to kind of take a look at. I don't use it. Money flow index is not one that I've particularly used in the past. So, but we'll cover it. Just another tool in your toolbox that you can have. Brian says good old Gazer Beam Gary might make an appearance. That's a possibility. We could have good old Gazer Beam Gary show back up again. Carrie Day says, "Do you know the reason for barcoding, Casey?" Normally, I think, Carrie, that it really has to do with a lack of liquidity. They don't want to. They want basically the price to just trade where it's at, and so perhaps they're scalping shares at those prices. But for the most part, though, I would say that generally speaking, I find that once you see flow of shares in the market, that's when the barcoding stops happening. So and it's rare to see barcoding happen during the middle of the day, but generally speaking, when you watch shares get borrowed to make the market, then you start seeing the barcoding stop happening. But it's almost as if the market wants the price to just kind of set where it's at until they get news. Like maybe they're waiting on some kind of news, so they'll kind of push trades through sideways until the news comes. We have seen that happen on a couple occasions. There was once, I think, on a Fed rate hike that about an hour before the Fed rate hike was announced, we saw barcoding all the way up for that entire hour. Maybe it was an hour and a half. And then it just, as soon as the minutes before the announcement actually came through, it just popped and started trading all of a sudden. So, all right, guys, we're getting really close here to market open, so I will see you guys on the other side and enjoy the music day. I'm playing today's music is Forrest's pick. I'm playing something Forrest had picked out. So if you see Forrest, wave high, say cool song. The name of the group here is Family Jewels. At least that's what it's showing up as. So see you guys on the other side. Forrest, you're welcome, man. Not a problem.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward link now and you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. That's right, we screw them. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. So the title for the day today says it all. Fed rate hike at 2 p.m. That's at least what's saying on their website. I have seen other places 2:30, but we'll be checking for it. I am expecting 75 basis points based off of the website given to me, CME Group, where they do target rate probabilities by Steven, Super Steven. He gave me this link. Um, Right now, as it stands, the target rate probabilities are saying 88.2% chance of 75 basis points and 11.8% chance at 50 basis points. But I'll tell you what, I am going to put up a poll in here, and we're gonna dance. No, I'm just kidding. No, no pole dancing. Let's see here. Let's put in what do you think the rate hike will be? We'll do uh, we'll do four options. This is all going to be in basis points, so just know that. Actually, you know what? I should put in 50. All right, there we go. Let's see. Force says 69 basis points. Nice. Nice one, Arthur. Uh, my wife was getting me coffee this morning, and I just realized that you know what sound is in coffee? The ha sound is in there. Ha catch. Oh man. Forrest, you're absolutely welcome, man. Not a problem at all. I'm just gonna let you guys know Forrest has helped me out on a few occasions. I'm not gonna say how or why, but he's helped me out on a few occasions, and I've actually had an opportunity to meet Forrest face to face in Dallas when I went to go meet Adam Aaron. We actually got to stand, my wife and I, and him and his wife. We all got to stand and talk for a little while, and he got to see what kind of a strange person I really am. And but it was really fun. It was really fun getting to get to meet him and talk to him a little bit. And again, also not only thank you for your help for us, but thank you for your service as well to this country. And I really am a huge, strong supporter of the military. Being a military brat myself, both of my parents being both Air Force and Navy um, prior service members. I'm I come from that background, and my son being in the Air Force right now. I honor you guys. Thank you. Thank you for your service. So let's see. Country Pride CPE saying 75 basis points. I mean, it seems pretty obvious. It's the obvious answer to say 75%, or so not 75%, but 0.75 of a percent. Three quarters of a percent or 75 basis points. It seems like the obvious answer, but I'm willing. I'm kind of one of those kind of guys that likes to buck the gun and say like, you know what? No, I'm gonna put a different number in, and so I would probably vote for something different than 75, just because that's what we're being told it's going to be. And I get it wrong probably, but I just like to be ornery like that. We got 69% of you saying 75%. Nice. What a perfect number. Oh, I didn't serve it Force, but my family has, like all over the place. I wish I could have. I wish I really could have, but just my family. In a roundabout way, that's kind of like serving a little bit, just because you lose family time when you have family members who are serving. So and that's that kind of counts a little bit, kind of, not really, but it does kind of count in a way. Ken Gross says the world does not want the 75, but you're getting it anyways. That's right. The Fed's gonna hot catch the world here. Yeah, Roseanne says thank you. My dad, Navy man, World War II. I think you meant two, because it says 11. I miss him so much. I'm sorry for your loss, Roseanne. Midterms tells me it's going to be 50 or less, so the market will surge. It'll be interesting to see that, Carrie, and that's kind of why that's why I'm ornery sometimes, and I like to just say something a little bit different and be like, wouldn't it be interesting if it was 50 or less, in order for them to get the market to surge a little bit just prior to midterms. It would be interesting to go back in time, if possible. I know I saved a picture of this someplace. Let me think about where I might have saved this picture at. It would be interesting to go back in time and check and see what's been done in the past during election periods. Hold on a second here. I'm trying to think. I'm like positive I saved a picture of a historical representation of the past rate hikes. Where did I save that picture at? You know what? Let me just see if I can find it again. Hmm, I may have it. FOMC. Oh, come on. Man, it was so high way back then. I'm looking at some of these. I'm looking at some of the dates that they have in here, and some of these rate hikes are just insane. But let's see here. Greenspan. I'm down to Greenspan now. I found like a really kind of a crappy website, but it does have has okay. Here we go. Bernanke up to 2014. Powell's okay. Janet Yellen. All right. So rate hikes in November. I don't see November 5th of 2020. They raised it a quarter. So that would have been 2 years ago. Before that, I want to be looking at 2018. In 2018, they did not make there was no raise in rates. No, I'm sorry. It's saying it was a quarter percent. It was a quarter percent on November 5th. It's not saying how much it was raised by. There was no raise. So after coronavirus hit, they took the rate from 1.75 down to 1.25, and then from 1.25 on April 29th of 2020, they dropped it down to a quarter. And the rates didn't start rising until March 16th of 2022, and that's when it jumped 25 basis points to half a percent. So let me just scroll back up here to 2018. 2018, I don't see any. They raised a quarter in September, and then another quarter in December. Let's go back to 2016. In 2016, they made no they made a change in December of 2016, so after the elections, and they raised it a quarter then. Let's go to that was what did I say that was 2016? Yeah, 2014. No change. No changes from 2008 and to 2015 apparently. 2008. In 2008, November 29th, they decreased the rate hike they decreased it by 50 basis points from 1.5 to 1%. And 2008 would have been when we had the Lehman failed bank bailout was approved in October of 2008. The rates went from 2% in April 30th to 1.5% on October 8th. By November 29th, they had lowered it to 1%, and then by December, they lowered it to a quarter. So only decreases during that period of time. Let's go back even further. 2006. Let me see what's going on in 2006. No rate hikes in 2006. That would have been around elections. 2004. There was a November 10th rate hike. Oh no, there was by a quarter of a percent in 2004. In 2002, which would have been right after 9/11, there was a 50% or 50 basis points drop from one and three quarters to 1.25 after 9/11. Right? Yeah, that should have been after 9/11. And then in 2000, I'm just going to go back to 2000. In 2000, there was no rate hikes during the November elections. So since in the last 22 years, there has been no rate hikes, only decreases during periods of time just leading up to or right around the election period. So this would probably be historical for at least the last since this new century. This would be the first time that we would see rate hikes going into an election. Let's see here. Carrie Day says keyword drop. Don't be surprised if they don't decrease. It'll be interesting, man. If they decrease, Carrie, I will be so surprised. Very, very, very surprised. In fact, I think the whole market will be surprised. And ooh, you want to talk about hyperinflation? I can't imagine a better way of accomplishing such a thing. Seeing the rate hikes drop, or even just zero. If no rate hike happens at all, um, hyperinflation will be on the table for sure. Like, is there such thing as mega super hyper? Because I think really we could probably escalate straight up to mega super hyper inflation. I can't even imagine. I can't. Did we see Keto's numbers come in here? I didn't see him come in. Let me just look real quick through here and see if I can find Keto's numbers. He's usually really, really good about putting in his numbers, so I'm going to be a little surprised if he hadn't put them in yet. Let's see here. I'm scrolling up here just to try and check and see if I can find them. I don't see him. Lake FX says 75 today, 50 December, 25 February, March, then a pause, and that's actually Lake. He's already kind of outlined those as being the potential moves already in advance. So I'm kind of with you on that. I mean, I feel like he's already kind of uh, postured for that. Oh, Casey doesn't know nothing. Haven't you heard? We aren't even in a recession because we changed the terms. That's right. I forgot, Z Wade. I totally forgot. It's not that I don't know nothing. I just completely forgot that we're redefining what a recession is. What is the definition of is? Yeah, if you don't like recession, just change the definition, right? I mean, it works. Just Chillin' says 750 to 1050. Well, Just Chillin', you might actually have to fill in for Keto because I didn't see him put in a number. So I'll use your prediction for his prediction because I don't think he would like to have the same prediction that he had yesterday. And I actually think that's a pretty good, decent prediction. Hayden says, maybe I'm being naive, but looking back at history in my mind, I don't remember politics being so theatrical, meaning policies being developed to strictly make one group look bad and screw voters. I mean, it really feels like that, doesn't it? A celebratory pullback. Wait, hold on a second. It makes me laugh too hard. Hold on. That made me laugh so hard it upset my stomach there for a second. My stomach was like, "Hey, you can't do that." A celebratory pullback. I like that. A CPB. Just call it short. Celebratory. Just chilling says no way they decrease. 0% chance. They have to keep close to what the EU is doing. And good morning, just chilling. By the way, hello to you. Carrie says they're going to tell a story how we're coming out of the how we're coming out of this, and they'll pull back. I mean, you guys are too much. I don't think so. I mean, it'd be crazy if they did something like that, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Mike says this has been going on since Richard Nixon. Hmm. I've got his tweets set up for notifications, and I never get them. I have no idea why. Let me show you. Maybe you guys can help me out because I'm not like a Twitter connoisseur or anything like that. I'm not this like social. But look, I've got the turn off notifications. So if I click this, it's going to turn them off. I'm following them. I've got my notifications turned on, and I get nothing. In regards to what I get out of Adam Aaron for notifications is nothing. I don't do this very often. I very rarely turn on notifications for tweets, but I get absolutely zero for tweets. But yeah, this is a tweet on Highcroft here 1 hour ago saying Highcroft reported the second round of results from its new drilling exploration program. Indeed, there is more gold and more silver in them thar hills. So far, Highcroft has uncovered new and significantly higher grade deposits. Drill, baby, drill. Let them eat crow. Let's see here. Looks like they found some gold. Yep. Trying to get to the meat of this here. Alex Davidson, Vice President Exploration, commented, "We continue to receive encouraging drill results confirming the higher grade opportunities identified in the 2021 drill program. The drill results announced today continue to demonstrate improved continuity in higher grade areas as compared with the current model. and at much higher grades than the average grade modeled for the Highcroft deposit. Particularly exciting for the Highcroft team is the RC hole H22R 560 or 5648 from the Brimstone area, which has multiple intercepts that significantly outperformed the model and are very near true thickness. Drilling from the vortex area intercepted multiple ore zones, downhole, and returned gold values where previously little gold was identified or modeled, as vortex is known for being predominantly a silver deposit. In particular, RC hole H22R 5669 in the vortex area has several intercepts returning gold where no gold was modeled previously. One of those intercepts has a 48.8 meter of 0.46 GT gold and 75.79 GT silver. The drill results to date have increased our understanding of the geologic setting of the Highcroft mineralization, both the higher grade zones and the more disseminated areas throughout the property. Diane Garrett, President and CEO, commented, "We are very excited about this next group of drill results that continue to support our belief in the untapped potential at Highcroft. Our objective are multifold. One, to improve the resource grade at Highcroft. Two, identify a higher grade starter pit, which would reduce upfront capital requirements for the next phase of operations. And three, explore for new targets within our vast land position. Highcroft is one of the largest gold and silver deposits in the world, located in the Tier 1 mining jurisdiction of Nevada, USA, and permitted for both heap leach and mining and milling operations." Looks like they got a bunch of numbers in here. Numbers, cool. Actually, Pantheon does a great breakdown on this on his Highcroft report, and I don't. If he's in here, it'd be awesome if he could put in a link for that. But if not, when he does come in here later, we can always get him to link us something to one of his breakdowns of this information. I think I have a copy to the link of that presentation somewhere, but I'd probably spend a hot minute looking for it. So, yep, looking good. One of the things that I talked about earlier this morning that I haven't talked about today, which is the Cineworld. I did post a tweet on that. I'll talk about it after we do the numbers here because we're like 1 minute away from needing to do numbers. So we'll talk about Cineworld and what happened with that yesterday, and kind of what I'm kind of looking at and what I think is happening there. But some very interesting things happening for sure. RB says, and HYMC stock falls on the news. I know. This market is so crooked, man. It's so crooked. It's insane. Turtle says, "Wake me up when we go green." Will do. I'll start shouting, "Turtle! Turtle power!" The Hedgies are definitely part of the elite as they try to cover it up by being top donors to the Republican Party. We're getting into politics again. Oh, man. No, not again. Let's not go there. All right, guys. Let's take a look at these numbers here. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we have happening. Yeah, AMC's green currently. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. Remember, I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing so long as the big tramp's not on the screen. And when it comes back on, that's when I'll be able to see what it is. So hold those thoughts that you want me to comment on until then. And like I said, we'll talk about Cineworld after this. Two-factor authentication, guys, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in there. And while you're at it, when you're setting it up, make sure and have a secondary phone number you can send the code to just in case something should happen to your primary. Not bad to have backups. Give me 1 second while I transfer a few pages around here and we'll take a look at what's going on here. Alrighty, here we go. Starting with the top left-hand side of the screen, since this is our first rundown since market open, we'll run through everything here and take a look at what's going on. Price prediction tally points for yesterday. Every single one of us missed it yesterday. Every single one. None of us got it right. Price prediction tally point for the day today. I've got prediction of 7:30 to 10:30. Eric sent me a message and lowered his number, so let me put it in here real quick. Oh, actually, he didn't lower it. He's got the same prediction today as he had yesterday. I've got 7:30 to 10:30. Eric's got 8:20 to 11:20. Keto's got 7:50 to 10:50, and Monty has 7:51 to 10:51. If Keto's listening right now and he doesn't have, if he doesn't have, if that's not your number, Keto, uh, send me a message or something because I didn't see you put in any numbers this morning, so I may have just missed it, and I had just chillin' fill in for you. Um, so hopefully we get some numbers in today that are favorable. For tally points, short exempt volume for AMC was down to 180.6 thousand shares in short exempt volume. Ape is up today, day over day, 233.8 thousand. Utilization still at 100% for AMC after 186 straight trading days. Ape went down just slightly to 46.03%. It's down. I think that was down a percent. Day-over-day price was a decrease on AMC and Ape. AMC was down 7.66, Ape down 7.8. Max Pain is still set at 650. I'm kind of waiting to see this rise, but with price moving down, that may not end up happening. We may not get the $7 that I wanted to see before the end of the week. Taking a look at off exchange, by this time in the morning, off exchange I would expect to be about 44%, and EDGX to be at around 10 to 11%. So in total, 54% between the two. Currently, we got 46.01 on off exchange for AMC, EDGX at 11.26, for a grand total of 57.27, which is a little elevated, but not by much. It's about 3% higher than normal. CHX volume is at 895. Ape. On Ape, we have 54.97% going through the off exchange and EDGX at 11.15 for a grand total 66.12%, which is higher by 12% higher than where it should be by this time in the morning normally. So definitely elevated off exchange volume or price discovery being lost through off exchange movement. CHX is at 1,200 shares traded so far. And just to look at CHX real quick here on GME, 3,330 shares having been traded through CHX already this morning on GME. That is exceptionally large for this time in the morning. It's already showing nearly a percent. It's at 0.8% so far their total volume. So it looks like there may be some forced settlements that are occurring right now in GME, which should indicate that there might be some forced buying that's going on. That should lead to price discovery. And let's see here, what else we got going on? Institutional share ownership, 149.474, increased by about 50,000 shares in institutional ownership day over day. Let's see what it is at right now. 149.732. So that's an increase of about 300,000 shares purchased. Taking a look at options, we'll go back to Ortex data here in just a minute. In options so far this morning, highest amount of volume is currently showing up at a $7 strike price. That's the same as it was yesterday. There's 2.5 thousand contracts, but we have a very close runner-up at $6.50. For puts, highest amount of volume is coming in at $6. Yesterday, the highest amount of volume was at a $6.50 strike, so that's down half a dollar. There's currently 1.5 thousand contracts, so very, very, very low volume warning this morning on options. Taking a look at the combined price of AMC and Ape. Let's see here. We've got earlier this morning, well, the combined price right now is at $7.95. Earlier this morning, I kind of showed you guys that there's this like trend line that we were kind of traveling up. And then I noted that there was likely going to be a breakdown of an ascending wedge that we had. And so this is the morning breakdown that we're getting so far. At $7.95, we've got a little bit of a fib level of support here. The next stop point would be $7.83. I did note earlier this morning that I felt like we could see a double bottom coming up here. If I zoom out just a tad bit here, I think we'll see it. You can see it here at the combined price of 783 would be the next stopping point, which has been supported on multiple occasions, both directions. But the double bottom would end up being down here around 720. And then also forming us a very nice George W looking pattern by seeing that double bottom there. That could be in the futures. Taking a look at Ortex. So far for the day today, it's showing 770,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. That's going to have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 19.85%. Cost of borrow average is at 18.58. And on loan amounts, actually, let's look at utilization first. This is your 186 straight days of utilization being 100%. Let's zoom in just a tad bit here. What you're going to see on loan amount is an increase on loans amounts from day over day by 2.7 million shares. Ortex is estimating about 875,000 of that was in new short interest. On loan average age per day slightly decreased as you had new loans coming in. And estimated short share interest of the free float increased as well from 19.63 to 19.8 due to the new loan amounts. The new short interest. Security lending volume was, however, down day over day. Went from 13.15 million to 8.77. Taking a look at Ape. So far this morning, it's reporting 4.59 million shares having been borrowed so far for Ape this morning. That is pretty extensive. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 8.01. Cost of our average is at 5.89. Shares on loan for the day-to-day was down 700,000 shares, so returning of short interest by 700,000 shares or closed positions. And here's your utilization slightly dipping because of that. Day over day from, let's see, what do we got? 47.08 to 46.03, so about 1%. Here's your on loan dip by about 700,000 shares. I'm actually going to zoom in here just a little bit so these numbers are a little bit more easier to see. On loan average age per day is obviously going to, depending upon whether or not these were older loans or not that were closed out, is, if they're newer loans that were closed out, this number should rise. So on loan average age per day kind of flatlined. It actually kind of went down slightly. So these might have been mid to older loans that might have been closed out, 20.96 to 20.89. So that number did drop. So those might have been mid to older age loans that were closed out. Estimated short share interest of the free float coming in slightly lower from 7.62 to 7.56. And security lending volume increasing day over day from 3.63 million to 6.28 million. Give me 1 second. Just want to look at something real quick here. All right, I just want to look at something real quick. Let's see. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, GME, and Ape are the only ones I'm looking for. GME is the only one in the top 30 list here with a 58% buy to 41% sell ratio. I did not see AMC, Ape, or GME. So due to low volume, we're going to have low orders. We did not make the top 30 list this morning. But yesterday at the end of the day, we did, and we had very, very decent buy sell ratios. SSR trips for the day today on AMC at $5.54. Ape trips at 1.701. Shares available to borrow as of this morning, there were 0. They did borrow the remaining shares that they had, so I'll count those. I think I already counted some of those. So they returned 150,000 shares and then reborrowed those again. So we're looking at 250,000 shares borrowed so far for the day today. Last known fees amount was at 16.3. We currently have 94.8 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 3.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. 17.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 20.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. Just looking to see if there's an imbalance in the futures in the options, and I just don't see anything. NASDAQ is down 0.54, Dow Jones is down 0.25, and the S&P 500 is down 0.47. This market has more decliners than advancers, with 4,341 decliners to 2,291 advancers. We have the VIX being up 2.52. Let me just take a look at the rest of the market here. SPY is down 0.47. Like I said, the dollar is down 0.17. Oil is up 0.06. The mortgage-backed securities are all up. VTI is down 0.6. Everything is down on the page here except for NCMI. So I'll just read those off of it without saying that they're down. VTI 0.63, IWD 0.45, Tesla 0.97, Amazon 0.53, Cinemark 1.49, Doge 7.74, Bitcoin 0.23, GameStop 1.76, HYMC 1.39, Hood 2.52, CS 0.36, NCMI is up 0.21, Ape is down 4.5, and AMC is down 1.67. Inflow versus outflow on AMC, we have roughly about $100,000 more on inflow, with 4.3 million shares traded after 44 minutes of trading, putting us on pace for 38.11 million shares traded by the end of the day. 10 to 30 million is what I suggested as the volume, and I think we'll hit that. On the hourly, more buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI of 29.95 signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 24.08, which is signaling oversold. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 25.12, signaling oversold. This is heavily, heavily oversold, guys. We're in very, very heavy oversold territory. On Ape, we have roughly about 100 million more dollars on inflow than outflow, with 2.74 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 45 minutes of trading, putting us on pace for 23.7 million shares traded by the end of the day. I said 5 to 25 million. We're already inside my goal target volume range, and you can see that they're pushing this down. They really need the liquidity at 1.7. Taking a look at the hourly, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 27.04, signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 25.91, which is signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 26.12, signaling oversold. This market is heavily, heavily oversold right now, guys. The whole market is heavily oversold. The great thing about what's happening right now with AMC is that it's oversold on low volume. If it was oversold with high volume, that's where you have a problem, right? Let's take a look. I mean, you can see that our average volume for the day to day is not very high. Let's go take a look at some of these other. Let's just take a look at our competitor real quick, just to kind of see what they're looking like here. An average day volume for 3-month volume for Cinemark is 2.96 million. So far for the day to day, they've traded 220,000 shares. How am I going to do this? I think I'm going to put in. At this rate, they're going to maybe hit about 1.86 million shares traded by the end of the day today, based off of these numbers. So they're looking like they're going to have low volume as well. So this market is moving on low volume. Let me just take a look at the SPY in general and see what that's doing in volume. Does it have an average 3-month volume? Can I see that? Let's see. They don't put in an average 3-month volume here. Well, that's stupid. They should put that in here. Let me see if SPX has it. That's not what I wanted. Yeah, they don't have it on that either. All right. I was just kind of curious what volume was doing in contrast to normalcies. As it stands right now, we've traded about 10.43 million shares in volume on SPY. Let me just kind of scroll out here just a tad bit and see what that looks like to other previous days. It's actually low volume because we should get the next hour here. Yeah, I'd say this is trading on low volume. So the whole market is making this move off of low volume. My guess is that any kind of major market movements that have been pricing in a potential rate hike here have been they've been pricing these in, I think. So I do have an ascending wedge that I had kind of drawn out here. It looks like it's breaking out of that currently. But I have a feeling that once the rate hike comes in, whatever that is, we'll end up seeing some upwards movement once it does come in. Let's take a look at the Ichimoto cloud real quick here because I haven't done that yet. On the hourly for Ape, this morning I kind of said, I was kind of looking at the cloud right here where we're at. We are a thin red cloud, which is where price usually likes to move up at. The numbers that we're going to have to see on this in order to get to big price movements upwards from outside investors seeing it as a strong buy signal is going to be around $2.20. Right now we're at 181. So we got a ways to go. This is not going to be a quick run up, I don't think. Although these markets are getting very volatile, and you could see a price run out of nowhere. But 2.2 and 2.5 are some strong buy points, I think. Based off the 1 hour and the 4 hour, but all the indications right now are not showing it as a strong buy signal. Lagging line, conversion below base, yada yada yada. Not showing strong signs as of right now. Everything's sitting below the cloud. We do have later on in the week or starting next week, we have some red cloud showing up though for Ape, showing potential future possible upwards momentum. Taking a look at AMC, kind of the same situation over here. Lagging line below price line, conversion below base. Thinning portions of a red cloud in the futures, so we could see the potential run up, starting as early as today or tomorrow. So like I said before, we may see a big push down here once they trip SSR at, well, shoot, what is it at now? $5.54, which we're only about 8 cents away from. You could see a potential big reversal on this. Why is that not right? That doesn't look right. Hold on a second here. 554. Hold up. Why does that not look right? Oh, it's from previous day's close. That's right. Okay. I see. That's actually quite a ways away. I said 8 cents. And I'm sitting there going like, wait a minute, that's not right. 550. I'm thinking 594, not 554. So we're down. We're like basically 50 cents above it right now. I'm sitting there going like, something's not right here. It doesn't look right. I was for some reason in my head I was thinking 594, but it is 554 down to get to that, and I've got it down here in this red line that's right on top of a synthetic price failure. The 4 hour, same kind of deal. We did break down through a green cloud like we normally do. We've got a red cloud starting to form starting next week. As this would be Friday here, Monday, Tuesdays. The start of a red cloud is on Wednesday of next week. Stair stepping our way up here. We still haven't reached down to the 547 mark yet here, but reaching down to 554 would put us really darn close to getting that W-shaped pattern, a double bottom. Something that looks a little bit like this. Kind of a weird shape. We've seen this before. This is, shoot, I'm trying to think what this is called. I'm actually gonna have to run some numbers on this and see if this is a crab. Oh, I can't remember what this is called. There's a trading pattern signal for this, and I can't remember what it's called, but I can run it and check it and see. Give me 1 second here. Why can't I think of that stupid name of it? A Gantley. I think that's it. I think I just pulled it out of the middle of my mind. A Gantley crab formation. We'll have to see. I don't think it'll be able to calculate the Gantley signal until you have price moving down to you hit the secondary bottom here. But if it does, we can run a chart on that and trading view and see if it's a Gantley signal or not. I think that's for perhaps a crab or butterfly. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, maybe that's something I can look into tomorrow to kind of talk about. I need to do a refresher on my head, anyways, because obviously I had to pull that from the depths of. Brian says I had crabs once. Yeah, it's. I haven't actually talked about the Gantley signals in a long time. So Pam, good to see you this morning. I'm glad you could share some time with us. I saw you earlier. Thanks for stopping by. But we'll check this out here and see if this is going to be the pattern that forms. And I just started watching what you guys are saying here. So how many crabs? Oh, you finally got rain in California. Nice. Gonna have rain. Let me go check and see if this is a Gantley real quick here. I kind of want to pull it up on TradingView and see if that's the case. It may signal early. I don't know. I don't. I think you have to have the third touch point down. You have to have an ABC. I think you have to have an ABCD pattern before you can identify it, if I'm not mistaken. So let me pull it up here. Indicators. 1 second. Let me see if I can pull this up. Gantley. Gantley? I could have sworn that's what it was. Hold on a second. I'm gonna have to look it up on the internet because apparently it may not be Gantley. There's no trading indicators showing up here. Oh, Gartley. I was close. It was really, really close. It's Gartley. Man, I'll tell you what, guys. Gartley, trying to pull this kind of stuff from the back of my head is like pulling teeth. Gartley is what I was looking for. I said Gantley and it was Gartley. I just had the wrong. I was really, really close. All right, Gartley. Man, it is so hard to remember that kind of stuff for me. I'm actually surprised I even pulled that out of nowhere. Gartley predicted patterns. These are considered harmonic patterns, Gartley patterns. Let me try and pull this up here. I got this on the hourly. Let's put it on the daily and on just AMC. Give me 1 second. I know I already put you guys to the other screen here, but I'm gonna take you back for just 1 second while I try to pull up this Gartley trading indicator. It's not showing. It's kind of weird. I've pulled these up before a long, long time ago on on TradingView, and for some reason when I'm pulling it up right now, it's not showing me any kind of trading signals whatsoever. And I know there are some, so I'm gonna have to go back and see if there's something I'm doing wrong here. I know we've had some Gartley signals before. Uh, Actually, you know what? Now that I'm talking about it, I think that will be tomorrow's discussion. So tomorrow we'll talk about Gartley indicators. Those are some. I don't really look at those too often, but they are some trading signals to kind of know about. Another good tool to have in your tool bag. 'Since I can't pull this up, I'm going to go ahead and just take you guys back to the regular screen here because I can't seem to get this to pop up. Hmm. 1.74 is what we got down to on Ape. I don't know if you guys are seeing that white line that I've got on the page there. There's a level of support that we've kind of got in there, and I have a feeling they'll probably try to trade this maybe down to where they trip SSR, perhaps maybe towards the later portion of the day. Let's see if you can even see that. Somewhere maybe in here. That support level may hold temporarily up until it gets closer to that SSR tripping point at 1.701. 'But there's no reason to be frustrated. I mean, you guys can be frustrated if you want to, but there's no reason to really be frustrated. The entire market is down right now. AMC is only down 2.2% when you consider what, the whole fact that everybody's getting dumped on. It's not unusual. Ape is getting a little additional pressure downwards, but if the market needs to be made and they need to create short exempt volume, it'll likely trip that SSR at 10% down, and they'll let it bounce right off of that and take off pretty quickly. Jared Hutto, good morning. Happy hump day to you. Seems like y'all just go plus or minus, say, 15 to 20%. I don't do that. Every single day I take a look at the number. I don't know what everybody else is doing, Jared. I don't look at what it is that they're looking at. I do something entirely different. But for example, like this morning, uh, some of the different things that I was doing in order to try and figure out where price was moving to is by taking a look at levels of support that we've had from the past. I use SSR as an indicator for me to decide where I'm going to be putting my price prediction at. But we do have a range, a $3 range that I allow for until we get into some higher numbers, which may kind of be part of the reason why you feel like it's like plus or minus like 15 to 20%. But that's not, at least that's not what I'm doing. There may be others who are doing that out there in the group of the four of us. I don't know for a fact if that's the case or not, but not me. I'm certainly not using that as a tool. And if you look at Eric's guess for the day today is 820 to 1120. Considering the fact that we closed under $8 yesterday, with him putting in an 820 as a low for the day today, I would say that completely discredits what it is that you just said. So, and I'm not trying to be a jerk or anything. I'm just saying, like, I mean, you're coming in saying that, but literally there's somebody who picked a price prediction range that's completely higher than where we even opened at. On the day you're saying this on a day where somebody did that. It's like, uh, you're already wrong right off the bat. So I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, man. It may seem like that to you, but I don't think that's the case at all. At least not for me. I can say that for sure. Also, I said I was going to talk about the Cinemark thing after the numbers were over. So, and it's time. Let's do that real quick here. Uh, so I posted this on Twitter last night. Let me pull it up real quick here. Pulled this up on Twitter last night, and I kind of wrote this out here. I said, let me explain what happened today. And this is in regards to Cineworld. Did I say Cinemark? I meant Cineworld. This is in regards to Cineworld, and if you look at it, I kind of pulled the chart up from my phone and posted it. And Cineworld, which is traded on the London Stock Exchange, um, the price had this big spike yesterday. It had 195% up $4 and 63 cents. If you subtract that from the $7 closing price, it means that prior to the closing, previous day's closing price, it went up from $2.37 up to 7, right? So that's a really big jump on a stock where they're claiming bankruptcy. They're going through bankruptcy proceedings. Somebody had made a mention or put a note in saying that they had pulled out of the proceedings. I haven't verified that or not, but I don't really think that's why. There's no reason why the stock price would rise that much just because they pulled out of bankruptcy proceedings. Um, but what I said was, is if your market cap was 2.5 billion, and I supported that by doing the math from yesterday's closing price. So I used yesterday's closing price times the amount of shares that are in existence to get 2.5 billion, and your total net assets minus your total liabilities is net negative. And I pulled up the liabilities and total assets and liabilities down here. You've got 9.6, I think this is in millions. So 9.6 million billion, sorry, I think this is billions. 9.6 billion in total assets and 10.3 billion in liabilities, which means they're net negative. If you're net negative, then what you saw happen is yesterday now to increase market cap to 9.61 billion was somebody trying to prevent a buyout for the cheap, because essentially all somebody would have had to do is come in and say is we're going to buy this company for your total net worth, which is a negative number. So basically, they're going to say, we'll cover your debt, or we'll assume your debt, one of the two, and we'll buy out the investors for 2 point. They can actually just say 3 billion, right? They could tell all the investors, we'll give you $3 billion, and then it would be upon the shareholders to decide whether they would want to take that kind of a buyout. Now, if somebody wants to come in and purchase this company, they're going to have to pay $9.61 billion just to shareholders alone, which more than likely they'll have to upbid that a little bit to get investors to want to vote for it. So somebody who, you tell me who, would try to increase the valuation of a company like that and try to, artificially raise the purchasing value of a company when it's on the verge of bankruptcy. Who would do such a thing like that? No, we'll find out. I don't have the definitive proof yet, but we will find out when they file their quarterly reports exactly who did that. And I guarantee there's going to be an institution out there who's going to be standing out as a very hot topic when that quarterly filing comes in and we see who it is. That will be a very, very big hot topic as to who that was. But yeah, bankrupt company rising up to $7 a share. Go figure. Hmm. Arthur says it was Mr. Rogers. Well, let's see what Bobblehead Ross has to say about it. I'm just kind of curious. Bobblehead Ross, what do you think about Cineworld's price moving up mysteriously as they file for bankruptcy? What does that tell you?
Let's put a few little highlights in here just to make them little rascals just sparkle in the sun.
I'm making his head shake up and down, yes and yes. he's saying, he's what the hell? This is right, man. This how do you make a turd sparkle? Because that's what's happening here. Definitely making a turd sparkle on that one. Anybody, any shill that comes in here and wants to, I would love to hear it. Any shill that's here right now, please raise your hand. I want to talk to you about this. I want to ask you, how in the world does price rise from $2 and some odd cents, 2.30 or whatever it was, up to $7 on a company that's filing for bankruptcy? You tell me how that is possible. Tell me how that's possible, and try to make it make some sense for me. It's down 10% today, Monty, on a day after it went up 200. No, man, what you're seeing right there is you're seeing a little retail turning into bag holders. That's what you're seeing. MG Toe says, "How about that, Melvin Capital?" Jared says, "Casey, why do I have to be wrong? It was a question observation." Well, I mean, you were wrong. I'm just saying. Today you mentioned it, and it's on a day where somebody completely was outside the range over the beginning price. I'm just pointing it out. I'm just pointing it out that you came in and mentioned it on the day when we had somebody who picked a price that was completely outside that range. So I'm just saying, it's interesting. And I kind of go through a little bit of the process, I think, when I'm picking out my numbers to show you where it is or why it is that I'm picking what I'm picking. But I can't speak for the other guys though. How they come up with their numbers, it's up to them. Monty, I'm not suggesting Adam Aaron's trying to buy the company. I never once said that. In fact, I was very clear in my post, extremely clear, because I knew people would make that insinuation. I said when somebody's trying to prevent a buyout for cheap. I didn't say who was trying to buy it out, and I was very clear that that I was not trying to insinuate that AMC was trying to buy it out, because I knew that was going to be the case. I knew people would make that insinuation, that I was saying AMC was trying to buy it out, but that's not what I'm saying at all. Alex says, "Have you considered the fundamentals?" Yes, yes, I have, Alex. They're going bankrupt. That's really funny though. Did Casey get his coffee? He's starting to sound like Tony DeNaro. I did. My wife went out and got me a coffee this morning. Cineworld has a higher value than AMC. Well, technically speaking, I would say no. And that's only because you have to include the price of AMC plus Ape. And let me just check and make sure I'm saying the correct thing here. But I'm pretty sure that AMC plus Ape is still higher. I'm showing $7.78 right now on those two, and Cineworld at $5.51. So AMC is still higher than Cineworld at this time. It's just part of market manipulation like usual. But why? See, you have to understand, Monty, that there's a reason why there's market manipulation. If you understand the whys, that's the important part. Why is something happening for that reason? That tells me that somebody wants to purchase the company. There's a couple different reasons why it could be the case. Either somebody wants to purchase the company for a low price, but they're not ready, and so they're trying to keep the price from being they're trying to keep the price from a point to where negotiations can go through, or B, which is that somebody is just simply trying to keep the company from being purchased at all. Period. Either way, if you look at it and you see a 200% increase on price on a movie theater that's bankrupt, I would say that's pretty damaging information for anybody who has a short position, because that's a pretty darn big move up in price for a company that's showing signs of bankruptcy. They purchased shares. They purchased shares, and I wouldn't say that they did it on low volume. They actually did it on high volume. Matt King says Amazon. I'm kind of leaning that direction, Matt King, that Amazon would probably love to purchase it. I don't know for a fact that that's the case, but I would consider that might be a possibility. I have CINE, and it shows up on trade. It doesn't show up on Webull for some reason or another, unless you're accessing it from the from your phone, which I have no idea why that's the case this morning. But I was able to pull it up on TradingView, and it shows up as CINE. It's Cineworld Group, and it's the London Stock Exchange. LSE is the stock market. No, it was not a short squeeze. Yeah, it was not a short squeeze, Dan. If you want to compare, you need to look at market caps. The share price compared says nothing. That's what I looked at exactly, Ketten. That's exactly what I looked at was market cap, and that's why I tweeted it in my post. I said 2.5 billion to 9.61 billion. The market cap rose to 9.61 billion dollars. Our market cap right now on AMC is 3.12. If you include the market cap on Ape on top of that, it's an additional. It's just about a billion there. So we're looking at like 4.12. So yeah, if you want to look at market cap, and compare and say like, okay, well then how come AMC can't be at a larger price? It's a perfect example. You make a great valid point in a bullish opinion. That's not Cinemark. Hold on a second. No, that's not Cinemark, guys. That's Cineworld. CINEWORLD. If you type in CINE on Webull, guys, it gives you Cinemark because it doesn't know any different. If you pull CINE up on here, I think at least it did pull it up for me one time. No, it's not. That shows up as something for China, U.S., something entirely different. But no, it's. Here, I'll just show it to you. It's just easier to just show you. There it is right there. CINE. That's all you got to type into TradingView and you can see it. It shows up as Cineworld Group, traded on the New York, I almost said New York, London Stock Exchange. If you go into add it in here, you can see it when you type in CINE as Cineworld Group. It is not Cinemark. So far, we got 71% of you thinking that it's going to be 75 basis points. 19% say 50, 6% say 25, and 4% say 0 out of 270 votes. We got about 11 more minutes before we take a look at the numbers again. Little Swiss boy's short interest is 0.48%. You know, I don't even think I've looked at that before. Hold on a second. Credit Suisse Group. Yep, 0.41. You're not wrong. It is really, really low, isn't it? The other thing I would take a look at, since I am looking at this as one of the it's on my list of stocks here. I'm going to just pull it up real fast. One of the other things to note about this is that their free float is 2.62 billion on Cinemark, or sorry, not Cinemark, Credit Suisse. Their average 3-month volume is 17.64 million shares. If you were to calculate that out, that would be an extremely low amount of shares of their total free float traded on a daily basis. Yep. That is a sign of a company that is not heavily shorted. And yet, it appears to be a failing company. CINE.L, I think might be correct. Shimmer. That is, I believe that is correct. Empire Fire says, I think AMC is undervalued. I would tend to agree with that. Yeah, I think so. I agree. No, I would say no, the Big Tramp. I would say no. And ever since we've had the split from AMC and Ape with the share dividend, it's not been following it at all. So I haven't been tracking the data. I can tell right now that the volume is, while it is decreasing, the price is moving a little bit more than it should. Normally, price remains in the stage that we're in right now. Normally, price would remain within $2 or $3 of where we went into this phase, and it doesn't look like it's at all. Saudi Arabia, U.S. on high alert after warning of imminent Iranian attack. Saudis said Tehran wants to distract from local protests, and the National Security Council said the U.S. is prepared to respond. No idea. Um, okay, so I guess so. Iran attacking Saudi Arabia. Is this going to be over oil again? Is this all about the oil? What's going on here? Monty says, I'm so done with the stock market after this play is over. You know what, Monty? This is part of the reason why I want to see there be changes that are made. Um, it's pretty fraudulent. Doug, in regards to AMC, the next synthetic price failure for AMC is going to be at. Give me a second here. AMC's numbers is going to be, and it's funny because SSR really lines up really closely to it, but it looks like AMC's is $5.72 will be the next synthetic price failure point, and then that's going to be the 19.5% drop from $7.11. And for Ape, we are still in a synthetic price failure currently, with our current value at hold on a second here. Our current low is $1.74 at 174. That puts us down 40.0 or 40.82%. That is one of the turnaround points. If it's not going to be 40%, then and it goes too much further beyond 40 or 45%, then you're going to see 60% of the last previous amount, which was $2.94. That would be the next turnaround point. Most of our turnaround points that we've seen so far have been in the 40% range. The very first one that we saw was a 50.3, then we saw a 42.7, then a 49.9. So we're looking in that 40% range is what we're kind of tracking at. The last one just prior to this did go down 63.3% up before moving back up to 294. So we're kind of entering into that turnaround point. I'm expecting to see a double bottom kind of coming up here on this. So we're probably looking, if you go back and you look at what our previous low was on this, that's more than likely what we're looking at somewhere around probably 148-ish for a double bottom. I did know, so I did talk about the Highcroft tweet. No worries. All good. If the Phillies win, get ready for doom. I have heard that. I've heard that, Monty. They said the last two stock market crashes, the Phillies won or something like that. Or since you know a little bit, since I know you're kind of a baseball fan, Monty, would you enlighten us a little bit on the history on that? Since I haven't done a whole lot of research on it, and I'm kind of curious a little bit. We got about 4 more minutes here. If you wouldn't mind I don't know, it's like as few words as you possibly can because I don't want to take your. I know you're a busy guy. I don't want to take too much of your time, but what's the history on that? Actually, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna look and see. I'm gonna try and pull up years the Phillies pull up won the World Series. 2008 and 1980. Are those the only years? 2008 and 1980. Did we have a stock market crash in 19? I guess 80. I guess that's about right. Maybe there's. Let me go back to 1980 and look at that real quick here. Hold on a second. I'm kind of curious. 1980. How far back can I go here on this? Let's go back to 1980. It doesn't. Maybe on the monthly chart. Hold on a second here. Give me 1 second. I just want to see. I want to see how far back I can look here on the market. I can't go back that far. Let's see. All right, here we go. 1980. I mean, I guess you could. I don't really. I mean, there's a little bit of a downturn on the Dow Jones from like 81 to 82-ish, like the back half of 1980, I guess, is the start of it, or the beginning half of 81. Price did fall a little bit there before leading into a massive rally, though. The recovery of that started in September of 19, actually August of September 1982. There seems to be a pretty big rally there that lasted all the way up to right about January of 2000. So there was a couple pullbacks in there, but for the most part, it was a pretty big rally. So I'm just kind of curious. I know I've heard that whole Phillies thing a couple times now. 1929 they won too. I guess Google didn't want to put in the 1929 number. Hmm. I'm not seeing a 1929 win. Oh, that's because they were called the Philadelphia Athletics. Maybe that's why. Philadelphia Athletics won in 1929 over the Chicago Cubs. Maybe that's the reason why. Yep, driver down just said Philadelphia Athletics. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing too. I guess that's maybe the same Phillies. Just if the Eagles win the Super Bowl, even worse. Is it the Eagles too? What is up, man? What is up with the Philadelphia? Does it have anything to do with the Liberty Bell? What the heck's going on there? Yeah, KL's mentioning the tweet from Adam Aaron. Hycroft continues to drill higher grades. News provided by Hycroft Mining Gold Corporation. Well, Harry Parrott, it's weird. It's weird how it's I guess Monty says get ready for doom. I don't even know if I could take you. I'm not sure. Like Monty, I wish you were like sitting here talking to me in person because I feel like partially like you're smiling when you say it, and then part of me feels like you're like dead nuts serious. Like you're like, dude, dead serious, not even joking. I'm not sure how to take it. Or either that, or I just like to laugh in the face of fear. I'm not sure which it is. But yeah, I've been trying to say this, guys. Like you're gonna wake up one of these mornings. You're gonna wake up one of these mornings, and and this whole market's. I have a feeling it's just gonna be on fire, and it won't be like anything you've ever seen in your entire lifetime. It will be. It will literally be something very unusual. Uh, Mukesh, I'm bullish on AMC. I don't think it'll be like real soon, Bularque, but I'm thinking like, leading into the end of the year. So there's a lot of institutions make their change up their positions towards the end of the year. And so they do a lot of their selling like in December. So if you go back and you look at what occurred back in December of last year, there's a lot of positional changes that are made in December, late November to mid December ish. And the reason for that is that if those institutions want to be able to write off losses, they have to make their positions before the end of the year so that they can file that and make those losses reportable for taxation purposes. So you got to remember that, right? Like if they're gonna accept losses, they're gonna be doing those really big sell-offs rate for things that they can afford to lose money on. They're going to be doing those big, huge sell-offs in November and December, and then they're going to write those losses off. They're just going to write them off, and so you know if you think it's going down now, wait until the end of the year comes. Harry Parrott says, "In case it will be here to record history and we'll tell jokes and answer trivia as the market burns. I'm in." You know what, Harry Parrott, you forgot to add in that we'll be drinking sweet tea as we go. There's nothing better than drinking a little bit of sweet tea as you're watching the world burn around you. That's what they say down here in Texas. A little bit of sweet tea will make the heat that burns you up more bearable. It's gotta be real sweet tea though, not the junk you get outside of Texas. Real southern tea, sweet tea. And Dr. Zena says, and the occasional cotching. Hot cotch. Yep, that's what my hopes are, Balake. I tend to think, really, to be truthful, I think that big, huge moves that you're going to see, Balake will come after the margin calls. I think you're going to see an initial move that will cause the margin calls to come in, but I think the big market move down is when people start pulling their money out of the market. That's when you're going to see the huge positional changes. And the reason for that being is that if the money's disappearing out of the market, the market's gonna sink with it. Jack Frost says Hong Kong market halted due to tsunami warning. Oh man, things are getting exciting. What the heck? Harry Parrott says, "Dang it, drinking sweet tea and saying bless your hearts to the hedgies. Bless your hearts, hedgies. Bless your hearts." I feel like it all seems so surreal. Um, for many of you, you've been a part of this adventurous adventure uh, with me for over a year now, and I don't know. I think we're really, truly, and honestly recording history here, and I think it's going to be something that people go back and they look at and they go like, "Holy crap!" It's going to be insane, guys. It's going to be like nothing I don't think you've ever seen in your whole life. I wish I could express that to you in better words. Unfortunately, I'm just the man of the. I'm not the right man to be doing these big words, quite frankly, and so I'm just going to let history speak for itself. But I think you guys are going to see things you've never seen before. Petrofire says, Casey, good morning. Times are crazy right now. 13 weeks of diesel left. I've heard it was less than that. So there must be some more diesel supply that was brought in because um, it I had heard there was only like 30 days left. Last I had heard. Yeah, Savvy saying 25 days. That's about what I had heard. That was about 5 days ago that I heard 30, so that sounds about right. Yeah, it's that East Coast that we're looking at. The East Coast shortage is what's left. Maximus is saying it's 20 days left now. It is time to take a look at the numbers, guys. So let's take a look. Deborah, thank you for saying time lag. I don't know what that's in reference to, but it is time to take a look at the numbers. So let's do that. Um, the market's kind of trading sideways right now for the most part. Let's see what's going on here. Remember, I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. So if I haven't mentioned what you said or you want me to comment on something that you're saying, hold that thought until you see the big tramp back up there. Two-factor authentication, guys. I can't stress it enough. I know I say it all the time. I know how mundane I'm sure it gets to hear me repeat it over and over and over. But I'm just trying to look out for your best interests, and I hope that you heed some warning here on this. But two-factor authentication could help keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be there. So consider it. Try it out. See if you like it. If you can't stand it, get rid of it. When you're setting it up, make sure and have a secondary phone number attached to it so that in case something happens to your primary, you're good to go. Um, again, I can't stress it enough. I want you guys to be safe. Let's take a look at what we got going on here for numbers. Let's see, I moved all the pages around here. Let's see what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange, sitting right here next to my head. 49% is what I would expect to see by this time of the morning on AMC or any of this AMC or Ape, either one, for off exchange movement, volume, percentage of volume traded, and CBOE EDGX would be somewhere between 11 and 12%. Let's take a look at our numbers here. 48.74, EDGX at 11.53. Grand total between the two is 60.27. That is shy barely of what I would expect to see by this time of the morning by maybe like 0.75%. So really on target for normal amounts of off exchange volume. CHX has only got 935 shares traded through it. 935 shares. I gotta stop saying "and" in the middle of these words. I know better than that. My mom raised me better. My grandma raised me better. I should know better. Off exchange 53.02 for Ape. EDGX at 9.94. That is grand total 62.96. It's about 2% higher than what I would expect to see for normal volume. So it's not terribly high. CHX volume 2,200 shares traded through CHX, not a large amount. GME, on the other hand, had some large amounts of CHX volume for this morning. It's simmered down a little bit now. There's 4,230 shares through CHX. That is still a little hot, but kind of coming back down to normal averages, 30-day averages. It does look like they're getting some settlements, but not huge amounts now. It started out strong this morning, though. Taking a look at Ortex data. As of an hour ago, on AMC, there was 770,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day. It's now 953,000. That's going to have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 19.86. Cost to borrow average is at 18.61. Shares on loan for the day-to-day increased by 2.7 million new shares on loan to 176.75 million. In short interest, that Ortex is estimating about 875,000 shares in new short interest. Taking a look at Ape, as of an hour ago, there was roughly 4.59 million shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day. It's now 4.28. That's going to have the effect of lowering slightly that estimated short share interest of the free float to 7.98%. Cost per average at 5.89. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is down 700,000 shares in closed short interest to 25.63 million shares on loan. And let's see here, taking a look at options. Highest amount of volume an hour ago was at a $7 strike price with 2.5 thousand contracts. That is still the case with the highest amount of volume for that strike at 4.8 thousand contracts now. On puts, $6 strike, we have an hour ago there was 1.5 thousand contracts. We now have 3.2 for the total amount of volume for the day today. So the market's kind of indicating a closing price on AMC somewhere between $6 and $7 by the end of the day. Max pain is $6.50. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $7.74. It does look, I'm going to put this on a 5-minute interval here real quickly and just to kind of look at this. It kind of looks like a little bit of a flag and pennant. Let me just see what the time frame is here. 9:45 to the bottom at 10:25. We're looking at 40 minutes. If this is a flag and pennant, the remaining portion that this may move down would be at 11:05, which we're at right now. So if this is going to break downwards further, then it should happen like now. So I'm gonna draw a little bit of some trends here. I mean, it looks to me like it looks like to me like we're breaking it right now. We already broke it probably a couple minutes ago. So 10:55. Oh no, wait, that's not right. 10:26. Yeah. So we may see a little bit more downwards pressure kind of coming in here. Usually what happens with these flagpole and pennant type pennants, we're sitting here talking about Phillies and baseball. These flagpoles and pennants usually occur in stages of like 2 or 3. You get a flagpole and a pennant followed by another flagpole. Usually the secondary flagpole is always shorter distance worth of time and movement down. So if this was approximately a 40-minute move, then this might be like a 20-minute move. The breakout started around 11:08, so we might be looking at like something until like maybe 11:28 before the stops decreasing in value, which would put us right around like here. And since that, I would think that might be the end of the move. Maybe see like a rebound inside this box in here somewhere. And that would put us in the range of like 760 for a combined price of AMC and Ape. Let's see where that stacks up with the past. I do see a level of support at 760 here from the past. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, GME, and Ape are the only ones I'm looking for. GME was the only one on the top 30 list due to low volume on AMC and Ape. GME was at the very end. AMC is on the list and Ape. All three on the top three list here for most heavily bought stocks. Top 30 most bought stocks in trades. For Fidelity, we have AMC with a strong 69-30%, basically 70-30% buy ratio. GME has a 62-37, and Ape has an 81 to 18% buy sell ratio. So looking very, very, very strong on all three of these. All three of them have strong buy ratios. Guys, I see signs of buying the dip. I would not suggest that this is a sell-off, especially with low volume, especially. Currently, SSR trips for the day-to-day on AMC at $5.54, for Ape it trips at 1.701. Shares available to borrow for this morning. Looks like they've been borrowing and trading back this 150,000 shares as the price has been moving down, trying to make money off these quick spins off of price movement that's heading down. Somebody's trying to short this with the same 150,000 shares over and over and over. So far for the day-to-day, that's equated to about 250,000 shares in borrowed shares, but it looks like they did borrow another 50,000 back here just earlier. That's going to put us at now 300,000 shares borrowed for the day-to-day to attempt to try and make some money as the market's coming down in value. NASDAQ is down 0.97, Dow Jones is down 0.16, the S&P 500 is down 0.54. We currently have 4,284 decliners to 2,396 advancers. The market is declining. We have the VIX up 2.09%. Let me just check the dollar real quick here. The dollar is down. Oh, I'm sorry. The dollar is starting to head up at 0.02. Oil is up almost 4%, and mortgage-backed securities are all up as well. VTI is down 0.66, IWD is down 0.28, Tesla is down 1.79, Amazon is down 1.82, Cinemark is down 2.19, Doge is down 7.64, Bitcoin is down 0.29, GameStop is down 2.32, HYMC down 1.39, Hood down 1.93, CS is up 0.35, NCMI is down 2.01, Ape is down 6.43, and AMC is down 2.52. Inflow versus outflow, we have roughly about $600,000 more on inflow than outflow for AMC, and 7.46 million shares after 100 and let's make that 120 minutes of trading, putting us at, is that right? That's not right. Hold on a second here. 110 minutes of trading. My bad. Putting us on pace for 26.4 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested 10 to 30 million. It is a low volume day today. On the hourly, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 28.31, signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 23.71, signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 31.29, which is almost signaling oversold after having been oversold most of this morning. Taking a look at Ape. So far this morning, we've got about $500,000 more inflow than outflow, with 6.77 million shares traded so far after 11 minutes of trading. Putting us on pace for 23.78 million shares traded by the end of the day. I suggested 5 to 25 million, so we're inside my target range for volume. So I do expect us to kind of stay very close to that. We did break the trend line that I had here on Ape and tried to reach. You can see that it tried to reach down and grab that 1.701 for SSR, but is kind of consolidating a little bit. Perhaps consolidating. You can see the volatility bands are super wide right now. Seeing price move down, hit and triggering that SSR, and then bouncing off of that could be a very strong possibility. The more than likely you'll see them try to tighten volatility once we do trigger that SSR, because then that could increase the amount of volume that you see coming in. Taking a look at the 1 hour time window, we have more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 25.4, which is heavily oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 24.6, signaling oversold. And a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.87, which is below average. Boy, um, that Fed rate hike, it's crazy. I don't know if they're trying to price this in or whatnot, or if they're just having problems with liquidity and trying to generate. Holy moly, I'm getting blown up here in the comments section. Like, just tons of comments just came rolling through as I switched back over to the other page to see what you guys are writing. It was a lag. It's always their turn, the big tramp. The only reason that you feel the way that you feel is because you're looking at price. That's the whole reason for the comment that I made in the in yesterday's title for the day. You know, so long as you continue to look at price, that's what it's going to feel like to you. Petrifier says, so how about that Twitter censorship? Is there new censorship going on? Always 2 weeks down we go. Always. They have not announced rate hike yet, Francis. It should be around. I'm showing 2 o'clock on their according to their calendar. Um, but I think 2:30. So I've heard some people say 2:30. So I'm gonna check it out and see. I've got their website up right now to on YouTube to see when it is that they're gonna put up their elevator music. Down we go says this is fun question mark. It's not a matter of fun. It's a matter of principle. Belarke says, Casey, can you go over the end of the year with the margin call stuff we were talking about a few minutes ago? So it's I don't know for a fact that margin calls will come in, but what I'm trying to say is that a lot of institutions like to reposition uh, and claim their losses just before the end of the year, so they'll sell off a bunch of shares. If you go back to November, this is actually November was the month that we saw it last year. You see this big, huge sell-off that occurred. In fact, we can go back and take a look at November on AMC and just kind of see it on the daily here. But there was a big positional change. Let me get rid of my Bollinger Bands. Big positional change leading into the new year. And it started right here. And you can see this massive, massive drop. And essentially what happened is if you go back and you look at some of the quarterly reports that were filed by some of the long institutions, namely BlackRock, Vanguard. I always confuse it with, I can't remember if it's State Street or Jane Street. I always forget which one's the one that's long. Whichever one of the streets is long, I can never remember because it's just too close of a name for me to remember. But those three guys, all three of those guys went in and filed some quarterly reports for the end of the year saying that they sold off all of their entire positions and rebought back in. And the amazing part about that is that they sold off their positions and yet the amount of shares that stayed on loan stayed there. They showed it right in their filings in their quarterly filings that they sold off their entire position and rebought back in at a lower price. And so it's something that I'm going to be considering talking to some lawyers about after this is all over. But it's pretty bad when you loan out shares and then you sell your position and rebuy back in and still maintain those loans. That should not be acceptable, and I'm pretty sure that that's what they'll try to do again this year. This is the start of it right here in November. And you can see the big, huge drop, and then they started rebuying back in right here, mid-December. They started buying back in some of their position here and some of it right here. And you can see that they bought in those for those lower prices, and then price continued to still drop though some more until January started, and then it hit a bottom. But I do expect them to do that across the board, not just AMC, but across the entire board. If they're going to take losses and for the year, there's nothing better to do than to get tax write-offs and change your positions as best you can to I guess make more money off of reported losses. And so I'm expecting to see that happen again. Uh, when they do that, the whole market's going to be moving down in price. If the whole market starts moving down in value, the collateral that's held by short institutions will disappear. When it starts disappearing, they're going to get those margin calls coming in on them. And once those margin calls, and you're going to start seeing banks getting stressed as well. And as all that unfolds, you should start seeing margin calls. Diamond Gal says, my vote was 75%, but the poll would not take my vote. Stupid polls. Francis says, I will tell Adam Aaron Broken Mug said to say hello. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I will never live that down. I always forget which one it is, Harry Parrot. I can never remember if it's Jane Street or State Street. I want to say it's State Street Capital. Let me just look because I hate not being able to remember, and I should be able to remember it. It's not that hard. Hold on a second here. The thing is that they've since kind of modified their position a little bit so that they're not as long as they used to be. They used to be one of the top three holders, but since they've closed out some of their long positions, they're not as high as they used to be on the standings in ownership. So let me see if I can pull this. One second. State Street is the one. I was right. Jane Street, I believe, is the short, and State Street is the long. Although you'll note that a lot of the hedge funds have started going long on AMC starting the end of last year. Let me see if I can pull the short positions. Because I'm pretty sure it was State Street that was the, I'm pretty sure. I don't know, I could just do Jane Street. I'm pretty sure Jane Street Group. Yeah. Jane Street Group was the one that was short. They're actually long now. Most of the hedge funds started going long on AMC in positions starting last year. Yeah, State Street Corporation is the one that's long though on AMC with actual purchased shares. Down We Go says, thanks for your conviction and upbeat attitude on this play. It's very much appreciated by me. You know, man, I'm kind of a number in regards to numbers. I'm kind of one of those people that just I call it like I see it. Uh, I'm not gonna be up or down. I'm just gonna say how I see it, and if it's a down thing, then I'm gonna say it's down. If I see something as being positive, then I'm going to say it's positive. Then based off of the numbers that I'm seeing it, I'm going to call it like I see it. If I see something that tells me that we're in trouble and we've got a lot of problems, I'm going to call it out. You don't understand, guys. In November of last year, when I started seeing what was happening in November, I almost, I almost came on. I had to get with a couple different people in my inner circle to kind of look at the numbers and crunch them and see what exactly was happening at that moment in time. But when we started seeing those sell-offs that were happening in November of last year, I almost came on and said, guys, we're in trouble. We're in deep doo-doo. We got some major, major problems going on because there's some massive selling going on, and I don't know who it is, but it could be retail. And if it is retail, we're in trouble. So then we started looking at the numbers and we started figuring out what was happening. And luckily, I didn't have to come on and say that because uh, we figured things out before I had to say something. So uh, it was institutional sell-off, is what it was, and you could see it in their numbers. And then when we finally got the reported amounts in the quarterlies, we knew exactly who did the selling. It was all right in the quarterly filed reports, and it was all institutions. But I will call it like I see it. If I see that we're in trouble, I'm going to say it. And I don't mean to be down. I just have to tell you what it is that I see. Right now, you're getting lower price on low volume. That's unnatural. That's not indicative of a sell-off. A sell-off is when you see high volume and low price lowering. And that's not what you're seeing right now. Koya says, what exactly is our relationship with the SPY overall market? I think we're traveling with it. We're back at the levels when the SPY was in the 260s. I mean, we might be moving a little bit ahead of the market, and that's simply because they're trying to get us to sell our position and also keep outside investors from coming in and buying. But that's to be expected. I mean, I wouldn't. I would say that we're moving with the market for the most part. I mean, maybe more so downwards than we are upwards, but that's to be expected as we're being shorted. Yes, Anthony, I still believe we're holding a royal flush. Just Chillin' says U.S. forces in the Persian Gulf are full alert now. Diamond Gal says, P.S. Casey, every kid that visit my Halloween house, laugh out loud, got my big candy bars. I only wish that I would have saved myself one or two. Diamond Gal, we had purchased two big boxes of Costco candy bars that had both the full size Kit Kats, Hershey's, both with almonds and regular see, Kit Kat, Hershey's, and there's one other candy bar, and I can't remember what it is. It was something else. Kit Kat, Hershey's, the two Hershey's, and what's the other one? Anyways, we didn't even go through one box. We didn't even go through a single box, and I was kind of sad. We towards the end of the night, we were actually passing out uh, two full-size candy bars to kids that were coming by because we couldn't give them away fast enough. So I was kind of disappointed because it made me feel like kids just didn't really feel like trick or treating was a thing. We used to have a much larger amount of kids that were coming through. It's kind of sad. Nick says, Casey, which two-factor authentication do you recommend? I don't know that I was given an option on Fidelity, Nick, so I can't tell you. All Fidelity allows is for you to sign up for two-factor authentication, and they send you a code through your phone. They didn't give you a choice. They didn't give me a choice. Hey Casey, we've been hearing about margin calls when AMC was in the 20s. Actually, we've been hearing margin calls when AMC was in the like $2 back in 2020. So you hear the banks want their money. Guess the banks don't care because they still get a bailout. Uh, it'll. I feel the discouragement in your voice there, or not your voice, but your chat, and I understand what you're saying, but those margin calls will come. And Yukon saying, I don't care what anyone says, AMC is not going bankrupt. Well, and even if they do file for bankruptcy, Yukon, there's always what could happen to Cineworld could happen to AMC. Price starts launching, like out of nowhere. What the heck? That shouldn't have happened. Habitual says, can you go over what Ape is for, and is there any reason investors outside of AMC holders would buy in? FOMO. So, really, what Ape is for is to give AMC the ability to be able to do a share offering without impacting the amount of short interest that's open on the stock. So basically, share dilution without relief of pressure of short interest, allowing the company to become out of debt potentially. But the other part behind that is that it also gave us doubled our shares. Anybody who was holding prior to that, and so um, as AMC's price goes up, you're going to see Ape go up with it, especially if they remove their debt. Dr. Zena said Costco. I still go there, man. I can't stop going. I gotta buy in bulk, man. I know we've already had this conversation before, but I gotta go there. I don't have any other close by locations. Let's see. We've got about it's supposed to be 2 o'clock p.m. I think. Super Super Sam. So I'm looking at like 2 hours and 20 minutes. No, sorry, 3 hours and 20 minutes. The Loon family says I give out ramen noodle packages for Halloween and the kids love it. Does nobody buy ramen anymore? What the hell? Just chillin' says if U.S. forces get involved, China will move on Taiwan. I looked up. I went to the website that I use for trading halts, and I didn't download the CSV file, but I don't see any trading halts for anything since like there was one on 11/1, and then on 9/23 there were some halts on that day as well. Um, I think I need to download the CSV file and I'll have to go back and verify. I had heard that there was no halts, and then I heard somebody else say that there were halts. I have not gone and verified it for myself yet, and um, I would be surprised if there weren't some kind of halts on there, but there doesn't have to be. Costco. All right, fine, Dr. Zeno, you hot cotch me. Nah, just chilling's good. He's actually an old moderator as well, Point Break Thor, just so you know. He's been around for a while. He's just interested in some of the hot topic news. If the Fed does a reversal and only does 50 basis points, get ready for parabolic. Yucca Frida says, what do I think? Hold on, Yucca Frida. I got to scroll back up. I didn't see what you said before. I don't see what you said before. So uh, I really do think it's like rain. Do you think they'll announce the merger of Ape before they do it, or well, they can't. They got to get our approval to vote for that habitual, which would take at least 2 months, I would imagine, because they have to announce it to give us as an option. Then we got to vote for it. It could take two months for a process like that to go through. But do I think they'll announce a merger of Ape before they do it, or will it be like the day of the announcement? Is there a timetable for the merger, this earnings, or is there time? So there, in regards to merging Ape into AMC, it will not happen without shareholder voting on it. Belarkey, if there was some kind of merge, or which I don't expect there to be any kind of merger between Disney and AMC. But if there were to be one, I think that could be a little bit of a catalyst, yes. But I'm not expecting that by any means. Kenny G says chicken pot pies are a nice alternative. Uh, we learned about those. Isn't that the company that bought out Netflix? Not Netflix, Redbox. Chicken for soup or something like that. I don't remember what it's called. Just chilling. You're fine, man. Don't worry about it. Vacay says dead volume on the day. TA is bullish. Downwards movement in price on low volume is a good thing, I think. It does. I agree with you that the technical analysis on low volume with price movements down like this is a springing action. Diamond Gal says, Casey, I made my husband go get me coffee. I said, hey, Casey's wife got him coffee. Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. What do you say? Thank you, Headstock Harem. I couldn't remember. Chicken soup for the soul. I couldn't remember what that was. Come on, Diamond Gal. What are you saying? Turtle says, not gonna lie, still confused on the whole ape creation. A lot to digest info-wise. Trusting the hand I hold. I got to go buy her something, Diamond Gal. And return the favor. She's went out and bought me coffee this morning. I should have Actually, I was supposed to go to Costco last night. I said Costco. Dr. Zeno's gonna give me some crap again. I was supposed to go to Costco last night and pick up some coffee because I ran out of my Keurig cups, and I didn't go. So she helped me out with that. So now I owe her one. Sam is saying the question is, at what end of the recession are we are in? The rally always occurs in the mid to the end of the recession period. The recession I mentioned that is because without market rally, AMC ain't gonna run. I don't think so, Sam. I don't think that you're gonna see AMC run on a market rally. I mean, it will probably have some upwards movement with a market rally. But I think what you're really looking for, though, Sam, is you're looking for margin calls, and margin calls are going to come when the collateral runs out, does not meet expectations for short positions that are holding as many short positions as they're holding. And so what'll end up happening is they'll end up getting those margin calls from the banks as the banks are starting to fail. And that's when you'll see the price run. So it's actually the opposite. It's going to be the opposite of what you're thinking. You'll see a little bit of a you could see. Well, I wouldn't expect that. Mm, You could see an expected run on the market and see price run out of control quickly and create some kind of gamma type move, but I doubt that's less likely than seeing the market crashing down in price and getting those margin calls as the market's crashing. Caffey at Cascu. We got about 12 minutes before we look at the numbers again here, guys. 12 minutes. No, I don't believe that's the case, Anthony. They are short. They are short a lot of places, but the problem is that they're with so if you look at how much prices moved down on AMC, the margin or the collateral requirements for these prices are not in the collateral requirements required to maintain what it is that they have for short positions is not being closed out, right? And so you need to see, in order for them to be able to continue to hold these positions, you would need to see AMC and Ape and a lot of other meme stocks moving down much, much quicker in price, but we're not seeing that happen. So they're going to have to maintain larger margin requirements, which means that they're not going to be able to open up new shorting positions into a falling market. And that's how they make their money, right? If their money is made through a falling market and they can't continue to open up new positions because they're stuck where they're at, then and you're seeing that actually the reports that are coming through on how much money they're making over the last quarter is down. Go look and see for yourself. Their earning reports are showing that they're down money. They're losing money right now as the market is moving downwards. That shouldn't happen. You're absolutely right. Normally they should be making money. The problem is that they made positions that they're having to hold collateral for, meaning they're having to hold long positions while they can't continue to maintain the positions that they hold, and they're getting stuck in their spot. And that's the problem, right? They would love to be making money in a down market right now, but they can't. They're stuck where they are. They haven't been able to close out their positions. Yes, losing billions. That's correct, Headstock. So if they could close out their positions, though, then they would be able to continue to make money as this market moves downward. The problem is everybody's holding and nobody's letting go of their shares, and they're not able to close out their positions, so they're stuck right where they are, and they're losing all this money, tons and tons and tons of money, and they're missing out. They're missing out on this market movement. Hillbilly, hold on a second. Belarke, I think it's not the market tanking, but short hedge funds that will have to capitulate before we do. Market crashing could be a catalyst for that. I agree. Big Tramp, remember to keep your emotions in check as price is running up. The last thing I want to see you guys doing is making a fool of yourself at work, getting fired, and not having it be the actual run up. You know what I'm saying? Like control those emotions as best as you possibly can as price is moving. One of the biggest factors that we're going to have to be dealing with when price does start running is making sure that we have those emotions in check and dealing with the numbers that are coming in as it's happening because it may I know this doesn't sound real to you, but I'm telling you right now, it's going to be harder holding on the way up than it is holding on the way down. I know you don't think that's the case, but it will be. Kim says my mortgage is starting to literally kill me. My interest went from 1.35% to 5.35% in Canada. Doctor said doctor says the list of words with ah sound. The amount of words is staggering. They've got a lot of money, Mukesh. They've got a ton of money, man. The good news is though is that you can see the stress in the banks. It's kind of a two-tier factor thing that you're looking at here. You're looking at banks that need to be stressed as well as hedge funds. So, and you're starting to see that happening already, right? And banks are big. They're really, really, really big. Another thing that you're going to need to see stressed as well is you're going to need to see long positions like companies like BlackRock and Vanguard getting stressed as well. If you go and look, they're not doing too hot either. So it's the whole market that you need to see stressed in order to get those margin calls. Yes, I really do believe in them, Sam. They happened last year. They happened last year. We watched it happen before our very eyes, and it led to them doing extraordinary things that they've never done before, like taking away the buy button. I mean, if you just think about that, that is absolutely um, it's epic. It's epic to know. Like when you start to understand or realize that they had to go to the extent of taking away buy buttons from positions from retail in order to stop something terrible from happening to the market. It tells you that how stressed it was. It was really really super stressed. There was a couple people that came online and said that the market was literally about ready to just go up in flames. 2 weeks, Saloon family. 2 weeks. Is that why GME? I think you mean GME savvy, right? Um, you're saying is that why GME ran up? GME ran up for different reasons. And JT, that's actually what Savvy's saying is what I'm talking about. We saw GME run up in last year. We saw banks that were stressed and margin requirements not being met. But the reason that GME actually ran up was prior to that. The reason that the margin requirements were not being met was because the price started running up, not because the market was coming down, but because price started running up on GME, and they actually had a gamma squeeze. So that's what happened. But you can see what I'm saying is you can see what happens when margin requirements aren't met, and you can see from last year you could see what happened during that period of time. Yeah, no, that's not the case, David Stevens. Rewind back about 10 minutes and listen to what I was saying. I've been talking about the whole thing that they're not necessarily making money on the way down, and they're actually reporting it too. That they're reporting their losses currently. It's always been about 2 weeks. So a long time ago, um, Should I just show it? I should just show it. We got like 4 minutes left anyways. If you haven't seen the movie, it's called Money Pit. It starred Tom Hanks. It's a really, really old money, old movie. And every single time, so basically what happened was is Tom Hanks and I think it was his girlfriend. I don't think it was his wife. They purchased this like $1 million home for like less than $1 million, and it's a kind of a fixer-upper kind of thing. It looks like it's in the suburbs of like of New York or something like that. I don't know where exactly, but anyways, they start repairing the place because they're going to turn it into they're going to kind of fix it up and flip it, right? And so they're going to make like tons and tons of money on this place, and it ends up being way bigger of a job than they could have possibly imagined. And the name of the movie is Money Pit, and they put all their money into this place to fix it up. But they would have these construction workers that would come by. Yeah, Petrifier says great movie. It is a great movie. It's super funny too, especially if you've ever been. My family's actually been through something like this before, so I've lived through something like this. But it it goes for a really long time, and every time they ask the workers how long it's going to take before they're rich because they want to sell this place for large amounts of money, they get the following answer.
How long do you think all that'll take? 2 weeks. Really? Yeah, that's all.
Any idea when you're going to be finished here?
2 weeks.
How long will it take to put this place together?
2 weeks. I do get the permits. How long will the job take? 2 weeks. 2 weeks? 2 weeks? You sound like a parakeet there. 2 weeks? 2 weeks? Well, 2 weeks. It's amazing.
Amazing nothing. It'll be a regular miracle.
So, and I don't know if you guys know this or not, but Adam Aaron actually, after 2 weeks of buying into HYMC, actually put that into one of his, and shortly after we had started doing the whole 2 weeks thing, put into his thing, after 2 weeks, and even I believe 2 weeks is amazing, in one of his posts, and it's kind of been something we've said ever since, and so I'm telling you right now, it's not about the time. It's about what you have to look forward to in the end. So everybody always asks how much longer until we squeeze, and nobody knows that answer. Nobody. There's anybody who's going to tell you when that answer is going to be has no clue. And so that's why I just started saying 2 weeks, because it really doesn't matter. If you watch the end of that movie, and I'm not going to give it away because I want you guys to go see it, but if you look at it and see what happens in the end, patience is what it's about. You don't have the patience, then you're not willing to put what it is, the work that's required to get the payout. So it's always about 2 weeks. Yuck Frida said November 3rd. I'm not giving dates. It's never going to be about dates for me because I don't know what the date's going to be. But you gotta remember that time is on our side. This is supposed to be something where you set your money in place, you hold it, and you wait. Yep, Money Pit, starring Tom Hanks. Nothing great ever comes easy, guys. Petrifier said it first. JT Wisco, I do think that they can take it down further. It's really easy, David Stevens. What's going to make you sell your shares? That's why they keep pushing down the price the way that they do. They need you to sell your shares so they can close their positions. How do they do it? You tell me, if you're going to put yourself in a hedge fund's position, you tell me, how would you get you to sell your shares? How would you do it? What would you do? What could you possibly do that would get you to sell your shares? And when you start to answer those kind of questions, then you know what it is to expect, because that's exactly what they're going to do. Whatever it is you can think of, that's what they'll do. A short sneeze. But they did that before, Sam. They did that before up to 70 something dollars, and no, and there were some people that legitimately sold during that period of time. But they did that before, and it didn't work. Everybody still continued to hold on to it. So now they're doing the opposite of that. Headstock Harem says raise the price to 10K per share. I'm all for Headstock. Let's do it. Anything you can think of, guys, they will do. It's in their playbook. If you really want a playbook, guys, hold on a second. Let me make sure I include it in here. In the description box of this channel, what you're gonna find is I think. Why am I here? That's not it. Man, I could have sworn I put this in my description box. Hold on 1 second here. How have I not put this in? I don't know why I haven't put this in here. Give me a second. I gotta add something really quick to my description box here. I've got their playbook. This is nothing new. All of this has been pre-written down for us so that we could know what was going to happen in the future. There's a gentleman by the name of Jerry Klein who wrote in 2014 to the future, and he told everybody exactly what the playbook is. I have no idea why I've never put this in the description. I should have had this in here a long time ago. Hold on a second while I add it real quick. All right, so I went ahead and saved it in the description, but I'm going to go ahead and post it here for you as well. Go read that. Go read that, and it's going to tell you everything it is. In 2014, this guy wrote that, and he was telling us everything it is that we were expecting to see in the future, and we're seeing it. The only difference is we know what's happening now, and we're doing something different than we've ever done before. Casey, did you know Casey Shaw has the best channel on YouTube? Nah, man, there's a lot of other good people too, man. There's a lot of other good people. I'm not even gonna name them all because I know I'm just gonna miss people and it'll make people upset. But there's some really good other YouTubers out there. I want to name them, but I know I'm gonna miss somebody and then it's gonna just upset somebody, and I don't want to do that. But there's some great other. You guys know who it is I'm talking about. I know you do. There's some other great other YouTubers out there. Damn it, you guys are making me name them. I don't want to do it. I don't want to name them. Yucca Frida says, Jerry Klein, is he related to Jerry Springer? No, I doubt it. Keith Stevens, they do. They're supposed to have that, but I don't think that they've been doing their job properly. And I'm sure you've seen that before in your line of work in regards to cybersecurity. I'm sure you've seen where they've turned a blind eye to something before and it's gone haywire. I know you've seen it. I know for a fact that you've seen it. If you've been working in cybersecurity, you see those kind of breaches all the time. People are just simply turning a blind eye to something or they say, well, we don't have enough money to do this to protect against this or something, this, that, or the other, and then that's when you end up happening. That's when you end up having a super big failure across the board, right? Tons and tons of companies get affected. You know it happens. I know you know. I've worked in semiconductor industry for since 1998, and I'm telling you, I can't even tell you how many times I've been a part of different systematic breaches of um, security, whether it be somebody clicking on some kind of link through an email or whatever. It's just there's always been something going on. So I know that there's holes. There's always holes. Does that Jerry Klein article come in audiobook format? No. I wish it did. It is kind of a long read, but it's a great read though. Highly recommend it. Alrighty, guys, it's time to take a look at the numbers so I can go to break here in a little bit. Let's see what's going on here. I'm going to go over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So hold those thoughts until you see the big tramp back on the page again. Alberto says, why is it doing so bad? The whole market's doing bad right now, Alberto. It's not just us, man. You got to open up your eyes and see the bigger picture. Look around you. Don't just be focused on what's right in front of you. There's way more stuff going on here than just AMC. But I'm going to move on. I'm not trying to just ignore what it is you're saying. I got to move on to the numbers here real quickly here. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it for your account, you may want to get it. You want to talk about cybersecurity? This would be a great way of keeping somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in there. But I'll bet you there's tons of you out there who don't have two-factor authentication. And guess what? That's exact example of people having the ability to be able to protect themselves and not taking it into um, in their own hands to be able to protect themselves. It's just like not backing up a hard drive, which we've all been there before. Starting with off exchange, which is right here next to my head. Off exchange this morning we have let's see, 47.02% of our volume going through off exchanges. Let's see. EDGX is sitting at 11.86. The grand total for that's 58.88. The fact that we have low volume today means that they're not going to have to try as hard to suppress volume in order to keep price moving down. So this is a little bit lower than what I think our average should be. It's about 6% lower than normal. CHX volume is 935 shares. For those of you who don't know why I'm reading that off, it's because CHX I've kind of identified as a potential source for volume when there's forced settlements. And that's my opinion. Taking a look at Ape. 54.57% of our volume has gone through off exchanges. EDGX at 8.63%. Dang it. Fat fingering today. 63.2% of our total volume have gone through those exchanges. That's pretty close to being on target for where it should be, even though we have low volume. CHX volume for Ape is at 2,200 shares. That is still pretty low. I'm going to look at GME here. They did have some elevated levels of CHX volume, although it's now currently settled back down to about where it would normally reside at 0.37% of their daily volume. With 5,382 shares so far for the day today. Taking a look at Ortex. Highest amount of volume, sorry, not a highest amount of volume. What am I saying? So far for the day today, we've seen 953,000 shares having been borrowed out of AMC. It's now reporting 1.19. That increase is going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 19.83%. Cost per average at 18.56. Day over day, the amount of shares on loan increased by 2.7 million shares to 176.75 million shares. Ortex is estimating about 875,000 of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at Ape, as of an hour ago, there was reporting of 4.28 million shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now 3.96. That lower amount's going to cause the short share interest of the free float to drop a little bit to 7.89%. Cost to borrow average at 5.9. Shares on loan for the day-to-day decreased by 700,000 shares in short interest to 25.63 million shares on loan. And taking a look at options. An hour ago, the highest amount of call options for AMC was sitting at $7 strike. That is still the case. It went from 4.8 thousand contracts to 5.7. On puts, highest amount of volume is currently at a $6 strike. It went from 3.2 thousand contracts to 3.7. Combined price of AMC and Ape is at $7.72. We are kind of drifting down this. We didn't get the drop like the secondary drop that I was expecting to see right here that would take us down to this box. I'm just going to take this box and move it to the side because I do think that's where they're trying to drop price down to as a combined price. I'm just going to move it over a little bit to kind of match up with this line here. I think they are kind of trying to. We might see a rebound once it gets into this box and see it start trending back up again. Right now, though, the combined prices of Ape and AMC is $7.72. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME were all on the list as of an hour ago. Let's see what we got going on now. All three had great buy-sell ratios. AMC is on the list, Ape is on the list, GME has fallen off the list, I think. Let me just scroll back up here. Yep, GME's fallen off the list, but that's okay. Just means more than likely that they have low volume. AMC has an amazing buy-sell ratio at 74 to 26% buy-sell ratio. It's amazing, looking great. Where the dip is being purchased, you can't tell me it's not because I see it right here. Ape is being purchased even higher amounts of buy-to-sell ratio with a 84, actually let's call it 83 to 17% buy-sell ratio. That is amazingly high. I'm just kind of rounding the numbers, by the way, guys. Fidelity is now reporting decimal amounts, and I'm not going to read it all. SSR trips for the day-to-day at $5.54 for AMC. For Ape, it trips at 1.701. I don't believe either of those have tripped as of yet. Shares available to borrow for the day-to-day. They've kind of been doing a little bit of back and forth borrowing on this 150,000 shares. So far, they've just done some returns in this last hour of another 50,000 shares. Total borrowed seen so far for the day-to-day is at 300,000 shares. Somebody was suggesting, well, don't they make money on the way the price as price moves down? Absolutely, they are. They're doing these daily trades of very small amounts to try and short down, but they don't have a whole lot of shares left on AMC. There are other, obviously, stocks out there that they're probably trying to make money on, but there's a lot of institutions out there that are stuck right where they're at in their positions, and these are more than likely the big guys that are making this money right now. But fees are currently at 16.3%. The Nasdaq is down 1.11, Dow Jones down 0.24, and the S&P 500 is down 0.64%. We have 4,456 decliners to 2,297 advancers. The market is in a decline. VIX is actually, let me start over here real quick. DXY, or the dollar, is down 0.04. WTI is, which is oil, is up 4%. Mortgage-backed securities are up right now, and the SPY is down. But let's take a look at the VIX is up 2.87. Actually, I feel like I got some new people watching right now, so I'm just gonna kind of tell you why I'm watching what I'm watching, what the reason for it is. VIX is a great indicator, an inverse indicator to how the market's gonna trade. It's often known as the fear index. But really what it does is it tracks the volatility on it's a forward-looking volatility indicator of where the market's moving to. And the higher this number gets, the more likely it is that the stock market's going to be moving down in price. So it's an inverse relationship. When you see this moving up, the market goes down. The magic number that I'm waiting to see break is 35, and we've been there on multiple occasions. And then every single time we get up to around 35, they rescue the market, and the Feds, I think, inject money into the market by buying things, and then you start seeing the VIX start falling, and the market being supported by that purchasing power. VTI is currently down 0.78%. The reason I'm watching VTI is it's Vanguard's Russell 1K ETF. It is one of the largest holding ETFs for. No. Is it VTI? Shoot. I'm gonna get caught in a lie here. I think it's VTI is the largest one for ETF for AMC currently. IWD is BlackRock's Russell 1K ETF, and it's down 0.38. Tesla. The reason I'm watching Tesla is I think it's an interesting case study on a short squeeze. It could that takes long periods of time with small amounts of dilution that occurs to kind of force buying. It's a different kind of squeeze play than most people are used to seeing, where you see big spikes in prices, where it's a long, slow burn. But they're down 2.14%. Amazon is the backbone of, I think, the purchasing power that can be realized by America. A lot of people in the United States are buying stuff through Amazon nowadays. If you want to know if our market's struggling, you watch and see what happens to their price. As of There was a 20-to-1 split on Amazon, but when Jeff Bezos stepped down, the average price of a share was about $175 a share. It was really 3,500, but I'm dividing by 20. I think, let me just throw up my calculator and just make sure that's right. Yeah, oops. Damn it, I did it again. 3,500 divided by 20. Yeah, 175. I don't know, I must have fat fingered something there. 175 is the value. So it's dropped in value. Amazon has dropped in value since Jeff Bezos stepped down mid last year, from a 175 down to $94. You want to know how the market is doing? That's it. Watch it. That's why I'm watching it. Cinemark. If you want to know how your company should be doing, you should be watching its competitors. So that's why I've got Cinemark up here. Cinemark is down 2.65% for the day today. Doge is down 8.37. The reason I watch Doge is I do believe it's the blue collar cryptocurrency of North America. I don't want to say the whole world. It might be, but it's a cheaper cryptocurrency that a lot of people can kind of get into, and tend to be kind of one of those big pushes by, I think, blue collar America, North America. And last time AMC ran, in June of last year, Dogecoin had a run just beforehand, and I'm expecting to see something very similar, which we are seeing currently, but it's a very slow run in contrast to what we saw from last year in comparison. Bitcoin, I'm watching it because it's the OG of cryptos, and I just kind of like watching. I do think that a lot of collateral that hedge funds are holding on to is pulled out of Bitcoin. When there's a need for collateral, they pull it out there, and we've watched this drop from 69,000 a coin down to 20,000. I think it's going to drop more. I think there's one last phase of collateral that they have left that they can pull, and it's going to probably drop that price down to about 13K a coin. That you'll know we're probably really, really close to the end game when we start seeing that happen. GME is down 1.23%. That is the OG, man. You watch GME because it's the OG. HYMC is currently up. That's our gold mine that AMC is invested in. It's up 0.41%. Hood is down 1.97. The reason I'm watching it is because I kind of want to see it burn. Some people don't like me saying it, but I want to see Robinhood burn, man. They screwed retail investors last year, and I don't like that. And I don't like seeing institutions screw people over, especially retail, especially when you're going to take on a name like Robinhood. CS, just started watching that one just recently. Credit Suisse. Why am I watching it? Because they're having issues, and I want to see what's going to happen with them. Down 0.36. NCMI, AMC picked up some shares that they didn't purchase, that was gifted to them in a sense. I'm actually not even really sure how AMC obtained the shares, but they do have some ownership of NCMI, and so I just kind of monitor it. It's down 1.17. Ape is down 7.88 and AMC is down 2.85. If you don't know why we're watching Ape and AMC, and you don't know why this channel's here, just saying. If you don't know, you don't know. So yeah, there's that. Ape is our um, Ape is the preferred equity stock that was issued by Adam Aron as a dividend this last quarterly or last quarter. Actually, it was just a couple months. What are we on? Almost a month and a half, almost. And obviously, this is AMC. We're watching. It's down 2.93, and we're watching that because this is all about AMC. Taking a look at inflow versus outflow on AMC, we have more inflow than outflow by about $900,000 roughly. Volume so far for the day today is at 984 or 9.84 million shares traded so far. Let me see what kind of pace we're on here. After 172 minutes of trading, we're on pace for 22.33 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 10 and 30 million, and I think that we will hit that. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with the Vortex indicator, RSI signaling 27.26, which is showing signs of oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 22.24, also signaling oversold. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 33.6, which is below average. For Ape, there is more inflow than outflow by about $400,000 for the day today. 8.64 million shares traded so far after 173 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 19.48 million shares traded by the end of the day. I suggested in pre-market 5 to 25 million. Does look like that'll be the case. We have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 23.16, which is below average. It's actually signaling oversold. It's pretty heavily oversold right now at 23.16. Anything under 20 would definitely be heavily oversold. So it's getting there. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 21.71, and on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 33.95, which is below average. We are nearing a synthetic price failure. If you do not know what a synthetic price failure is, in the description box, I have a couple links to some videos that will take about. One of the videos is called "What is a synthetic price failure?" That should be watched first. The second video is how to know you're on the backside of the squeeze, and it's how to use volume movement with synthetic price failures. If you understand what a synthetic price failure is, based off of that Jerry Klein article. I didn't base my numbers off that Jerry Klein article, but I came up with the synthetic price failure tracking, uh, and it's been, somebody has actually pointed out to me it's almost like it's a moving Fibonacci retracement, if there is such a thing. I don't think that's been developed before, but it's almost like a moving Fibonacci uh, way of tracking data and price movements to try and encourage selling on the market. And you can actually use it on any stock once you know how to use it and look for particular patterns that institutions use for buying and selling support levels. Highly, highly, highly useful. Take a look at it. It's worth the 26 minutes of video time that you could spend watching. And this is not a monetized channel, so don't worry. I don't receive anything for you watching at all. It's just simply for you to just see. Yeah, that link, Hillbilly, is in the description of this channel. It's all in the everything that you could possibly need to know is all in the description of the channel. I've got everything in there, man. It's probably some of the best information that you could find. But the link to the video is right there. And I tried to put it into as short of a video as I possibly could, because and so you may end up having some questions afterwards. But if you do have questions afterwards, I'm always available to answer them as best as I possibly can. I don't know. I'm reading what it is you guys are saying, but I'm not sure what you're talking about here. You know, Harry Parrott brings up a really good valid point. He says, Casey, we are actually doing what you're supposed to be doing with a stock, which is buy and hold. The only caveat is that we're piling on Hedgie hates and Hedgies hate this game. You know, you're not wrong, actually. The market has tried to put us into this situation to where uh, they turn this into kind of like a gambling type casino type thing where people try to ride trends to try and make more money. But you're not wrong though. The market has always been about buying and just holding, right? You see a position, you buy it and you hold it. But they've been turning it into a situation where you try to ride these like quick movements in prices and you jump around and you know, create uh, a lot of traps for both you and the rest of retail. So I don't disagree with what you're saying. It's just that the market's been trained. We as retail investors have been trained to try and chase after the runs, and that's exactly what causes us to lose money. And it's not the way the market should be traded. Ketten says, "Where's your break even?" Where's my break even? I think it's it used to be a long time ago like $9, but I averaged up after that, and I think it's probably closer to around like 17. I haven't looked recently. I really don't care. It's not about Kitten for me. It's not about price, so I really don't care where it's at. It might actually be a little bit lower than 17 because I made a purchase a few months back, and it might be a little bit lower now. But I'm pretty sure the last time I checked, it was 17, and I didn't look after that last purchase. I would imagine it probably brought me down a little bit. I hope, because I actually don't even remember what I made the purchase at, but hopefully it brought me down just a tad. The Big Tramp says, I think retail wants easy money. That's why we lose all the time. It is the Big Tramp. That's exactly the reason why. That's why they call it dumb money. Harry Parrott says, my grandparents owned AT&T starting in the 1920s and 30s. They held until they died. They never sold. I bet that was probably worth some good money. Down we go says, Casey, are you still thinking about leaving this after the first quarter of 2023? So I'm gonna have to make some decisions, right? And eventually, at some point, I'm gonna have to make some decisions. You know, I last time I actually thought I was gonna have to leave first quarter of this year, and then I was able to, you know, figure out a way to continue to do this. I'm gonna have to make some decisions, and at some point, I may end up having to go back to work, but I won't completely walk away from this. I mean, I feel like this is something historical here, and I won't just walk away completely. There's no way I could do that. I feel like I have to maintain uh, a recording of history as best as I possibly can. Usually, in my line of work and the work that I work, I'm off half the week. So if I went back to my line of work, and I've actually had some job offers that were they just called me up, which has never happened in my entire career. But they called me up and want me to come back to work. If I do go back, um, the one thing that me and my wife kind of agreed upon is that I can't just go back there and just bail on them again like I did last time because that's not fair to anybody. You know, you don't just walk into a company and then and say, yeah, I'm going to take a job and then walk out on them, you know, after a short period of time. So um, I'm going to make sure that all my options are exhausted if I'm going to go do that. I don't want to I don't want to be wishy-washy. Harry Parrott says, "Go back to work. What the heck? That's sacrilege." Well, the nice thing about going back to work is it would allow me to be able to start buying some more shares again, which is something that I've been wanting to do, and I just didn't want to sell anything to do it. If I went back to work, I would be able to start buying some more, and that would make me happy. Tech We Love says, Casey, you could always start the stream and leave it running on days that you worked. Yeah, I absolutely could. I absolutely could. In fact, not only that, but I on days that I work, I could always um, I would be sleeping. More than likely, I would work night shift, and I could when I came back in the mornings, I could at least open the show, and then when I woke up in the afternoon, I could come back on and close it out, and then just leave it running throughout the day. But you wouldn't have your hourly numbers, and I would probably have to leave the screen up on a certain way so that you could see the big price, any kind of big price movements that came in. Trading your time for money is for chumps. Oh man. Ken says you'll go back to work for 2 days and say, "Nah, this isn't what I want." But I don't want you guys to take that as a sign that I would think that this is over or anything like that. I don't think that. I don't see this. It's just that at some point I have to consider like making some money again, because I can't do this forever. I mean, I've been doing it for over a year, and at some point I'm going to need to start making some income. Down we go says sell the friggin' Peloton. Oh man, you know what? Trust me, man. I'm all about it. It's just a matter of time, probably. Um, I can only, I think it's gonna happen. Man, we've got Ape is just getting about ready to trigger that SSR here. It is traveling down that line that have got that level of support and heading towards that SSR trip point at 1.701. All right, I gotta go break, guys. Janice says you gotta stay during the school year. I totally need you. I mean, Jana, we'll see. I'm being open and honest with you guys. I don't know. I'm not. I'll tell you what I'm not gonna do. I'm not gonna monetize in order to stay doing this. I can tell you that for sure because I've already told you guys I wouldn't do that. And I'm a man of my word. So there's no way I'm gonna monetize in order for that to happen for me to be able to continue to do this. So if I'm gonna make money, I'm gonna make it my own way. I'm not gonna make it off the backs of anybody else but myself. So I will go back if I have to go back to working. I go back to working. It's not a big deal. We'll still have this open and Jay says don't sell the Peloton, Casey. Health is key. Yeah, I hear you, Jay. I'm trying really hard to. I'm torn on it too, Jay. Trust me. But I have good feelings about things that are happening here towards the end of this year. So which year? Next year, first quarter of next year. $5 to run my fingers through your beard. I'm gonna pass. I don't. I'm not hard up for money, Arthur. It's not. Money has never been about. This has never been about money for me. Um, I mean, it is for the play, but in regards to doing this channel has never been. This live stream has never been about making money for me. So, uh, and that's why I tell you guys, don't hit the up like button. It doesn't matter. You don't have to hit the up like. It doesn't matter. It's not about likes. I'm gonna be here one way or the other. One person watching, 8,000 people. It doesn't matter how many people are watching. I'm here to record history, guys. I truly, honestly believe that we're making history now. If I can't be a part of it 24/7 because I got to go back to work, then I'm still gonna have this thing going though. Yeah, I'm not doing that, Harry Parrott. I'm just not gonna do that. It's not the right way. I saw a TikTok video. I don't have TikTok. It showed up on Reddit or Twitter or something. I don't remember where it showed up. Probably Reddit. Some dude was talking about like going on this like I don't remember, some kind of religious like walk or something like that. I don't know what it was. A real short video, and they didn't really kind of go into it a whole bunch. But then, some TikTokers were trying to give the guy some money. He looked like a bum, just kind of walking around, and he's like, I can't accept money. God told me to go on this mission because I got to do what it is I'm doing, and I can't accept anything from anything. They're like, we just want to give you some money so you can buy some food. He's like, I got food, bro. And I'm not trying to say I'm here on a God sent mission. All I'm trying to tell you guys is that I didn't set my course is not set on trying to make money off of what it is I'm doing here because I believe in something much, much bigger. There's something much, much bigger happening here in everything it is that we're doing. So just remember, there is big things happening here. There is a future to be told. We will have to look back on our past at some point. So that's why it's important to record it. So I'm going to go to break. I'll see you guys. I'm actually going to come back a little bit late because I'm leaving late here. I'll come back at 12:20 because I need 40 minutes for break time. I got to eat some food and stuff. So, use the restroom, all that kind of good stuff. So I'll see you guys back at 12:20. We'll run through the numbers as fast as we can because then we got to talk about MFI, money flow index, money flow index for the day-to-day, which is an indicator that I don't normally use. But we'll talk about it here, and then I think tomorrow we're gonna cover Gartley patterns as much as I can. It might actually end up having to be a 2-day talk on Gartley trading signals. So that'll be for tomorrow. Alrighty, guys. I'll see you at 12:20.
Hey there, this is Josh from AK. I hope you're enjoying my music and it's helping to inspire your content. To get all of my tracks and more amazing music on Upbeat, click to upgrade to Premium now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to the world's hottest beat makers and indie artists. Go Premium and get unlimited downloads for only $6.99 a month.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back. Let's get through these numbers real quick here so I can get back on track on time because I got about 10 minutes before I got to start doing the man of the van crinkle for your wrinkle half hour. Thick says Wind Moon, 14 days, 2 weeks, or 336 hours, or D, all the above. Powell in 40 minutes. All right, we're going to try and get through these numbers as fast as we can here, Belarke. We'll get through the numbers. We'll get through MFI, and then we'll take a look at what he's got to say. So let's do it. I'm going to move over to the numbers. So I'm not going to see what you guys are saying any longer. So hold those thoughts or comments until after you see the big tramp come back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to get it, as it could help prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in there. And while you're setting it up, make sure and set up a secondary phone line that you can send that code to just in case something happens to your primary. Oh man, my box is like so close to being right. All right, here we go. Let's take a look at our numbers and see what we got going on here. Taking a look at off exchange for AMC, which is right next to my head here. 46.24% for off exchange for AMC. EDGX at 11.59. The grand total for that is 57.83. It's about 6% less than what I would expect to see. Actually, more than that. 2, 4, 6, 7% around there. Less than what I would expect by this time of the day normally. CHX volume at 935 shares. For Ape, total amount of volume going through off exchange is at wait for it, it's updating still, 53.72. EDGX at 8.83 for grand total 62.55%. That's lower by about 2.5% from what I would expect to see by this time of the day normally. 2,210 shares through CHX on Ape. Taking a look at GME real quick here to see what CHX volume is on that one. They've got about 5,776 shares going through there. Very normal. It was abnormal amount earlier this morning, but very normal amounts now. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was 1.19 million shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day on AMC. It's now showing a return of 500,000 shares. That's going to have the effect of lowering the short share interest of the free float to 19.77, cost bar average at 18.56. Day over day, we had an increase in shares on loan by 2.7 million shares, and Ortex is estimating about 875,000 of that was in short interest, new short interest. Shares on loan currently at 176.75 million. Taking a look at Ape. As of an hour ago, there was 3.96 million shares having been borrowed for Ape. It's now 4.78. That's going to have the effect of increasing that short share interest of the free float to 8.01%. Cost bar average at 5.86. Shares on loan for the day-to-day decreased day over day by 700,000 shares in closed short interest. Currently, there's 25.63 million shares on loan. Options. As of an hour ago, the highest amount of volume for calls was at a $7 strike price. That is no longer the case. It's now $6.50. The amount of volume at 7 an hour ago is 5.7 thousand contracts. There's now 6.5 on 6.5. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $6 strike. An hour ago, there was 3.7 thousand contracts. There's now 4.4. That means the market's indicating that there's going to be a closing price somewhere between $6 and $6.50 on AMC by the end of the day today. It's a little bit lower than what it was earlier. But this is what I was talking about as far as the box goes that I'd drawn out here. I kind of thought like, okay, well, we may see a little bit of a drop in price, breaking this level of resistance that we're kind of this trend line that we've got going down here. And sure enough, we did break just towards the end of that box there. We really kind of broke past this and kind of started moving up to higher highs here. A combined price of AMC and Ape right now is at $7.75. Didn't quite make it nearly down as far as I thought it might make it to. I was thinking maybe a little more towards 760, but it was really, really close. $7.75 is the combined price. Orders by Fidelity customers. We've seen GME fall off the list in the last hour, but AMC and Ape are on the very bottom of the list. Let's see if they're still on there. AMC and Ape are still on the list. GME's fallen off, likely due to low volume. AMC's got a very strong 75, almost 70, 76% to 24% buy to sell ratio. Ape's got an even stronger 84 to 16% buy sell ratio. So looking very, very strong on our buy ratios for the orders. Looking strong. SSR trips at $5.54. Ape trips at 1.701. Neither have tripped for the day today. Shares haven't been borrowed. Looks like they've been mainly just holding the line as it stands. Looks like fees are being reduced to entice more borrowing at 16.2 from 16.3 as of an hour ago. So far for the day today, we've seen about 300,000 shares haven't been borrowed. NASDAQ is down 1.15, Dow Jones is down 0.25, S&P 500 is down 0.68. We currently have 4,457 decliners to 2,301 advancers. The market is declining. The VIX is up 2.21. VTI is down 0.8, IWD is down 0.39, Tesla down 2.66, Amazon down 2.57, Cinemark down 0.98, Doge is down 6.15, Bitcoin is up 0.13, GME is down 1.39, HYMC is up 1.14, Hood is down 1.17, CS is down 1.32, NCMI is down 2.05, Ape is down 8.73, and AMC is down 2.2. Inflow versus outflow for AMC for the day today, we've got about $1.2 million more on inflow than outflow. We are 238 minutes into this trading day. Seems like that's not right. Hold on a second, let me redo my math on that. Yeah, that's right. 238 minutes in trading for the day today. 11.94 million shares so far, putting us on pace for 19.56 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 10 to 30 million shares I suggested in pre-market for AMC. So we're on track for that. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 32.25, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 31.61, which is below average after signaling most of the day oversold. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence of the vortex indicator here within the last 20 to 25 minutes. RSI at 54.02, which is just slightly above average. On Ape, we have approximately $500,000 more inflow than outflow for the day today, with 11.06 million shares traded so far. After 239 minutes of trading, putting us on pace for 18 million shares traded for the day today. I suggested in the pre-market that we would see somewhere between 5 and 25 million, so we're right on pace for that. Taking a look at the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 23.31, signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 25.33, which is below, or which is signaling oversold territory. And a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.96, which is below average. And with that, it's 12:30. It is time for Man in the Van, Crinkle for Your Wrinkle half hour. I might go through this one a little bit quicker than normal. Again, I'm going to go ahead and throw out a disclaimer and say that MFI is not one of those training indicators that I typically use. However, I do want to state that there are some aspects to the money flow indicator that I think are very, very beneficial. And maybe in the future with some testing, I might consider using it instead of RSI, as it is an oscillator that uses price and volume to indicate selling pressure or buying pressure. And let me just pull up the website that I'm going to be. A couple different things I kind of want to mention about this indicator. First thing is that I found it very difficult, and you guys might actually be able to do a better job than I did in finding this, and I didn't really spend a whole lot of time looking for it. But one of the things I kind of like to know is in regards to a trading indicator, is there a period of time that it's been utilized for? I really do think that trading indicators need to have many years worth of usage to know that it's had testing to confirm that it's properly an indicator that helps to properly identify uh, trading indicators. So let's take a look at it. And I think I just put it in the link here. This is going to be the site that I'm going to be using. One of the things that I found very difficult to find was the year that this was created between two gentlemen that created this, and the only thing that I've been able to find so far is something that made mention of 20 plus years. Ding ding dong dong. Good to see you, man. I'm moving into the trading indicator MFI here, so I'm not going to be watching chat too much here, guys, as I move on. So I'm going to keep the big tramp off the page here. So money flow indicator is an oscillator that uses both price and volume to measure buying and selling pressure, created by Gene Huang and Avram Sudak. MFI is also known as volume weighted RSI. So normally RSI is only based off of price movement. Actually, I should just keep to the script here. MFI starts with the typical price for each period. Money flow is positive when the typical price rises, known as buying pressure, and negative when the typical price declines, which is known as selling pressure. A ratio of positive and negative money flow is then plugged into an RSI formula to create an oscillator that moves between 0 and 100. As a momentum oscillator tied to volume, MFI is best suited to identify reversals and price extremes with a variety of signals. I'm not going to go into the calculation of it here because I think that could kind of take up a lot of time. And I do know that we've got the FOMC rate hikes here coming up. So let me skip down to here to interpretation. As a volume-weighted version of RSI, the money flow index, and I'm gonna caveat away from this and say my own piece here. I've told you guys many times before that volume tells you everything that it is that you need to know. If volume is moving and price is moving, then you know that that's real price movement. That's why OBV is such a great indicator to look at, because it tells you when there's volume movements in relationship to price movements, and when they're real moves and versus oversold or overbought periods of time that are not actually real sell-offs or purchasing points that you're seeing in the market. So because volume is such an important thing to me, I would stress to you guys that this is actually, MFI could actually be a great indicator to replace RSI, but I quite frankly have not used it in replacement of RSI, and I'd have to test it out for a while on some trades to see what it looks like. But I do very strongly believe in volume as being a great indicator. So adding volume to the RSI indicator, I think, could be a very beneficial thing. So as a volume-weighted version of RSI, the money flow index can be interpreted similarly to RSI. The big difference is, of course, volume. Because volume is added to the mix, the money flow index will act a little bit differently than RSI. Theory suggests that volume leads prices. RSI is a momentum oscillator that already leads prices, so incorporating volume can increase this lead time. Kwan and Sudak identified three basic signals using the money flow index. First, chartists can look for overbought or oversold levels to warn of unsustainable price extremes. Second, bullish and bearish divergences can be used to anticipate trend reversals. And third, failure swings at 80 or 20 can also be used to identify potential price reversals. And then this article goes on to say that the divergences and failure swings are to be combined to create one signal group and increase robustness. Man, that's one of those key industry. When I see robustness, man, I know somebody's been paying attention to their keywords. It's one of those ones I just can't. I hate robustness, but I use it, and it's just one of those words. Um, Overbought and oversold. Overbought and oversold levels can be used to identify unsustainable price extremes. Typically, MFI above 80 is considered overbought, and MFI below 20 is considered oversold. This is very much like, and I'm going to add my 2 cents here, but this is very much like the stochastic indicator that we used, indicator that we used yesterday in regards to the limits for 20 and 80, whereas RSI is 30 and 70. So just remember that there are those differences. That was the quiz question for yesterday. Don't expect it to be that easy today. Oh no. Strong trends can present a problem for this classic overbought and oversold levels. MFI can become overbought. Anything greater than 80, and prices can simply continue higher when the uptrend is strong. Conversely, MFI can become oversold with anything under 20, and prices can simply continue lower when the downtrend is strong. Kwan and Sudak recommended expanding these extremes to further qualify signals. A move above 90 is truly overbought, and a move below 10 is truly oversold. Moves above 90 and below 10 are rare occurrences that suggest a price move is unsustainable. Admittedly, many stocks will trade for a long time without reaching the 90 to 10 extremes. However, chartists can use the stockcharts.com. This is where they've thrown in their little plug. Startchalks.com scan engine to find those that do. Links to such scans are provided at the end of this article. I gotta throw in there, but we do it for you. we'll tell you. Let's see here. So they show some examples on this page for some periods of time where you've got some oversold indicators and overbought indicators, and showing you for a trend reversal. But I'm going to go ahead and move on to divergences and failures, so that we kind of understand what those are all about, because it's not just about the 20 and 80. Failure swings and divergences can be combined to create more robust signals. A bullish failure swing occurs when MFI becomes oversold below 20, surges above 20, holds above 20 on a pullback, and then breaks above its prior reaction high. A bullish divergence forms when prices move to a lower low, but the indicator forms a higher low to show improving money flow or momentum. Then they show some examples of that. Let's see here. A bearish swing occurs when MFI becomes overbought above 80, plunges below 80, fails to exceed 80 on a bounce, and then breaks below the prior reaction low. A bearish divergence forms when the stock forges a higher high and the indicator forms a lower high, which indicates deteriorating money flow or momentum. And then I'm going to add my own 2 cents on here because I don't think they talk about it. I don't think. Let me just, yeah, they don't talk about it in here too much. There is divergences as well. Other divergences in price movement, and or at least they don't discuss it very well if that's what they're trying to discuss here. If the price is moving upwards and your MFI is moving downwards, that's a divergence. So price moving up, divergence moving down, or MFI moving down, divergence could show you that there's going to be soon a reversal and price movement heading the other direction. It doesn't matter where necessarily it is within the range of 0 to 100. Could be at any number. But seeing that reversal where price and MFI are going the opposite directions is considered divergence, and could be seen as a potential change in momentum of direction of price movement. So just kind of keep that in mind. Money flow index should be showing you the same direction, right? Whatever direction money flow index is doing, the price should be doing the same. And if it's not, that's a divergence. And then I guess I'll just move on to the very last portion of this, which is the conclusion. I'm actually finishing this much faster than I would have expected. Conclusion. This goes. I think this really kind of goes well with anything that's ever said. I think I would agree with this conclusion that they have here. And I think I've said this on many occasions, almost on the end of every single one of the trading indicators, that you should never just use one trading indicator, right? That's always not a good idea. Money flow index is a rather unique indicator that combines momentum and volume with the RSI formula. RSI momentum generally favors the bulls when the indicator is above 50 and bears when below 50. Even though MFI is considered a volume-weighted RSI, using the center line to determine a bullish or bearish bias does not work as well. Good note to have. Instead, MFI is better suited to identify potential reversals with overbought, oversold levels, bullish-bearish divergences, and bullish-bearish failure swings. As with all indicators, MFI should not be used by itself. A pure momentum oscillator such as RSI or pattern analysis can be combined with MFI to increase signal robustness. And there it is, that word again. Oof. All right, there it is. Money flow indicator. Is there any questions? And I'm putting the big tramp back up on here so you guys I can see what your guys are writing now. Nikki, good afternoon. FOMC in 20 minutes. Check my DMs. Okay, hold on a second. I checked them earlier. Hold on. Let me check again. Yeah. Yep. I actually saw that earlier this morning, Nikki. Thank you very much. I would love to post that for everybody else to see. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and talk about something else that Nikki posted here that says, "We are sorry there was a technical issue." She was noting earlier this morning that Fidelity had sent her a message, which I thought was kind of interesting. It says, "We are sorry there was a technical issue. We are currently aware of an issue with some third-party browser plugins that are causing issues with access to Fidelity website. Please try running your browser in incognito mode or using an alternative browser as we work with the third parties to resolve the issue. If you continue to receive this page, please contact customer support and provide them with reference number below." Do note, guys, that that sounds kind of scary, a little bit out there. Those 30, I don't know what third-party applications are that would be preventing you from being able to view that, but that's kind of crazy. Oh, you put it in the Discord meme section too? Great, Nikki. Guys are gonna love you for that one. Yes, ding ding dong dong. My Discord is free, man. Everything's free for me. I'm not gonna try and make money off people, man. I truly and honestly, I think the best way that you can know that I truly and honestly believe in what is it's happening here is the fact that I don't feel like I need to, and this is, I want you to be very understanding in the fact that I'm not saying that people shouldn't deserve to make money off of their hard work that they put into this. I'm just saying I don't feel like I need to take anybody's money. I think I'll be just fine when this is all over. I'm fine now. So I don't need to take anything from anybody, and I'm not saying that anybody who does take money from people for the hard work that they put in is bad either. I'm just saying what my position is. So I'm not here to take money from you. Manny's demand says 234 people and no questions. Yeah. I'll tell you where you can find it. Right there. Yeah, Nikki, I know what you were talking about. I'm not putting that up here, Nikki. This is supposed to be a PG, maybe PG-13. It's not for kids, that's for sure. I'm not putting that up there. It's funny though. Go check it out. Nikki put in a special little surprise for you guys under memes funnies. She it is pretty funny. Investors preparing for the FOMC decision. It's pretty good. Good stuff. Justin says, "What's up with Bitcoin? Got a new trend line for that? Let's take a look at it." No, I don't. We're still waiting to break 19. What was the value I had? Hold on a second. We're still waiting to break 19.4. We're gonna have to break 19.4. I got a breakout box here, and I got another breakout box down here. I'm not sure where it's gonna happen at exactly, but we're kind of waiting on this thing to drop past 19.4, in my opinion. Let's see. We did break this trend line right here, which I suggested that we would see that movement upwards. This is the break. We had a kind of a triangle pattern. It was a very weird triangle pattern here, but we had a triangle pattern. I suggested it would break out here, and this would be the last little bit of a run for this month going into elections. But I'm thinking that it's going to break down into this box down in here. I think it's going to try and hit this. Let me make sure I got the dates right here. 11/1 to 11/20. Yep, I do. 11/1 to 11/21. I think this is going to start breaking down into this box down in here. As soon as those elections are over and the market starts tanking, they're going to need that collateral, and you're going to see institutions pulling out of Bitcoin quickly. I do not recommend anything at all, Belarkey. What you do with your money is your choice, man. I don't sign up for options. It's not my cup of tea, man. UPS delivery guy, I'll gladly stop by my house. I'll give you a couple candy bars. We got plenty left over from Halloween, so stop on by. Hey, Rivik, you're welcome. I feel like it's something more than that, Donald. In regards to what Nikki had posted, your note saying it's our plan to make getting into your account difficult. We need to be able to take your money and bet against you. We can only win if we know what cards you have after selling you that hand from a fixed deck. The only problem is they sold us the best hand. So yeah, I mean, it sounds to me like it's a little something else kind of going on there, but the whole idea behind third-party applications that are causing problems with your brokerage website, I think is kind of odd. Yukon says Buttcoin is going to dump hard soon. I don't think it's going to go to 23, Bo Babel. I just don't. Sarcastic oscillator from yesterday. Yeah. So you know what I like about it. Censored content is well. So the difference between actually, you know what? I didn't even show that in practice. Let's take a look at it real quick here because we do got some more time here. We got about 10 more minutes. Let me just check on the Fed meeting and see what they got going on here. 1 second. Let me just check it. And what do they got here? Here we go. I'm gonna pull up the live. You guys get to listen to some nice, easy listening music while I talk. I'm gonna turn it down, kind of. Do me a favor and let me know. I'm gonna turn my volume down so I can't hear what's going on because I can't talk at the same time. But you guys are gonna get to hear some music while I'm talking. If the music goes off, you guys let me know. That'll kind of let me know that the meeting's starting. So just let me know when you see it or when you hear the music kind of go off. In regards to MFI, let's just take a look at because I didn't give you guys any examples of how this is used. So, and I want to do that because I don't think it's fair to talk about MFI and not kind of give some examples. And I'm going to get rid of my vortex indicator in here. We're going to see RSI, and since these are two different indicators that are similar in nature, one's price based and the other one's volume and price based. And we're going to go back out to a daily here. We're going to go back in time and we're going to look at see what some of the differences are that we're seeing in these values. For example, right here, you see this is I was actually talking about this move earlier this morning, where we saw AMC's price drive in November, like mid-November, all the way up into the end of January. There's this big drop in price, which I could give you the values right now, but these are off because of the charts have been adjusted. But what I want you to note here is that RSI signals a couple different times in here because it signals at 30 and not 20. But one of the places where we see some divergences, you see it coming down here. The first spot where there's price movement upwards is probably right about here. And you can see RSI starting to trend back upwards here, whereas MFI is still kind of signaling more downtrend. It's saying, nope, I don't think you found a bottom yet here. Price does start moving back down, then MFI and RSI start coming back up. However, as those are coming back up, price starts swinging downwards, which is a divergence, which means you may not necessarily have the bottom in yet. Moves all the way down to here, and then you get signals on both RSI and MFI being in the range of 20 for MFI and RSI sitting at right around, well, shoot, what is this? About 31. So they is signaling some kind of potential bottom. As it starts to move back up, the price, you can see price starts to head back down, and there's a divergence again, starting right about here. So if you did get in here, like let's just say this was a normal stock and you wanted to pick an open position and close position, you might have gotten in perhaps maybe somewhere around here at around 1424. The signal to perhaps maybe get out of this would have been coming in right around here at 1591. So not a whole lot of price discovery for you for a big win on it, but it is, it's a buck and some change, so you can call it a win, and then get out of this thing before it goes down even further. If we go back to the squeeze, the one thing that I want you to know, oh, by the way, I did not talk about this in the MFI indicator. It is a 14-day period time that it uses for the calculation. If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure, yeah. RSI uses 6, 14, and 24 for some of the lengths that it uses. 6, 14, and 24, and MFI uses 14. The period of time that it looks at. So, just looking at the price movement in June, MFI shows a top and a reversal in price movement starting on 6/3. The one thing that I always said or maintained to you guys is that if you really want to get your orders filled, because I imagine that some of you guys may have large amounts of orders that need to be filled, getting those orders filled on a downswing in price movement is going to be much, much harder than trying to get those orders filled on upswings in price movements. So while it's signaling for a downtrend right here, there's still one more uptrend that occurs just before the final breakdown, which is right in here, kind of a 611 to 614 range, 610 to 615. So it is possible to sell on the backside of some of these big moves that happen over long periods of time. But you can see the differences between RSI and MFI. I think volume is very, very crucial in understanding where price movement's going to where it's going to be heading in the future, the very near future. And you can see here when it got to the top, I know it was $70-something, but after the chart adjustment it's saying 44.61. You can see at the top, you can see volume starting to fall. Day over day it's falling, and then you have another rip in price as volume is dropping. So that's, that is kind of one of those strong indicators, but there's still another period of time in here where somebody could potentially sell at as well. Let's take a look at it real quick on GME just to see if GME kind of shows the same kind of signals.
professional development that allows educators to deepen their knowledge
GME's kind of signaling MFI
and more.
has a divergence. It looks like probably around the 27th, maybe 28th, and it's showing like a potential exit point. But so is RSI. RSI is kind of showing that as well. The one thing about RSI here is it cools off enough to where it makes you think that, oh, maybe we could see another run up here. There's not really a whole lot of difference here in MFI versus RSI, and that's probably one of the big problems. The background noise that you're hearing, Monty, is somebody working on a roof nearby. Oh, that music. The music is for the FOMC meeting. I've got it set up to play when they start talking. I want you guys to let me know. But yeah, I don't think MFI is going to be one of those indicators that's going to help you in a swing type play on trying to understand where your exit position is going to be. It's not going to, I mean, it'll show you a downtrend, but it may not show you the exact time where you may want to get out at. There could still be potential momentum upwards still there. And while if you were to sell on the very first downtrend, you'd be back here. And then you'd be making a mistake.
What is the Fed? The Federal Reserve, often referred to as the Fed, is the central bank.
Are they talking? Are they? Oh, she's talking right now. Hold up. Sorry. Let me hear what she's saying.
The Board of Governors in Washington, D.C., which has 7 members, including the chairman and vice chairman. All of the members of the board are appointed.
They're about ready to talk, so I'll just go ahead and cut what I'm saying here.
The Fed also includes 12 regional Federal Reserve banks located in cities throughout the country.
The reserve banks serve as the central bank's operating arms and also gather economic information from all over the country
to help the Fed both monitor the economy and get the broad input necessary
to develop and implement effective U.S. monetary policy.
Today, the Fed performs a number of important functions, all with the ultimate goal of promoting a healthy U.S. economy.
One of the Fed's most recognizable functions is conducting U.S. monetary policy,
which involves influencing interest rates and the availability of money and credit in our economy.
Congress has tasked the Fed
we know
with implementing monetary policies that promote maximum employment and stable prices.
High levels of employment provide people with more economic opportunities, and stable prices promote growth.
Arthur says it's a propaganda ad, pretty much.
Monetary policy decisions at the Fed are made by the Federal Open Market Committee,
which includes all 7 members of the Board of Governors and presidents from the reserve banks.
This committee meets regularly to assess the conditions and outlook for the economy.
In addition to conducting monetary policy, the Federal Reserve also helps to supervise and regulate the nation's banks and works to promote a stable financial system for consumers, communities, and businesses.
The Fed also works with communities, nonprofit organizations, and others across the nation to address housing problems, promote economic credit, and advance economic and community development.
Dude, you're not. So I was just reading what you guys said right there. Yukon said, Casey, I watched Event Horizon per your suggestion. Whoa, what evil. Quote, where we're going, we won't need eyes to see. Dude, that movie, it just completely messed me up for a long time. I hope you're okay. Because I dreamt about that movie for I don't know how long. It seemed like ages after watching it. It really, truly, and honestly personifies like evil at its like finest. It's a crazy movie. Okay, Julie Miller's coming in saying it was raised 75 basis points. It is 1 o'clock. We should know the answer already. We usually do find out before it's been done, and then we'll see what Powell says about it. It usually does come in. You can see that the market is already starting to move upwards based on these numbers. 75 basis points. Looks like you all who said 75 were right. I would have voted for 75, but unreluctantly. I would have wanted to put in something different. So it looks to me like they priced in 75 basis points then. No, I don't think so, Food Dog. I don't think that's what it is. It just tells me that they more than likely priced in 75 basis points, and they're going to run the market up because everybody would have expected the market to go down, so they're going to try and capture as much money as they possibly can on positions that were made, bearish positions that were made. And Julie Miller, thank you for letting us know what it was. And everybody else who also listed it too. 75 is what was expected, yes. 75 this time, 50 next. Actually, I think it was 50 the next two times. Or maybe it was 50, 20. I think it was 50 the next two times and then 25. I think Jerome Powell already kind of outlined what he thought it was going to be leading into the future months. Did I link you guys the right? Hold on a second. Okay, I just want to make sure I linked you guys the right page. For a second there at top, I thought it said something else entirely. Yep, more expensive to borrow. Things are getting more and more difficult. He'll be coming, Monty. Some people said that it would. It shows 2:30 on here on the screen, so they won't. He's not going to be on here for another 30 minutes. And since it's not for another 30 minutes, I might as well start taking a look at the numbers since it is on the hour every hour, right? So let's do it. Let's take a look at the numbers real quick here since we have an opportunity to. Yes, Justin, they're always gambling, man. But they won't call it that. They're going to say they're making money. Smart money. All right, let me take you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those thoughts for me until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let me move a couple pages over here, and we'll give this a look, see what we got going on. Starting with off exchange. Currently, there's 46.22% going through the off exchange, and EDGX is sitting at 11.34. The total of those two, or of those, all of those exchanges rather, is 57.56. That's about 6.5% lower than it should be, 6 to 7.5%. CHX volume is at 936 shares, very, very low CHX volume. Off exchange for Ape is sitting at 54.64% and EDGX at 8.39, giving us 63.03%. That's lower than what I would expect by this time of the day by about 2%. CHX volume for Ape is at 2,310 shares, very low volume. For GME, let's see here. GME's got CHX volume of 5,876 shares. That is a little bit less than what it should be averaging. Taking a look at Ortex data. An hour ago on Ortex for AMC, it was showing a return of 500,000 shares. It's now showing a return of 770,000 shares. It's going to have the effect of lowering the estimated short share interest of the free float to 19.68%. Cost bar average is at 18.46. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is up 2.7 million shares on loan to 176.75 million. That's a increase in estimated short share interest by 875,000 new short interest shares. Contracted shares. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago there was 4.78 million shares having been borrowed. It's 4.89 now. This won't have too much effect on estimated short share interest of the free float, which is showing 8.17% now. Cost of bar average is at 5.84. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 25.63 million shares. Day over day, that's a decrease in 700,000 shares in short interest that was closed out. In options, we currently have the most amount of volume for call options is at a $6.50 strike price. An hour ago, there was 6.5 thousand contracts. There's now 7.8. On puts, at a $6 strike, an hour ago, the highest amount of contracts was 4.4 thousand contracts. There's now 4.8. Market is suggesting a closing price between 6 and 6.5 for AMC. Taking a look at the combined price of the two right now, we did get a very good strong push back up into the 783 to 795 Fibonacci retracement zone here, and we're showing a combined price between the two at 789. Taking a look at what am I looking at? Oh yeah. Fidelity options. Shares, Fidelity orders made by the customers. AMC and Ape have made the list quite often today. GME's kind of fallen off a little bit due to low volume. Currently, AMC and Ape are still on the list. AMC has a very strong buy to sell ratio with 76% buys to 24% sells. Ape has a very, very strong buy to sell ratio as well with 84% buys to 16% sales. So very strong numbers for those. I do not see GME on the list, probably due to low volume. SSR trips at $5.54 for the day-to-day on AMC. For Ape, it trips at 1.701. Those did not trigger yet. Shares available to borrow for AMC, no change in the last hour, only returns. We are at a 16.2% fee for borrowing. The NASDAQ is up 0.54, Dow Jones is up 0.97, the S&P 500 is up 0.68. We currently have 3,622 advancers to 3,141 decliners. The market has swung in the other direction and is now advancing over declining. However, hold on here. The dollar is down. Oil is up 5.27%. Mortgage-backed securities are up almost 0.75%. SPY is up now about just a little over 0.5%. VIX is up, however, up 1.43, so showing still strong signs of volatility. VTI is up 0.39, IWD is up 0.65, Tesla is down 1.56, Amazon is down 1.2, Cinemark is up 0.93, Doge is down 4.7, Bitcoin is up 0.61, GME is down 0.39, HYMC is up 3.55, Hood is up 0.17, CS is up 0.96, NCMI is down 1.59, Ape is down 5.56, and AMC is down 0.53. Inflow versus outflow on AMC is roughly $1.1 million more on inflow than outflow. We currently have large volume on this price move up. 13.76 million shares having been traded so far for the day today, with about 280 minutes of 280 minutes of trading. Putting us on pace for 19.2 million shares traded by the end of the day for AMC. On the 1 hour interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.05, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.63, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 60.31, which is above average. On Ape, there's roughly $1.2 million, almost $1.3 million more inflow than outflow. 14.26 million shares traded so far after 281 minutes of trading, putting us on pace for 19.79 million shares traded by the end of the day. The amount of volume from AMC and Ape are very similar. We currently have on a 1 hour time interval here more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 33.58, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.58, which is below average. And both those two time intervals have had oversold signaling almost all day long today. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.56, which is above average. And with that, I can see what you guys are writing. Yucca Frida says, breaking news, MOASS is imminent. 2 weeks. Balake says he talks in 20 minutes. About 20 minutes. Griffin's mom saying this market's such a scam. You know what, Griffin's mom? I've been thinking about that a lot lately, to be honest with you. And I guess in some form or another, you know, I always felt like there was a lot of... No, don't... Captain Awesome, don't forget CS is on my list of stocks that I'm watching right now. So Nosa put in... it's okay for Nosa to put in CS in there. Nosa was just saying CS plus 1%, hilarious. What was I saying? Shoot, I just forgot. Oh, yeah. I was thinking about this market being a scam the other day, and to be honest with you, Griffin's mom, like it may be. There may be some market No, there might not be. Maybe there is. There is definitely market manipulation that's happening here that I don't agree with, and I don't think any of us agree with. But I don't think that means that you can't make money in it, though. And I'm proof of that. I'm proof that you can make money in this market. And I guess what I would say is that I'm not happy about it either. But don't let it discourage you forever, because I do think that we can make it better. And I think what we're trying to do here could make it better, or help to at least try to get us heading in the right direction. Yeah, no problem, Captain. I appreciate you looking out for the community, and Nosa just was aware that I had that I had put CS up there. And it's funny because a lot of times, Captain Awesome, whenever I see somebody write CS, the first thing that goes through my mind is computer share, and so I have to like start retraining my mind to think Credit Suisse. Jathan says, gotta love when your job pulls the new guy that's supposed to be your replacement and throws him where your promotion is supposed to be. Oh, no. Tell me that didn't happen. That's messed up, man. You know, Jathan, I don't know if I should be saying that. I probably signed a disclaimer saying I couldn't say this, but I'll just say that one of the companies that I work for, a major cell phone company that's out there, um, when I was making computer chips for that company, they were hiring a lot of temporary employees and putting them in after they had been there for a little while, putting them in positions that they should have never been in ever in a million years. And there were people who had been working for the company that should have been moving into those positions that should have been moving into those positions that were training those guys that were temporaries, and those temporaries were getting put into those better spots and then hired on as employees. And I think that's a bunch of it pissed me off like you wouldn't believe. It really, really, really pissed me off because as a company, you should be taking care of your employees first and foremost. And when those people who are you're bringing in as temporaries and then you start moving into positions that they shouldn't even be holding, there's something wrong. Tripvoke says you have to be aware that you're playing by their rules and you can win at their game. It's not so much that you can win at their game, Tripvoke. It's more or less that you're riding on their coattails. You're always, I mean, really, what you are is you're a bottom feeder. It's really the truth of it. To be really blunt and you're a bottom feeder. You're always just trailing the big moves, and you're trying to get out of them. You're trying to be one of the first ones out of them before they head the other direction. And in my opinion, all that makes you is a bottom feeder. 75 basis points, Steven is correct. That's what I've been hearing. Jathan says, "Yeah, I just found out I am training the new floor supervisor." Yep. Congratulations. Food Dog says, "Ladies and gentlemen, the Donald Young Show." What is that? Did I just turn into a Donald Young Show? Sorry. I don't know what that is, but no, it wasn't Verizon, TZ. It wasn't Verizon. I'll just say it. It was Samsung. I don't care. I hated the company. I hated the company with a passion. Yeah, I agree, Monty, that it's rigged. Casey, I thought it was 73. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Yoko. Dude, no, Arthur. Bad advice. Bad advice. No, Arthur, no. Arthur's saying, Jathan, that you should train him wrong. While I think that's funny, don't do that. Always strive to be the best that you can be and train people the best that you can. That will make you a better employee and show you that you have um, something. It shows that you have integrity. And it shows that you have the ability to when faced with things that most people wouldn't want to be faced with, that you're still willing to do the job. But when you find a job that's willing to treat you like a better employee, you make sure you run to that too. Yeah, David Stevens says character and integrity. I agree. It's character and integrity what it is. It's doing your job no matter what, because you want to define yourself as an individual who can be trustworthy, and whenever they're going to give somebody a job, they look to you and they say, no, this is the guy we're giving it to, because we know that no matter what crap we give him, he's going to do the job and he's going to do it right. That's what you want to do. But like I said, the minute that somebody else comes in and offers you money to go someplace and do something else better, bigger, and they're going to treat you right, you go there. You leave. You leave in a heartbeat because you know how they treated you. Don't let anybody walk over you like that. You move on to something bigger and better, and make more money out of it, and make it better for yourself, because just because a company's gonna walk over you doesn't mean that you got to stay there. Nosa says, check out Ortex's latest tweet about clarifying intraday lending and short interest data. Okay, hold on a second here. I've been waiting for this one. This ought to be priceless. My doorbell just rang, guys. Give me a second. I'll be right back. I think I just had like a UPS driver just drop off like his entire truck at my door. There's like 5 boxes out there. All right. We still got music coming in on the FOMC press conference. Casey, you say to him to do his best and then leave ASAP. I'm not saying leave ASAP. I'm just saying if you have another job that comes your direction, and it pays better and the company's going to treat you better, leave. This is the IRS. Open up right now. I don't avoid the IRS. No, I don't. It's my wife, man. Yucca, she orders stuff all the time through, just all the time. He had already walked away, and I tried to say thank you, but he was so far away, UPS guy, that he didn't even hear me. He didn't even turn or look or nothing. Monty says, "What's honesty?" All right, let me look at this. Let me see what this post says here from Ortex. Oh, this is big. That's a lot to read. Last week, Ortex became aware of anomalous intraday lending data that was being displayed on our platform. In response, we opened an investigation that was being conducted in collaboration with our third-party data partners. We would like to share some preliminary findings. The pattern that we observed for impacted stocks was borrowed shares and/or return shares increasing in large increments at intermittent intervals throughout a given day, only to abruptly decline at a precise time later in the evening. While the scale of the issue varied by ticker, each stock demonstrated a similar pattern. We have not been able to identify any correlations or relationships between the impacted stocks. There has also been a small number of non-US stocks that were impacted. As we continue to dig into the data, we uncovered additional stocks that exhibited the pattern throughout the month of October. As a result, we have expanded the scope of our investigation to cover a large number of securities over a broader time frame. This is why the review is taking longer than we initially anticipated. While some of the impact stocks command higher levels of attention than others, such as GME, the issue is not widespread in the context of our database that tracks tens of thousands of stocks all over the world every single day. Some stocks experience the issue on multiple days. The maximum number of impacted days that we have uncovered is 3, while others were only affected for a single day. On days where a stock was impacted, we do not believe that the intraday lending data was reliable or accurate. Since intraday lending data is one of the many inputs in our short interest estimation model, the significant increases in borrowed shares caused large increases in short interest estimates that were not supported by market conditions or trading activity for those specific days. The impacted stocks that we have identified thus far, and then they give a pretty large list here. I'll just copy them. No, I won't. It's a picture. I'm going to retweet this so you guys can read it for yourselves. That way you can see it. Please note that this is a preliminary list and our investigation remains ongoing. AMC is not on the list, and I actually told them about AMC, and it's not on this list. Son of a bitch. We've shared our findings with our data partners who have performed their own reviews and identified an underlying system issue. One of the data providers was incorrectly merging borrowing and lending data, which resulted in inaccurate intraday lending data. Our partners are working to address the underlying cause, which will require extensive testing and validation on their end to ensure that the problem is limited accurately. Our data partners are planning to implement the fix this weekend following testing and validation. Until then, Ortex will continue to review and monitor for issues that may exhibit this incorrect data pattern. And then the second portion of this is, while we continue to work on addressing the underlying issues around the data that is being provided to Ortex, other technical details around our data may add additional context. Our securities lending data includes both intraday and consolidated data. Intraday, which includes various metrics such as borrowed shares, returned shares, and cost to borrow, pertains to stock loans that are being requested and negotiated throughout the day. Occasionally, the borrower may book a loan but subsequently change their mind and not complete the loan transaction, which results in that loan being canceled and closed unfulfilled. If this occurs, the data point is removed from the intraday data altogether. This is why intraday data is inherently more volatile, as market participants are dynamically making decisions that are subject to change based on market conditions. Once the dust settles, all the lending data is then reconciled and consolidated. Any loan that is not completed will be excluded from the consolidated data. In other words, the shares on loan figure represents stock loan positions that are confirmed to have been completed. As a reminder, our platform covers 85% of security lenders at the wholesale level. The consolidated daily data was not impacted by the data issue in question. I did send them a message and noted to them that their security lending volume for the next day did represent these changes, meaning that even though they weren't representing it as a change, as though it was canceled, it still showed up as volume for the next day. So that's not usually the case. Intraday data provides a real-time view into the lending market. Even if some data points are subsequently canceled, consolidated on-loan data offers a balance between timeliness and accuracy compared to the official exchange report short interest information, since it only includes confirmed loans and is available well before exchange reported dates. The prompt availability of this data has been crucial to traders in identifying short squeeze opportunities in certain cases, such as GME and AMC episodes from 2021. Ortex provides investors with both intraday and consolidated data to empower users with all available data points in order to make informed decisions, but it is helpful to recognize the context and limitations of each different perspective. Additionally, Ortex is currently working on adding a consolidated view of daily short sale volumes, including exchange data and off-exchange data, to our platform. offering even more insight into what the bears are up to. The dataset has its own nuances and limitations, but stay tuned for more. And we got Powell talking.
Bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal. We have both the tools that we need and the resolve it will take to restore price stability on behalf of American families and businesses. Price stability is the responsibility of the Federal Reserve and serves as the bedrock of our economy. Without price stability, the economy does not work for anyone. In particular, without price stability, we will not achieve a sustained period of strong labor market conditions that benefit all. Today, the FOMC raised our policy interest rate by 75 basis points, and we continue to anticipate that ongoing increases will be appropriate. We are moving our policy stance purposefully to a level that will be sufficiently restrictive to return inflation to 2%. In addition, we're continuing the process of significantly reducing the size of our balance sheet. Restoring price stability will likely require maintaining a restrictive stance of policy for some time. I will have more to say about today's monetary policy actions after briefly reviewing economic developments. The U.S. economy has slowed significantly from last year's rapid pace. Real GDP rose at a pace of 2.6% last quarter, but is unchanged so far this year. Recent indicators point to modest growth of spending and production this quarter. Growth in consumer spending has slowed from last year's rapid pace, in part reflecting lower real disposable income and tighter financial conditions. Activity in the housing sector has weakened significantly, largely reflecting higher mortgage rates. Higher interest rates and slower output growth also appear to be weighing on business fixed investment. Despite the slowdown in growth, the labor market remains extremely tight, with the unemployment rate at a 50-year low, job vacancies still very high, and wage growth elevated. Job gains have been robust, with employment rising by an average of 289,000 jobs per month over August and September. Although job vacancies have moved below their highs and the pace of job gains has slowed from earlier in the year, the labor market continues to be out of balance, with demand substantially exceeding the supply of available workers. The labor force participation rate is little changed since the beginning of the year. Inflation remains well above our longer-run goal of 2%. Over the 12 months ending in September, total PCE prices rose 6.2%, excluding the volatile food and energy categories. Core PCE prices rose 5.1%. And the recent inflation data again have come in higher than expected. Price pressures remain evident across a broad range of goods and services. Russia's war against Ukraine has boosted prices for energy and food and has created additional upward pressure on inflation. Despite elevated inflation, longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. But that is not grounds for complacency. The longer the current bout of high inflation continues, the greater the chance that expectations of higher inflation will become entrenched. The Fed's monetary policy actions are guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. My colleagues and I are acutely aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship as it erodes purchasing power, especially for those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. We are highly attentive to the risks that high inflation poses to both sides of our mandate, and we're strongly committed to returning inflation to our 2% objective. At today's meeting, the committee raised the target range for the federal funds rate by 75 basis points, and we are continuing the process of significantly reducing the size of our balance sheet, which plays an important role in firming the stance of monetary policy. With today's action, we've raised interest rates by 3.75 percentage points this year. We anticipate that ongoing increases in the target range for the federal funds rate will be appropriate in order to attain a stance of monetary policy that is sufficiently restrictive to return inflation to 2% over time. Financial conditions have tightened significantly in response to our policy actions, and we are seeing the effects on demand in the most interest rate sensitive sectors of the economy, such as housing. It will take time, however, for the full effects of monetary restraint to be realized, especially on inflation. That's why we say in our statement that in determining the pace of future increases in the target range, we will take into account the cumulative tightening of monetary policy and the lags with which monetary policy affects economic activity and inflation. At some point, as I've said in the last two press conferences, it will become appropriate to slow the pace of increases as we approach the level of interest rates that will be sufficiently restrictive to bring inflation down to our 2% goal. There is significant uncertainty around that level of interest rates. Even so, we still have some ways to go, and incoming data since our last meeting suggests that the ultimate level of interest rates will be higher than previously expected. Our decisions will depend on the totality of incoming data and their implications for the outlook for economic activity and inflation. We will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting and communicate our thinking as clearly as possible. We're taking forceful steps to moderate demand so that it comes into better alignment with supply. Our overarching focus is using our tools to bring inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Reducing inflation is likely to require a sustained period of below-trend growth and some softening of labor market conditions. Restoring price stability is essential to set the stage for achieving maximum employment and stable prices in the longer run. The historical record cautions strongly against prematurely loosening policy. We will stay the course until the job is done. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Colby Smith with the Financial Times. On the need to slow the pace of rate increases at some point, is a downshift contingent on a string of better inflation data specifically between now and, let's say, the December meeting? Or is that something that the Fed could potentially proceed with independent of that data, given the lagged effects that you mentioned?
So a couple things on that. We do need to see inflation coming down decisively, and good evidence of that would be a series of down monthly readings. Of course, that's what we'd all love to see, but I've never thought of that as the appropriate test for slowing the pace of increases or for identifying the appropriately restrictive level that we're aiming for. We need to bring our policy stance down to a level that's sufficiently restrictive to bring inflation down to our 2% objective over the medium term. How will we know that we've reached that level? Well, we'll take into account the full range of analysis and data that bear on that question, guided by our assessment of how much financial conditions have tightened, the effects that tightening is actually having on the real economy and on inflation, taking into consideration lags, as I mentioned. We will be looking at real rates, for example, all across the yield curve and all other financial conditions, and as we make that assessment.
Hi, Howard Schneider with Reuters. Look, I'm sure there's going to be tons of confusion out there about whether this means you're going to slow in December or not. Would you say that the bias right now is not for another 75 basis point increase?
So what I want to do is put that question of pace in the context of our broader tightening program, if I may, and hit to talk about the statement language along the way. So I think you can think about our tightening program as really addressing three questions. The first of which was, and has been, how fast to go. The second is how high to raise our policy rate. And the third will be eventually how long to remain at a restrictive level. So on the first question, how fast to tighten policy, it's been very important that we move expeditiously, and we have clearly done so. We've moved 3.75% since March, admittedly from a base of 0. It's a historically fast pace, and that's certainly appropriate, given the persistence and strength in inflation and the low level from which we started. So now we come to the second question, which is how high to raise our policy rate, and we're saying that we'd raise that rate to a level that's sufficiently restrictive to bring inflation to our 2% target over time, and we put that into our post-meeting statement. Because that really does become the important question we think now is how far to go, and I'll talk more about that. We think there's some ground to cover but before we meet that test, and that's why we say that ongoing rate increases will be appropriate. And as I mentioned, incoming data between the meetings, both the strong labor market report, but particularly the CPI report, do suggest to me that we may ultimately move to higher levels than we thought at the time of the September meeting. That level is very uncertain, though, and I would say, we're going to find it over time. Of course, with the lags between policy and economic activity, there's a lot of uncertainty. So we note that in determining the pace of future increases, we'll take into account the cumulative tightening of monetary policy as well as the lags with which monetary policy affects economic activity and inflation. So I would say as we come closer to that level, move more into restrictive territory, the question of speed becomes less important than the second and third questions. And that's why I've said at the last two press conferences that at some point it will become appropriate to slow the pace of increases. So that time is coming, and it may come as soon as the next meeting or the one after that. No decision has been made. It is likely we'll have a discussion about this at the next meeting, a discussion. To be clear, let me say again, the question of when to moderate the pace of increases is now much less important than the question of how high to raise rates and how long to keep monetary policy restrictive, which really will be our principal focus.
If I could follow up on that, to what degree was there an importance or weight given to a need to signal this possibility now, given all the concerns really around the globe about Fed policy sort of driving ahead and everybody else, dealing with their own stress as a result?
Well, I think I'm pleased that we have moved as fast as we have. I don't think we've over-tightened. I think there's very difficult to make a case that our current level is too tight, given that inflation still runs well above the federal funds rate. So I think that at this meeting, the last two meetings, as I've mentioned, I've said that there would come a point, and this was a meeting at which we had a discussion about what that might mean, and we did discuss this, and as I mentioned, we'll discuss it again in December. But there's I don't have any sense that we've over-tightened or moved too fast. I think it's been good and a successful program. That we've gotten this far this fast. Remember though that we still think there's a need for ongoing rate increases, and we have some ground left to cover here, and cover it we will.
Nick Tamaros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, core PCE inflation on a 3 or 6 month annualized basis and on a 12-month basis has been running in the high 4s, close to 5%. Is there any reason to think you won't have to raise rates at least above that level to be confident that you are imparting enough restraint to bring inflation down?
So this is the question of does the policy rate need to get above the inflation rate? And I would say there are a range of views on that. That's the classic Taylor principle view. But I would think you'd look more at a forward, a forward-looking measure of inflation to look at that. But I think the answer is we'll want to get the policy rate to a level where it is where the real interest rate is positive. We will want to do that. I do not think of it as the single and only touchstone, though. I think you put some weight on that. You also put some weight on rates across the curve. Very few people borrow at the short end at the federal funds rate, for example. So households and businesses, if they're very meaningfully positive interest rates all across the curve for them, credit spreads are larger, so borrowing rates are significantly higher, and I think financial conditions have tightened quite a bit. So I would look at that as an important feature. I'd put some weight on it, but I wouldn't say it's something that is the single dominant thing to look at.
If I could follow up, what is your best assessment or the staff's best assessment right now of the current rate of underlying inflation?
I don't have a specific number for you there. So there are many, many models that look at that. And I mean, one way to look at it is that it's a pretty stationary object, and that when inflation runs above that level, for sure, substantially above for some time, you'll see it move up, but the movement will be fairly gradual. So I think that's what the principal models would tend to say. But I wouldn't want to land on any one assessment. There are many different as you know, many different people publish an assessment of underlying inflation.
Thank you.
Hi, Chair Powell. Thank you for taking our questions. Gina Smilik, New York Times. I wonder, do you see any evidence at this stage that inflation is or is at risk of becoming entrenched?
Is inflation becoming entrenched? So I guess I would start by pointing to expectations. So if we saw longer-term expectations moving up, that would be very troubling. And they were moving up a little bit at the middle part of this year, and they've moved now back down. That's one piece of data. Shorter-term inflation expectations moved up between the last meeting and this meeting, and we don't think those are as indicative, but they may be important in the wage-setting process. There's a school of thought that believes that. So that's very concerning. I guess the other thing I would say is that the longer we have, we're now 18 months into this episode of high inflation, and we don't have a clearly identified scientific way of understanding at what point inflation becomes entrenched. And so, the thing we need to do from a risk management standpoint is to use our tools forcefully but thoughtfully and get inflation under control, get it down to 2%, get it behind us. That's what we really need to do and what we're strongly committed to doing.
Rachel.
Hi, Chair Powell. Thank you for taking our questions. Rachel Siegel from the Washington Post. The statement points to lag times. I'm wondering if you can walk us through how you judge those lag effects, what that timeline looks like over the coming months or even a year, and where you would expect it to show up in different parts of the economy.
Yeah, so the way I would think about that is it's a commonly, for a long time, thought that monetary policy works with long and variable lags, and that it works first on financial conditions and then on economic activity, and then perhaps later than that even on inflation. So that's been the thinking for a long time. There was an old literature that made those lags out to be fairly long. There's newer literature that says that they're shorter. And the truth is we don't have a lot of data of inflation of this high in what is now the modern economy. One big difference now is that it used to be that you would raise the federal funds rate, financial conditions would react, and then that would affect economic activity and inflation. Now, financial conditions react well before, in expectation of monetary policy. That's the way it has moved for a quarter of a century, is in the direction of financial conditions, then monetary policy, because the markets are thinking what is the central bank going to do. And there are plenty of economists that also think that once financial conditions change, that the effects on the economy are actually faster than they would have been before. We don't know that. I guess the thing that I would say is it's highly uncertain. And so from a risk management standpoint, it would be irresponsible not to ignore them, but you want to consider them but not take them literally. So I think it's a very difficult place to be, but I would tend to want to be in the middle, looking carefully at what's actually happening with the economy, and trying to make good decisions from a risk management standpoint, remembering, of course, that if we were to over-tighten, we could then use our tools strongly to support the economy, whereas if we don't get inflation under control because we don't tighten enough, now we're in a situation where inflation will become entrenched, and the costs, the employment costs in particular, will be much higher potentially. So from a risk management standpoint, we want to be sure that we don't make the mistake of either failing to tighten enough or loosening policy too soon.
And if I could follow up, should we interpret the addition to the statement to mean that more weight is put into those lag effects than they would have been after previous rate hikes?
So I think as we move now into restrictive territory, as we make these ongoing rate hikes and policy becomes more restrictive, it'll be appropriate now to be thinking more about lag. Of course, we think about the lags are just sort of a basic part of monetary policy, but we will be thinking about them. But we won't be, I think we'll be considering them, but because it's appropriate to do so. Let me say this: it is very premature to be thinking about pausing. So people, when they hear lags, they think about a pause. It's very premature, in my view, to think about or be talking about pausing our rate hike. We have a ways to go. Our policy We need ongoing rate hikes to get to that level of sufficiently restrictive. And we don't, of course, we don't really know exactly where that is. We have a sense, and we'll write down in the December meeting, a new summary of economic projections, which updates that. But I would expect us to continue to update it based on what we're seeing with incoming data.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin with Axios. As you look around the economy, the clearest impact of your tightening so far has been on housing, maybe some venture-funded tech companies. It's been relatively narrow in terms of labor market, consumer demand, a lot of sectors. You don't see a ton of effect. Is the pathway and channels through which monetary policy works changing? Is it narrower than it used to be? And on housing in particular, are you at all worried that you're crimping housing supply in ways that might cause problems down the road?
I don't know that the channels through which policy works have changed that much. I would say a big channel is the labor market, and the labor market is just very, very strong, very strong. And households, of course, have strong balance sheets. And so we go into this with a strong labor market and excess demand in the labor market, as you can see through many different things, and also with households who have strong spending power built up. So it may take time. It may take resolve. It may take patience. It's likely to get inflation down. I think you see from our forecasts and others that it will take some time for inflation to come down. It'll take time, we think. Sorry, was I getting to your question there? Housing, the housing part of it. Yeah, so, we look at housing. Of course, housing is significantly affected by these higher rates, which are really back where they were before the global financial crisis. They're not historically high, but they're much higher than they've been. And you're seeing housing activity decline. You're seeing housing prices growing at a faster rate, and in some parts of the country declining. I would say the housing market was very overheated for the couple of years after the pandemic as demand increased and rates were low. We all know the stories of how overheated the housing market was, prices going up, many bidders, no conditions, that kind of thing. So the housing market needs to get back into a balance between supply and demand. We're well aware of what's going on there. From a financial stability standpoint, we didn't see in this cycle the kinds of poor credit underwriting that we saw before the global financial crisis. Housing credit was very much more carefully managed by the lenders. So it's a very different situation and doesn't appear to present financial stability issues. But no, we do understand that that's really where a very big effect of our policies is.
Hi, Victoria Guida with Politico. I wanted to ask about the labor market. You mentioned early on again that job openings are very high compared to available workers, and I'm just curious to what extent you do and don't draw a signal from that. So, for example, if wage growth is slowing and if maybe the unemployment rate starts to tick up, will that make you sort of decrease your focus on job openings? What do you see? Are wages what's really important? How are you thinking about the labor market as it relates to inflation?
So we talk a lot about vacancies and the vacancy to unemployed rate, but it's just one. It's just another data series. It's been unusually important in this cycle because it's been so out of line, but so has quits, so have wages. So we look at a very wide range of data on the labor market. So I'd start with unemployment, which is typically the single statistic you would look to, is at a 50-year low, 3.5%. We're getting really nothing in labor supply now. We had, I think, a very small increase this year, which we thought we would get that back. Most analysts thought we would get some labor supply coming in. You mentioned wages, so I guess I would characterize that as sort of a mixed picture. It's true with average hourly earnings you see. So I would call it a flattening out at a level that's well above the level that would be consistent over time with 2% inflation, assuming a reasonable productivity. There with the ECI reading this week, again a mixed picture. The headline number was a disappointment. Let's just say it was high. It didn't show a decline. There's some rays of light inside that if you look at private sector workers, that did come down. The compensation did come down. But overall, though, the broader picture is of an overheated labor market where demand substantially exceeds supply. job creation still exceeds, the sort of the level that would hold the market where it is. So that's the picture. Do we see? We keep looking for signs that sort of the beginning of a gradual softening is happening. And maybe that's there, but it's not. It's not obvious to me because wages aren't coming down; they're just moving sideways at an elevated level, both ECI and average hourly earnings. We want to see. We would love to see vacancies coming down, quits coming down. They are coming down. Vacancies are below their all-time high, but not by as much as we thought because, and that the data series is volatile. We never take any one reading. We always look at 2 or 3. So it's a mixed picture. I don't see the case for real softening just yet, but we look at, I guess as I just showed you, we look at a very broad range of data on the labor market.
So do you see wages as being a significant driver of inflation?
I think wages have an effect on inflation, and inflation has an effect on wages. I think that's always been the case. There's always a going back and forth. The question is that really elevated right now? I don't think so. I don't think wages are the principal story of why prices are going up. I don't think that. I also don't think that we see a wage price spiral. But again, it's not something you can, once you see it, you're in trouble. So we don't want to see it. We want wages to go up. We just want them to go up at a level that's sustainable and consistent with 2% inflation. And we do think that given the data that we have, that this labor market can soften without having to soften as much as history would indicate through the unemployment channel. It can soften through job openings declining. We think there's room for that, but we won't know that. That'll be discovered empirically.
Thank you so much. Kayla Tausche from CNBC. Earlier last month, the United Nations warned that there could be a global recession if central banks didn't change course. The new UK Prime Minister warned of a profound economic crisis there. And I'm wondering how the Fed is weighing international developments in light of a very strong economy here in the U.S. that would seem to be bucking those trends.
So, of course, we keep close tabs on economic developments and also geopolitical developments that are relevant to the economy abroad. We're in very frequent contact with our foreign counterparts, both through the IMF meetings and the regular meetings with central banks that we have, and I have one this weekend with many central bankers. So we're in touch with all of that. So I guess it's clearly a difficult time in the global economy. We're seeing very high inflation in Europe, significantly because of high energy prices related to the war in Ukraine, and we're seeing China's having issues with the zero COVID policy and much slower growth than we're used to seeing. So we see those difficulties. The strong dollar is a challenge for some countries, but we take all of that into account in our models. We think about the spillovers and that sort of thing. Here in the United States, we have a strong economy, and we have an economy where inflation is running at 5%. Core PCE inflation, which is a really good indicator of what's going on for us, is the way we see it, is running at 5.1% on a 12-month basis and sort of similar to that on a 3, 6, and 9-month basis. So we know that we need to use our tools to get inflation under control. The world's not going to be better off if we fail to do that. That's a task we need to do. Price stability in the United States is a good thing for the global economy over a long period of time. Price stability is the kind of thing that pays dividends for our economy for decades, hopefully. Even though it may be difficult to get it back, getting it back is something that provides value to the people we serve for the long run.
If I could just follow up on that. Thank you. The Fed has acknowledged in the past that the tools that you have don't affect things like energy and food prices that stem from some of those conflicts overseas, and they're some of the biggest pain points for consumers. So as you pursue the current path that you've outlined, is there a risk that some of those prices simply don't come down?
So we don't directly affect for the most part, food and energy prices, but the demand channel does affect them just at the margin. The thing about the United States is that we also have strong, in many other jurisdictions, the principal problem really is energy. In the United States, we also have a demand issue. We've got an imbalance between demand and supply, which you see in many parts of the economy. So our tools are well suited to work on that problem, and that's what we're doing. You're right, though. We don't, the price of oil is set globally, and it's not something we can affect. I think by the actions that we take, though, we help keep longer-term inflation expectations anchored, and keep the public believing in 2% inflation by the things that we do, even in times when energy is part of the story of why inflation is high.
Hi, Chair Powell, Janelle Marte with Bloomberg. So the Fed is facing two more ethics-related incidents with the revision of the financial statements from President Bostic and President Bullard speaking at a closed event. So some senators, like Elizabeth Warren, are saying that this is a sign of greater ethics problems at the Fed. Could you talk about what this does to the public's trust in the bank and what the Fed is doing to prevent this kind of behavior from becoming common?
Sure. So you're right. The public's trust is really the Fed's and any central bank's most important asset. And anytime one of the policymakers violates or falls short of those rules, we do risk undermining that trust. And we take that very seriously. We do. So at the beginning of our meeting yesterday, actually, we had a committee discussion of the full committee on the importance of holding ourselves individually and collectively accountable for knowing and following the high standard that's set out in our existing rules with respect to both personal investment activities and external communications. We've taken a number of steps, and I would just say we do understand how important those issues are. I would say that our new investment program that we have is up now and running, and actually it was through that the problems with President Bostic's disclosures were discovered when he filed his new disclosures. That's, we now have a central group here at the Board of Governors that looks into disclosures and follows them and approves people's disclosures, and also all of their trades. Any trade anyone has to make who's covered has to be pre-approved. And there's a lag. It has to be pre-approved 45 days before it happens, so there's no ability to game market. So it's a really good system. It worked here. And I think we all said to each other yesterday morning, we recommitted to each other and to this institution to hold ourselves to the highest standards and avoid these problems.
Do you have an update on the investigations that are pending?
I don't. So, as you know, I referred the matter concerning President Bostic to the Inspector General. And once that happens, I don't discuss it with the Inspector General with anybody. It's just the Inspector General has the ability to do investigations. We don't really have that. So that's what he's doing.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Television and Radio. Earlier this year, you touted the 3-month bill yield out to 18 months as the yield curve with 100% explanatory power. And you said, quote, if it's inverted, that means the Fed's going to cut, which means the economy is weak. That curve is only 2 basis points away from inversion now. So I'm wondering why you are so confident that you have not over-tightened, particularly given that rates work with a lag.
Well, so we do monitor the near-term forward spread. You're right, and that's been our preferred measure. We think it, just empirically, it dominates the ones that people tend to look at, which is 2s, 10s, and things like that. So it's not inverted, and also you have to look at why why the rate curve is doing what it's doing. It can be doing that because it expects cuts, or because it expects inflation to come down. In this case, if you're in a situation where the markets are pricing in significant declines in inflation, that's going to affect the forward curve. So yes, we monitor it. You're right, and that's what I would say.
If I could follow up, you also said several meetings ago that the risk of doing too little outweighed the risk of doing too much. Is what you're trying to tell us today is that that risk assessment has changed a little bit?
Well, what's happened is time has passed and we've raised interest rates by 375 basis points. I would not change a word in that statement, though. I think until we get inflation down, you'll be hearing that from me. Again, if we over-tighten, and we don't want to, we want to get this exactly right, but if we over-tighten, then we have the ability with our tools, which are powerful, to, as we showed at the beginning of the pandemic episode, we can support economic activity strongly if that happens, if that's necessary. On the other hand, if you make the mistake in the other direction and you let this drag on, then it's a year or two down the road and you're realizing inflation behaving the way it can, you're realizing that you didn't actually get it, you have to go back in. By then, the risk really is that it has become entrenched in people's thinking, and the record is that the employment costs, the cost to the people that we don't want to hurt, they go up with the passage of time. That's really how I look at it. So that isn't going to change. What has changed, though, you're right, is we're farther along now, and I think as we're farther along, we're now focused on that. What's the level we need to get to rates, and I don't know what we'll do when we get there. By the way, we'll have to see. There's been no decision or discussion around exactly what steps we would take at that point, but the first thing is to find your way there.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you. Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. Just to go back to housing for a minute, you mentioned the impact that rate increases have had on housing. Home sales are down 25% in the past year and so forth, but none of this is really showing up, as you know, in the government's inflation measures. And as we go forward, private real-time data is clearly showing these hits to housing. Are you going to need to put a greater weight on that in order to ascertain things like whether there's over-tightening going on? Or will you still focus as much on the more lagging government indicators?
So this is an interesting subject. So I start by saying, I guess, that the measure that's in the CPI and the PCE, it captures rents for all tenants, not just new leases. And that makes sense, actually, because that for that reason, that conceptually, that's sort of the right target for monetary policy. And the same thing is true for owner's equivalent rent, which comes off of it's a reweighting of tenant rents. The private measures are of course good at picking up the at the margin the new leases, and they tell you a couple things. One thing is I think right now, if you look at the pattern of that series of the new leases, it's very pro-cyclical. So rents went up much more than the CPI and PCE rents did, and now they're coming down faster. So the implication is that there are still, as non-new leases roll over and become and expire, right? There's still in the pipeline, there's still some significant rate increases coming, okay? But at some point, once you get through that, the new leases are going to tell you that what they're telling you is there will come a point at which rent inflation will start to come down. But that point is well out from where we are now. So we're well aware of that, of course, and we look at it. And but I would say that in terms of what the right way to think about inflation really is to look at the measure that we do look at, but considering that we also know that at some point you'll see rents coming down.
Great. And just a quick follow. It looks like stock and bond markets are reacting positively to your announcement so far. Is that something you wanted to see? Is that a problem, or how that might affect your future policy to see this positive reaction?
We're not targeting any one or two particular things. Our message should be, what I'm trying to do is make sure that our message is clear, which is that we think we have a ways to go. We have some ground to cover with interest rates before we get to that level of interest rates that we think is sufficiently restrictive. And putting that in the statement and identifying that as a goal is an important step. And that's meant to put that question really as the important one now going forward. I've also said that we think that the level of rates that we estimated in September, the incoming data suggests that that's actually going to be higher, and that's been the pattern. I mean, I would have little confidence that the forecast, if we made a forecast today, if we were doing an SEP today, the pattern has been that one after another, they go up, and, that'll end when it ends, but there's no sense that inflation is coming down. It just, if you look at I have a table of the last 12 months of 12-month readings, and there's really no pattern there. We're exactly where we were a year ago. So, okay. So I would also say it's premature to discuss pausing, and it's not something that we're thinking about. That's really not a conversation to be had now. We have a ways to go. And the last thing I'll say is that I would want people to understand our commitment to getting this done, and to not making the mistake of not doing enough, or the mistake of withdrawing our strong policy and doing that too soon. So I control those messages, and that's my job.
Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. Thank you, Fed Chairman. So how big of a headwind is all the fiscal spending to what the Federal Reserve is trying to do to get inflation back to the 2% target?
In theory, it was a headwind this year, but I do think the broader context is that you have households that have these significant amounts of savings and can keep spending. So I think those two things do tend to sort of counterbalance each other out. It appears consumer spending is still positive. It's at pretty modest growth levels. It's not shrinking, but people are, the banks that deal with retail customers, and many retailers will tell you that the consumers are still buying, and they're still they're fine. So I don't know how big the fiscal headwinds are, and they haven't shown up in the way that we thought they would in restraining spending. So it must have to do with the savings that people have.
What about the spending? There's tens of billions yet to be spent. I mean, from the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan, CHIPS Act, bipartisan infrastructure bill. How does that play into your thinking about the future?
It's demand is going to have some support from those savings, and also from the strong demand that's still in the labor market. We still see pretty significant demand and a tightening labor market in some respects, although I think overall I would say it's not really tightening or loosening. So we see those things, and what those things tell us is that our job is going to require some resolve and some patience over time. We're going to have to stick with this. That's just we take all that as a given, but we know what our objective is, and we know what our tools can do, and that's how we think about it.
Thanks. We'll go to Nancy for the last question.
Hi, Chair Powell. Nancy Marshall-Genzer from Marketplace. I'm wondering, has the window for a soft landing narrowed? Do you still think it's possible?
Has it narrowed? Yes. Is it still possible? Yes. I think we've always said it was going to be difficult, but I think to the extent rates have to go higher and stay higher for longer, it becomes harder to see the path. It's narrowed. I would say the path is narrowed over the course of the last year, really. Hard to say. Again, I would say that the sort of array of data in the labor market is highly unusual, and to many economists, there is a path to. Ordinarily, there's a relationship to GDP going down and vacancies declining, translating into unemployment, or there's Okun's law. So all those things are relationships that are in the data, and they're very real. Data's a little bit different this time, though, because you have this tremendously high level of vacancies, and we think on a very steep part of the beverage curve. All I would say is that the job losses may turn out to be less than would be indicated by those traditional measures because job openings are so elevated and because the labor market is so strong. Again, that's going to be something we discover empirically. I think no one knows whether there's going to be a recession or not, and if so, how bad that recession would be. And our job is to restore price stability so that we can have a strong labor market that benefits all over time, and that's what we're going to do.
But just real quickly, why do you feel like the window has narrowed?
Because we haven't seen inflation coming down. The implication of inflation not coming down, and what we would expect by now to have seen is that as the supply side problems had resolved themselves, we would have expected goods inflation to come down by now, long since by now, and it really hasn't. Although it has come down, but it's not to the extent we had hoped. At the same time, now you see services inflation, core services inflation moving up, and I just think that the inflation picture has become more and more challenging over the course of this year, without question. That means that we have to have policy be more restrictive, and that narrows the path to a soft landing, I would say. Thanks very much.
Boy, hey. Man, glad I could, dang, I almost spilled one beer. Glad I could end this. Gee whiz. Toast to that being over. Cheers. Holy moly. I was starting to fall asleep in that. I don't know if you guys saw it or not, but I was starting to pass out. I was like, gee whiz, man. I can't take this. That was rough. That was almost worse than having to sit through the Apple shareholder meeting. Well, good old Gazer Beam Gary, thanks a lot for your help. Wait, come back. I gotta move you real quick here. There we go. Get you up in your roost. All right, guys. 1.71. We're gonna SSR gets tripped at 1.701 on Ape. Arthur says he just said inflation has not come down, and then he changed it to real quick and said, well, it actually is coming down. You're right. You're not wrong. I keyed in on that as well. All right, let's take a look at our numbers here real quick, guys, so we can get to what really matters, which is the trivia. Everybody's like, can we just get to the trivia already? Corey Jones says, I didn't learn anything from that. Nothing's changed. Yeah, that's pretty much essentially it. Nothing's really changed. All right. Taking you guys to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing. And let's take a look at our numbers here and see what we got going on. Remember, when the big tramp's not on the screen, I can't see what you guys are writing, so hold those comments until after. Let's see what I got going on here. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you might want to get it, as it could help keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in there. Make sure you set up a secondary phone number if you possibly can with that. So in case something happens to your primary, you have access still to your account. Come on, come on, come on. Here we go. All right. Got to get these screens over here because we got just a few minutes here, like 12 minutes to get through the numbers so we can get to trivia, because I know everybody's like, screw, let's end this day on a good note as much as possible. All right, let's see what we got going on. Off exchange, let's see, final numbers for the day today on off exchange. We're looking at 47.49 for Ape, or AMC rather, and 10.79 for EDGX. 58.28% of our volume going through those exchanges. That's low by about 6%, 6 to 7%-ish. CHX volume is low at 9,027 shares. Ape, 56.09% of our volume going through off exchange. EDGX 8.65. For a grand total of 64.74. It's right where it should be. It's a normal day of off exchange volume. CHX is currently sitting at 12.7 thousand shares through CHX. That's actually kind of low. GME CHX volume had 16,678. Also, that is actually kind of elevated for GME. That's probably it's double the percentage of volume that they had for the day on a normal occasion. Normally it's about 0.38% of their volume. Today it's been 0.61, so it is elevated CHX volume. We are getting a kind of a strong push down right now on either AMC or Ape. It's probably both. Taking a look at Ortex data here. In the last hour, 2.45 million shares having been returned on AMC. That's it was only 770,000 shares an hour ago. That is going to lower the estimated short share interest of the free float to 19.64%. Cost to borrow average is 18.45 day over day. That's a 2.7 increase, 2.7 million share increase on shares on loan, putting us at 176.75 million shares. Ortex is estimating that to be about 875,000 new shares in short interest. Taking a look at AMC or Ape rather, we have an hour ago 4.89 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 6.88 million. That's going to have the effect of raising that short share interest of the free float to 8.23%. Cost per average at 5.94. Shares on loan for the day to day at 25.63 million. Day over day, that is a decrease of 700,000 shares. And let's take a look at what we got going on here for options. Highest amount of volume is at a $6.50 strike for calls. An hour ago, there were 7.8 thousand contracts. There is now 10.9 thousand contracts. Puts at a $5.50 strike, which is down a $0.50 more. We've got the highest amount of volume for puts. There was 4.8 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 5.5 thousand contracts. So market signaling a closing price on AMC somewhere between 5.5 and 6.5 for today. Let's take a look at what we got going in for the combined price right now. We're at $7.57. And we've got, let's see here, a little bit of a head and shoulder kind of pattern. It looked like kind of formed and a possible breakdown from that, putting us at that 757. If I zoom out here just a tad bit on a 5-minute interval, one of the stopping support points that I kind of mentioned earlier this morning was perhaps around like 738. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and Ape have been on this list. GME fell off due to low volume. AMC and Ape still on the list. Very strong buy to sell ratios. 75% buys to 25% sell ratio. And on Ape, it's 82% buys to 18% sale ratio. So looking very strong on the buy sell order ratios on those. The dip is being purchased. SSR trigger price is at $5.54. Shares available to borrow is at 150,000 shares. No changes in the last hour or so. 16.2% is the fee. Surprising that they're not borrowing shares on a price move down like this, as they could probably be making money off that, but they're not. Taking a look at NASDAQ, it's down 2.37. Dow Jones is down 0.84. S&P 500 is down 1.66. We currently have 4,733 decliners to 2,080 advancers. And let's see here. We have let's see what we got going on here. We got the dollar. The dollar is down 0.15. Oil is up 2.06. Everything else is down. Even mortgage-backed securities are down now at this point. SPY is down 1.62 and dropping. It looks like it's dropping like pretty quickly. It looks like down to 378 at this point. VIX is down 0.5. VTI is down 1.84. IWD is down 1.19. Tesla is down 4.86. Amazon down 3.92. Cinemark down 1.67. Doge down 7.42. Bitcoin is down 0.63. GME is down 5.6. HYMC down 2.49. Hood is down 3.23. CS is down 0.84. NCMI down 3.01. Ape down 9.26. And AMC is down 4.96. The orders are really flying through pretty quickly right now. You can see the order book moving on the SPY like super quick. Let me take it back to AMC here. Inflow versus outflow. There's more outflow by about $700,000. Let's see, 18.52 million shares traded so far, with about 35 minutes left to go. Let's call it 3:55. Total volume for the end of the day for AMC is looking like it's going to be around around 20.34 million shares. Pre-market was looking like 10 to 30 million. Looks like we hit it. On the hourly, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 32.52, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 32.68, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 32.76, which is below average. On Ape, we have $1.4 million more on inflow than outflow, with 18.65 million shares traded for the day today. After 355 minutes of trading, that puts us on pace for 20.48 million shares. So very similar volume, AMC and Ape, and we're showing on that 1 hour time interval more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 33.04, which is just below. It's almost signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.88, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.63. It looks like it did trigger SSR at 1.7 exactly. SSR tripped for Ape. Whew. I'm getting good at running through those numbers pretty quick. I think I did that in like 8 minutes. Not bad. Donald Young, you keep. I mean, I don't know how many times I've seen people coming in here talking about SSR. It doesn't matter. It makes total difference. It's the difference between creation and legal creation of synthetic. It's not for us. I don't know why you guys keep saying this. It's so strange to me why people keep saying it's not for us. It's not for us. It's not. They can create synthetic naked shorts when that's short exempt volume. That's what it's called. Short exempt volume. It's legal for them to create short exempt volume. It is. It helps the market. It does help us in the fact that they're not supposed to legally be able to short the stock down unless there's price movement upwards. But it's really more about the creation of more synthetic shares, and that's what it's all about right here. And that does help us. Those are shares that have to be found at the market price, purchased at market at some point. All right, censored content. I'll put in the comment right here. Let's take a look. Calm down, Casey. You had your coffee. I'm on my beer now. It's just crazy. It's crazy to me that people always keep on saying that SSR does nothing. It does everything, and it's like you don't. It's like you've been here forever and you just don't understand. And with those failure delivers are still able to be traded. They have to buy those, Donald. That's strong. It's a really good thing. It's good for us. You want to see them forced into positions where they have to try and make a market with no shares. That's awesome. It's a great thing. Let's take a look at. I'm going to go ahead and put in the chat comment here. Make sure you're live. Movie trivia is starting. Ready, go. All right. Hit ready. If you're ready. Say ready. So I want to see a bunch of readies come in, and then I'll start. 75 basis points, Hoosier. All right, we got a bunch of readies coming in. Here we go. First question for the day. Are you ready? Drum roll. Where's my notes? There it is. Okay, give me 1 second here while I minimize this just real quick here. I gotta see what it is you guys are writing at the same time because I gotta know who says the answer first. All right, here we go. After Tony Stark buys her some in Iron Man 2, Pepper Potts reveals that she is allergic to what fruit? Strawberry by censored content. That is correct. Hold on a second. I have to erase my board here. Also, Sean Taylor had a birthday, or no, Taylor Moore. Taylor Moore had a birthday today, and I forgot to toast to it, so we got to toast to her real quick here in between. Censored content. One point. Got you down. All right, hold on. I got toast. Cheers to Taylor Moore's birthday, by the way. Cheers. All right, next question. Which 1991 film starring Steve Martin and Diane Keaton as the parents of the fiancé was actually a remake of the 1950 classic starring Spencer Tracy and Elizabeth Taylor? It's Me for Father of the Bride is correct. Hold on a second. Next question is the one that I pulled up today. Has got like tons and tons of questions from Star Wars, so I have to skip through some of these. Which movie of 1993 starring Liam Neeson in the titular role and directed by Steven Spielberg is based on a novel of the 1982 by Australian Thomas Kennelly? Or Keenely, I'm not sure which. Schindler's List for Yukon. That is correct. The opening scene of which 1992 movie by Quentin Tarantino includes 8 men eating breakfast in a Los Angeles dinner discussing the Madonna song Like a Virgin? Reservoir Dogs by censored content is correct. Peter Billingsley, who played Ralph May in A Christmas Story, also makes an uncredited cameo appearance in Santa's Workshop in what classic 2003 Christmas film? John Hannaford. I like you, buddy. You know your elf movies. 1 point for John. As Air Force Colonel Chappie Sinclair, Lewis Gossett Jr. helps a teen gank a couple of F-16 for a clandestine rescue mission in what definitely not Top Gun 1986 movie? Brian Carpenter for the answer. Iron Eagle is correct. What 1994 blockbuster action comedy with a very wacky sense of humor is about bank clerk Stanley Ipkiss, who, after discovering the titular artifact, appears to be affected by the spirit of the Norse god Loki. Danny, for the answer is correct. The Mask. Sandra Bullock played Angela Bennett, a system analyst for the fictional Cathedral software company in what 1995 thriller movie that featured no fishermen or trapeze artists? It's me, got it, and it's the net. That is correct. Shouting them out. 2, 4, 6, 8. We got 2 more questions to go. Let's see here. In his 1986, U.S. President Ronald Reagan invoked the quote, "Where we're going, we don't need roads," from what 1985 cult classic Robert Zemeckis directed film? Man, I can't believe my wife's not shouting this out from the background. Back to the Future is correct for John Hannaford. John Hannaford loves your type of movies, hon. He's got both the Elf and the John Hannaford. You and my wife like the same movies. He's got both the Elf and the Back to the Future correct. Director George Romero is best known for his movies about which mythological beings associated with Haitian folklore? Danny R. Zombies is correct. Congratulations to all you all who got points. Now for the bonus credit question for the day-to-day on MFI, which, dang it, I closed it out. Hold on a second here. Give me 1 second while I open this up real quick here. I always take my question from the page that I linked to you guys. So give me just 1 second here. Shoot, hold on 1 second. I know I had a question I wanted to put in here. MFI is the trading indicator that the question is for. The link is at the top of the page. The answer will be inside that article that's listed there. All right. This is actually probably one of the hardest things I mean, it wasn't that hard, but it was a little more difficult than I thought it was going to be. But there were 2 individuals' names that created this, the MFI indicator. What were their names? That is correct by censored content. Kwong and Sudak. That is correct. 4 points for the day. That's not the question I was going to ask, but I didn't want it to take too long. There was another question I wanted to make that I wanted to get, but I couldn't find it very fast. All right, we got our points for the day today. Let me go ahead and tally these up here so you guys can see where the standings are. We've got censored content pulling back into the lead, I'm pretty sure here. So far, he's got 6 points. It's me's adding to his tally points. He's now at 3. Yukon is adding to his points and now has 2. John Hannaford now has 3 points. Brian Carpenter has 2 points now. And Danny R. coming in from out of nowhere with no points for the week with 2 points now. So first place contestant for the week, what's the word I want to use here? The shoot, what do they call it when you're uncontested? Uncontested. The uncontested winner so far of trivia, censored content, is in the lead again. He has 6 points. We have a tie for second place right now between John Hannaford, it's me, for 3 points. And we have a lot of people with 2 points right now. We got Food Dog with 2, Pantheon with 2, Joe Ponce with 2, Tanner Enos with 2, Brian Carpenter with 2, Yukon with 2, Just Chillin' with 2, and Danny R with chill with 2 with chill with 2. Chillin' with 2. So yeah, so nice job, guys. Congratulations. Monty's throwing in a bunch of ones. I'm not sure why. Casey, can we play Pass the Parcel tomorrow? What's that mean? Monty's throwing up like ones like crazy in here. Hold on, I'm going back. I'm going back to seeing what he's saying here. I don't know why he's putting ones in. Point Break Thor says, "Where is my participation trophy? I have been conditioned." Everybody's just throwing in a bunch of ones now. Ape did trip SSR, yes, and they're sticking the price right there at it too. It's American Trader's 47th birthday, I swear. Okay, so shall we toast to American Trader? Might as well, why not, right? Toast to American Trader for his 47th birthday. Apparently, he didn't want to talk about it. He's 1 year older than I am, but I'm actually it's like half a year. I'm real close behind you there, buddy. So don't you worry too much. Where are we going tomorrow? Monty says. That is a great question. Let me just take a look at something real quick here. So for AMC, we are really super close to a synthetic price failure hit, and that's going to be at $5.50, $5.54 to be exact. I would expect to see us trip that tomorrow. If we close out at 584 today, that would put us at 525 for tripping SSR tomorrow. 525 would be a little bit lower than that synthetic price failure bottom point. I mean, I could see him trying to shoot for that. I could see him try to shoot for 525 for AMC. In regards to the whole market, it's not looking good or pretty right now. We do have red cloud futures ahead of us on the 1 hour for AMC. On the 4 hour, we have red cloud not showing up until going into next week. And if we were to come down and trip that 525 level and trip SSR, I could see a return going into next week to try and break up above 650 range for next week. So yeah, I would expect to see some more downwards movement for tomorrow, at least for AMC. Let's take a look at Ape real quick here. On Ape, let me just put 1.7 into my calculator here real quick. 1.7. That is 42% down. I'd say we got at least another 10% down on that one. So 1.7 minus the 17. 153. And then maybe rocketing up from there. And that 153 would put us on a double bottom because 148 was where we hit last time on the bottom. So I would expect to see a double bottom out of this move. So I would be looking to see some more downwards momentum going into tomorrow as well. at least another 10%. So, I would expect that to come, and I would expect it to kind of rocket off that as well, because we're going to have to be pushing into to probably thinner portions of red clouds in the near futures, especially, let me get rid of this junk in here, especially on Ape. It's much sooner. The red cloud that's forming for Ape is a much sooner time frame. So I'd be looking for that double bottom that's showing up really prevalent right now. There we go. Double bottom at 148. I would have just kind of, SSR is going to trip tomorrow, and I'm just kind of making a guesstimate at around 150-ish range. Just kind of depends on where we end today at, but it'll be around 150. So I would imagine dropping down real close to that bottom down there at 150-ish range, and then skyrocketing back up off that double bottom. The Lucas, I did not see your question. Hold on a second. Let me go back and get everything set back up here the way I like to have it for the end of the day. Lucas, I'm looking for what you said earlier. Casey, how do you think earnings will announce AMC Nike sales? How do you think earnings will announce AMC Nike sales? Are you suggesting that they had Nike sales? Where's that coming from? Did Adam Aaron post something on that? I don't see anything. That was autocorrect. Okay, I don't know what. Just type it in for me again, because it's hard for me to like scroll back up and go back and see it again. It's better instead of asking me if I saw your question, it's better to just repost the question. If I obviously haven't seen it scrolled off the page, then I probably won't see it. There is no way for me to know how far that is, John. It'll continue to go lower and lower with the market until they see margin calls rolling in. Affect sales. I don't. Now I got to scroll back up and read your question again because all you did was change one word. Now I got to scroll way back up here again. How do you think the earnings will affect AMC price movement? I would look historically back at what's happened in the past and suggest that it's probably going to be something very similar. Oftentimes we see price running a little bit beforehand, and then we see a little bit of down days afterwards. Sometimes we see some up days. I mean, it's kind of mixed. More often than not, when we see some bad news coming out of or some bad data that's coming out of those earnings reports, then the market tends to bring us down a little bit. So it's no problem, Lucas. It's all right. It's hard to. A lot of questions come rolling through here, so it's just easier for me to what I would do is just copy and whenever you put in a question, copy it and then just be ready to repaste it again if I don't see it. I don't know. I would just go back and I'd take a look at some of the earnings from the past and see what normally happens. More than likely, we'll probably get pushed down a little bit from it, though. Tank Dog says, Casey, do you think the market is overreacting? Maybe a little bit. Yeah, I'll be available, AP. It's not, I don't consider it spamming, Lucas. If I don't see it, I don't see it, and you can always ask twice here. I have never had a problem. I don't think I've ever had a problem with anybody spamming in here before, so And if I don't see a question, I just don't see a question. It's just so much easier for me to just have you post it a second time if I don't answer it. And it doesn't bother me at all. Roseanne says every stock is red. All right, AP, sounds good, man. We got about 10 more minutes here left before the market closes out here. Look how robotic. We trigger SSR on Ape and look at it just sit there. They're just absolutely willing to just run this thing out sideways until the end of the day here. Nuts. That is nuts. If you want to say SSR doesn't do anything, this is sheer proof to me that it does everything. They want to try and close out as many positions as they possibly can at $1.71. They are absolutely completing this market here. What is this volume movements in here? Look at, we even have volume during these minutes in here. There's literal volume movements at the same exact price here. They just want price to sit right where it's at. They want to park it right there and complete volume orders at this price level. If there was ever a period of time where, actually, I don't know this. This is not financial advice. To me, it seems like if you wanted to put in orders, like these would be the times when to put in the orders at, right? When they've dropped the price down to these kind of levels and they just park it right here, this would be the time to buy, right? Like because you start throwing in orders at these values, that means they're just going to have to try and drop the price more in order to complete those orders, which is going to cost them more money to do that. But obviously not financial advice, but this is where it's probably going to hurt them the most to have orders coming through. Do you think crypto is dumping right now? I wouldn't say dumping, but it's definitely down. Mega Johnny says, Casey, remember the guy that asked how Powell thought about the market reaction was positive? Powell thought about the market reaction. No, I don't remember. I might have actually been. I had stepped away for a minute. I may have missed that question. What about it though? Man, they just want to close this market out right where it's at. They don't want to let it move anywhere. They're pushing orders through. There's literally like 218,000 shares that trade in a single minute right here at $5.79 for AMC. They're just letting this like absolutely trade sideways right now. Roseanne says Casey was sleeping on his computer. My head was I was supposed to be on break, but I felt like I needed to stick around, and so there were a couple of minutes where I did nod off a little bit. It was so boring though. Couldn't help myself. Did you hear me snore? I hope I did. That would have been funny. He was from Bloomberg. I think he was trying to say that the market wanted the 75 basis point raise, but this is showing the market can't handle it like those articles wanting 50. Well, I know JP Morgan definitely put out those articles wanting 50, that's for sure. I mean, the order books are just absolutely loaded up right now. AMC's got a very full book. Very, very full book. There's over 100, less than 122,000, but over 103,000 shares in the order book just set up to go. And on the ask side over here, we got what appears to be, I don't. This is really kind of odd how they got this set up. You know, these numbers on the left-hand side aren't correspondent to where it's actually at. It looks like there's about 91,000 shares in call volume and about a little over 105,000 in sell volume. Let me just take a look at Ape and see what it looks like. Same thing, 112, 118 in call volume, and then over 118 in sell volume. So these order books are just absolutely loaded right now. Danny, take care, man. The Big Tramp says, my birthday's on Saturday. Well, we can toast you on Friday, the Big Tramp, if you want. Let's see here. The 4th. We'll toast you on the 4th. I just wrote it down. Taylor Moore, one more time. Happy birthday. Roseanne said, Casey, this is legal. In regards to what? Dutch is on Sunday. All right, we'll toast both of you on Friday. Dutch and the Big Tramp on Friday. Make it stop, Casey. Make it stop. They're just trading sideways. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? This is not going to do anything until tomorrow. We got till tomorrow. Tomorrow is another trading day, and you know what that means. Monty's got a link there for you guys. But it is that time of the day, unfortunately. Eat, sleep, drink. Get plenty of rest. You still got 2 more days left in this trading week here. Spend time with your family. Spend time with your friends. Go walk your pets because they like getting outdoors too. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
it's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder, puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and own.